Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the Internet 2.0 conference. We're just running a little bit late this morning. We're just going to wait for a few more people to arrive, and then we're going to begin with our first session. We have got another day of amazing sessions for you. We've got some great panel discussions lined up, some great fireside chats, some great keynote speakers as well. So it's going to be an amazing day to end at the 3-day conference, but we're just going to wait a few more minutes just until we get everybody here, and then we're going to start. So thank you, everyone, and we'll be starting in a few minutes. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Apologies for the slight delay this morning, but welcome back to day 3 of the Internet 2.0 conference here in Dubai. We've got an amazing lineup for you today, and we're going to start off with our fireside chat that we're going to begin in a couple of minutes' time. But before we do this, I'd just like to take a moment and thank our gold sponsor at Well Done Technologies for making this event possible. Actually, can we have a round of applause for our gold sponsor? Thank you so much to Well Done Technologies. This is the 3rd day of this great conference, and so far we've spoken about all things tech, but now it's time to really take it to the final and most exciting level, and we're going to begin with a topic that's about supporting environmental law and reducing carbon footprints with sustainable technology. So please, ladies and gentlemen, if you could put your hands together as we welcome to the stage Arun Kumar, Senior Director of Arkadal AKT Consulting, and Mohammed Isa, CEO of IDS. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, everyone. Oh, wow. Some people need some coffee.
So, interesting topic today. How to reduce the carbon footprint using sustainable technology. First off, let's start with introducing ourselves. You can go first.
Sure. I'm Mohammed Isa. I am the CEO of IDS International. We are a business process outsourcing company, and we have this holistic approach towards the BPO, whereas we cover the call centers, back office services, content moderation, IT outsourcing, and quite a diverse offering when it comes to that. We operate from Egypt, UAE, and KSA. So Middle East is our background. And when it comes to the sustainability, this is a very hot topic when it comes to the location specifically here in UAE and specifically in Dubai, and obviously in Saudi Arabia. That they're following the footsteps of UAE, right?
Thank you, Mohammed.
Back to you.
My name is Arun Kumar. I own 2 companies, one in India and one in Ras Al Khaimah. So ESG is a part of our requirements, which is related to our topic, what we are speaking right now. So that's why I've agreed to be on the panel this week, because it is of some interest to me also. So let's start off. From where we are currently. Okay, we are in Dubai, and Dubai is one of the cities that is in the forefront of adopting regulations that help the climate. Okay, what do you think, Mohammed? How is Dubai doing this?
Oh wow! I think on all fronts, Dubai is actually at the front lines, right? They're very quick to jump on all opportunities when it comes to carbon footprint, and the savings when it comes to sustainability. I mean, think about it. They were among the leaders or the first movers when it came to, for example, smart buildings, when it came to administrative buildings, smart homes, all the technology that has been developed across the world, right? They were among the first movers or first adopters when it came to that. When you look at the various industries and sectors, you look at the airlines, for example, right? And they have all these initiatives towards, the fleets being reducing carbon footprint and so on and so forth. So when electric vehicles, for example, as you've rightfully mentioned earlier today, when it comes to that, I mean, they're on all fronts. They are ensuring that they have steps that are taken,
correct,
right? And then there are also all the regulations and all the guidelines towards being a more sustainable company or a sustainable team and so on and so forth. So that's very interesting, because they set sort of a roadmap for the entire region when it comes to sustainability, right?
Right.
And then
exactly.
that then gives into the picture of the ESG, which we were discussing earlier,
correct,
which is environmental, social and
corporate governance.
Corporate governance, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So one interesting thing I also noted, even in Holiday Inn, They have put refillable bottles instead of plastic water bottles. Okay, so we are actually seeing this in practice. Okay, that's a very good thing. Now, how does technology help us? We need to use more material that's environment friendly. For example, here the glass is being used instead of plastic bottles, so refillable glass, right? That's one way. We see that the governments play a major role in framing laws and giving directions to the corporates. But what I think is these laws and all, they are actually uh, uh, compartmentalized to certain industries. Like for example, if I take water purification, okay, so and you want to set up a dyeing industry. Now, the dyeing industry needs to strictly follow their waste management. Okay, so there is a law which states until you have a proper waste management, you cannot get the license for it. So in India, this is one of the mandatory requirements. Okay, and also with respect to electric vehicles, right? What are your thoughts on electric vehicles that are coming up, and how do you think they help us?
See, I think that all the initiatives that are being taken, whether it is from the private sector or public sector, are very nice. But then, I really think that the issue here is not the steps that are being taken by the governments or by the corporates, on a very high level, but in the bigger scheme of things, how are they being implemented, down the hierarchy with the frontliners, right?
Correct.
So that is the actual issue that we need to focus about, because generally speaking, if you come to think about it, really, you put all these guidelines, you have all these steps that need to be taken, and you have all these asks as governments and corporates and so on and so forth. But how are they really implemented down the line when it comes to the hierarchy, right? Because, okay, you have the electric vehicles, very nice, all right, cool. I'm going to drive an electric vehicle instead of a diesel one or petrol one, which is very sustainable, right, when it comes to the environment. But then there are so many aspects that come into the picture when you talk about sustainability, and it's really these very, very small actions. And you rightfully mentioned, for example, the water bottles, the glass ones that are reusable. How many are actually using this? And it's available in Dubai. Quite frequently you walk into any stores, you find those, right?
Correct.
But how many are being used? How many people are using this, right? So that's a very important aspect that we need to tap into when it comes to sustainability as a topic, right?
Correct.
It's the education of the masses.
The society, correct.
Yeah.
Society is a very important contributor. Nothing can be done without a common man's help, especially in the area of ESG. So when we think about ESG and all, we think it's only a corporate social responsibility. But ESG is actually should be adopted in a very broad sense. It should be incorporated in the law of the land. So which affect the common people, so that people can start contributing towards it.
True.
Right.
True.
One of the things with relation to technology, adopting common standards. For example, in Europe, Apple was manufacturing the phone for wireless charging, and they made USB Type-C, the European Union, they made USB Type-C as a standard, which should be mandatorily present in all the smartphones. And India is adopting a similar standard. So standardization of technology components, I think that will really help in reducing the carbon footprint. Because when you use a phone charger, for example, you've got many options right now. You've got USB A, B, C. You've got the normal ring chargers that we see, and you've got the wireless chargers. So when you have a particular type of standard that you make it mandatory, I think that goes a long way.
Right. Right, very true. As a matter of fact, I mean, if you come to think about it, in my in my industry, we have a lot of components that come into the services, right? And one of the major ones is the data centers, right?
Correct.
And then I always get these reports from our IT guys, and they always, they want more investments in the data centers. And up until recently, I just never understood why exactly are we investing in data centers if we already have data centers, right? Like, why are we buying all these equipment and so on and so forth? So one of the reports that the director of infrastructure came up with, and he sent it to me, was, yeah, this new technology helps reduce the carbon footprint, right?
Correct.
And it helps reduce the electric consumption, and it helps reduce. So all these reductions, right, and all these enhancements in the technology that, day by day, it's becoming exponential.
Yep. Yep.
And these are directly affecting the sustainability, right, on the bigger scheme of
Agreed.
things, right?
Agreed.
So, I mean, we're only operating at like, what, 100 people? But I mean, even on our small scale size, right, that is, and I think that is small scale size, but that is very important because apparently, our footprint is being reduced significantly, right?
Correct. Agreed.
So even when it comes to the technology aspect, and you mentioning Apple, I mean, all the chips that they're developing now, right, the M1 and the M2, if you come to think about it, they're taking that into consideration and reducing the carbon footprint, and with all the electricity consumption or the power consumption
Correct.
of these chips and so on and so forth, and the output is greater but with less damage to the environment, right? But then the question lies here. I mean, if I'm going to change my phone every single year, because I mean, I'm enhancing the technology, then what happens to the sustainability in the bigger picture?
Correct.
Right?
Agreed.
So that's sort of like a dilemma here, or a paradox, right?
Yep. Since you mentioned data center, and data center operations is one of my specialty. Okay.
Right.
I have seen a lot of improvement in the way data centers have been built. Okay. Especially with the reduction in the real estate of data centers. Okay. So earlier we used to use physical routers, switches, firewalls. Okay. Now, and I work with the major some of the major service providers, top 5 service providers in the world. Okay. What I see now is you just buy servers and switches. That's it. And you have got a DC interconnect between 2 data centers. So imagine having 100 routers and switches all combined into 5 or 6 servers connected by switches in a spine leaf topology.
But then I have a question for you. I mean, is that really helping towards the sustainability? Because at the end of the day, you're completely right on that. And we are reducing the physical assets that are within the data centers. But then you're connecting to a cloud data center that is somewhere else.
Correct.
Investing largely into these components, right? Consuming more power for computing and for internet bandwidth and so on and so forth, and the capacity and so on and so forth. So is it are we really helping towards sustainability, or are we just shifting the problem somewhere else?
We're definitely helping. So I mentioned that, right, 100 routers can be compressed in 6 to 8 servers. So all virtualized. All routers virtualized in a single rack.
Right.
So instead of having multiple racks, instead of having customers having racks in their own data center. So let's say I've got a multi-tenant setup where if I'm a service provider, I have a data center for customer A, B, C. So each have their own racks. I'm removing all the racks and combining them into one single rack. So automatically, electricity is saved. The cooling, which produces greenhouse gases, that is saved. So virtualization, I can really tell that this has largely helped to reduce the carbon footprint. Okay.
Right.
So people adopting more virtualization and cloud technologies, they see an immediate benefit, cost benefit, and there is an environmental benefit.
Right. Okay, well, do you think that it is still an early stage, whereas governments should step in with some very firm regulations when it comes to sustainability? Because again, back to the the statement of that we take all these initiatives on a larger scale, on the bigger scheme of things, and it's very nice, but down the hierarchy, the education level of sustainability hasn't really matured yet, right?
Correct.
And so in order to sort of force the education of the masses, do you think that it is the time to step in as governments and put certain firm regulations to ensure that kind of sustainability?
Yeah, definitely. Education is the most important factor in sustainability, and education should be ideally about reducing carbon footprints and about the environment. I think it needs to be a separate subject that should be taught in the primary schools as well. How can technology reduce, so that you can influence young minds to think in that direction right from the early age. It's a global responsibility, and we cannot just say we have got a ESG process for corporates, and we check boxes 1, 2, 3, 4, and do everything, and then we say we have done our corporate social responsibility for the environment, for the society and the world, and we are done. So it doesn't stop there. So it's a continuous process, and education plays a very pivotal role in that aspect.
Right,
Yes,
right. And how do the large corporations, the large multinational corporations, fit into the picture? Like, what do you think should be done? I mean, no, I take that back, scratch that. Multinationals, generally speaking, whether they're large or small scale, right? How do they add to the picture, or what more steps can we take to give back to that sustainable cause or sustainability cause?
So me as if I say me as a corporate, I will have to adopt virtualization technologies.
Right.
That's one way I can do it. I can ensure that green practices are taken in my regular day-to-day life. For example, I can give ceramic mugs to my employees, for example, for taking coffee. I can stop putting plastic cups in my office. So I can reduce the tissue paper, for example. And we know that the amount of tissue paper, right, what we use, right, it's enormous. Okay, and so taking these small steps really helps in reducing the global carbon footprint, and that's where I can say corporates can do their bit.
Well, you said something very interesting that I noted, and I think I'm going to have a very interesting discussion with my director of infrastructure regarding the virtualization, just to make sure that we're on the right track. And thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for your time, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Any questions want to ask?
Sure.
Yes, please. I heard software-defined networks. Oh, what was the other one? Software-defined data centers, SDDC. Okay. So SDN, or software-defined networking, is actually a generic term where you use software for virtualizing your network functions. Okay. When you say software-defined data center, it's software-defined networking, but it's more compartmentalized to data center operations. Okay. So, for example, as I had already told, right, you have many servers. Okay. So you have used the cloud technologies using a certain orchestration, and then you write the scripts in those. So, for example, you can use Ansible, which is used for infrastructure as a code. So when you use such programming languages, you're actually speaking about software-defined data centers, IaaC. Okay. Software-defined networking, you have got a different architecture itself. So you speak about a northbound interface and a southbound interface. Okay. So northbound interface will be your application, southbound interface will be your underlay, your router switches and all. So this is a basic difference, and I think they overlap with each other, because ultimately data centers are meant for networking. Okay. So in some functions, they overlap with each other. Does it answer your question? Okay.
Hello. Yeah, I'm just looking at the statement there which says supporting environment and reducing carbon footprints, right? So my question is, are we, doing a catch-up game today in terms of whatever, things have destroyed the environment or causing harm to the environment? We are now are in a more reactive mode trying to do
Damage
a
control,
catch-up game.
right?
That is question number one. Question number two is, how can regulations or proactive support from the government in terms of ensuring that harmful technologies or technologies which are detrimental to the environment are not released to the general public? In any industry, as an example.
Do you want to take the question?
I think both questions are related to each other, right? And yes, we have been, unfortunately, reactive in the bigger scheme of things, not proactive. And only when things started to deteriorate, we started stepping into the picture and saying, hey, we need to do something about that. So that's the answer to your first question. Second question is, I think, or I believe, that nowadays there are certain regulations, at least in the countries that are trying to, either first world countries, obviously, and the countries like UAE that are trying to catch up, and be leaders in that sort of sense. And there are regulations that I hear about and read about across the various sectors, whereas, there has to be some sort of approval, for example, in testing certain technologies before they come out, right? But then the essence of, and this was, maybe not tapped into in more details in our discussion, but the essence of the topic here is that it's not just that we need to have guidelines, and the regulations here are sort of guidelines for the approvals, right? So I think that we need to take deeper steps into assigning, committees or laws, or even, more enhanced regulations, in order to ensure that not just that we have guidelines, but that, as you rightfully said, that no, we need to stop these harmful technologies, right? Or before they come out to the public, they need to be tested in terms of having these minimum standards of acceptable carbon footprints and so on and so forth. I mean, and the technology is rapidly growing, right? And then being enhanced. Whereas you hear about, again, as I've said earlier, in the airlines industry, for example, you see all these fleets that are coming out right now, and all the reports, the shiny reports and the shiny numbers and figures that say, oh, we reduced our carbon footprint by X, Y, and Z, right? Well, then, once that happens, I think that should be set as the minimum standard for the industry, whereas everyone has to follow quickly, right? So then, yes, this will take a lot of investment from the companies, but then it is an essential act that we need to do in order to be proactive, as you've rightfully mentioned, so that we do not continue being reactive.
Correct. Agreed.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yes. Hi. Do you feel, as a follow-up to that, because I also think that we could be a bit stronger, that we could have a more sort of carrot and stick kind of system when it comes to advancing technologies that do good? For example, now in areas where we are still using natural resources, where there are now autonomous vehicles or electric vehicles available, that we should give incentive to, I mean, in Dubai you have already free charging your Tesla, for example, but to go a step further into taxing petrol cars and incentivizing, for example, electric vehicles as part of not just an incentive, but maybe a stronger mandate. Yeah.
You're absolutely right, 100%. But in order to step into that, scene and say, okay, we're going to have stronger mandates, I believe that we have to ensure that the infrastructure is ready, right? Because, I mean, if you're going to harm the environment as a government, why not make money out of it? Just tax the people, right? And make sure that, you're incentivizing them or pushing them into a certain direction, whereas you are moving towards sustainability. But then the infrastructure has to be, very mature and ready for that sort of thing, because otherwise then you're just going to be forcing the people to pay money, but they're not ready with the infrastructure. Maybe UAE maybe is ready with that, but then you're talking about the global scheme of things, right? So if you look at the big picture here, not everyone is ready, not every country is ready. I mean, if you look in the Middle East, okay, so UAE is taking all these initiatives, cool. KSA is taking all these initiatives, cool. But then what other countries are in the region that are ready for such, mandates? So it's very important that you look at the infrastructure first and the investments that need to be done. So government could incentivize the companies to invest in the infrastructure first before pushing the masses into a certain direction, right? But you're 100% right. I mean, incentivizing the companies, for the products and services, and also the masses to be pushed into that direction is something that is very essential for sustainability. Yeah. But it's how we're going to do it that is the question here.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah. And I think we need to. I feel as I'm working for a PIF entity, so semi-government, and I feel that we have we do have a duty to lead by example. You're saying indeed, not every country is ready, but I think the examples of KSA and UAE paving the way and leading by example is very critical to that. And I think we could maybe arguably be a bit tougher in both sides of the spectrum, meaning positive change, incentivize it, fund it, make it top of the agenda, communicate, invest also in communication about it. And then on the flip side of it, tax or penalize pollution, conventional misuse or use of natural resources.
100%. And
Correct. So there are two aspects which you spoke. One is incentivizing, and another one is making it a mandate by speaking about penalizing, right? So I can give one example in India where if you use solar panels for electricity, okay, the government gives you a rebate. Okay, that's one part. But not only that, you can, if you have extra power, you can sell that to the government, right? So you are incentivizing and you are also motivating. You can do both. And clean technologies, they have the power. Solar power is unlimited, right? So make the developers here, because Dubai it's big in real estate. So incentivize the developers for bringing in solar technology, and then if they have excess power, motivate them to sell it to others. Maybe a developer with a big building who has installed a good amount of solar energy, they can sell that energy to the smaller villas. So you get a share, the government gets its share. The government, the person who has invested in that infrastructure, he also gets a share. It's a win-win situation for both, right? And mandate, yes, mandates are important because when a vehicle with a for example, a diesel or a petrol vehicle, okay, it crosses a certain age, it starts some more pollution. I think those vehicles need to be taken off the road. Okay, so you need to have a proper guideline and proper checks that these vehicles are off the road. Dubai has a very good infrastructure with respect to traffic cameras. So you can capture the number plates live, and then you can send it to an AI to analyze which vehicles have crossed the 10-year mark or 15-year mark. So I think in that aspect, I love the Dubai very much. Okay, and thank you. Thank you for that question.
any other questions? Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm Alex, a software engineer. So you remind how
Can
we
you
save
bring the mic a little bit closer?
a bit closer? Okay. So I'm a software engineer. As you mentioned, where we can save some energy. So as a reminder, as you mentioned, scripts and data center management, when it comes to software, it's like a car with RPM. If you use proper programming, you use less.
Do we use what?
Code, planning the code.
RPM is a car machine engine. You want to drive fast, use high RPM, high frequency, a lot of programming, cycles. So with proper programming, what I mean, if it's to use Python as for management.
I'm very sorry.
I'm sorry.
I can't hear you.
Hear the question, please.
Yeah.
Closer, okay. Sorry. So it's all about the point of proper programming for the ecosystem. As far as it goes, proper, less energy consuming. If we speak of Python instead of C, for example, it's much less of CPU frequency, so it's huge amount of energy.
Correct.
Yes.
I agree.
That's about all. It's not
I
a
agree.
question, actually, just a suggestion.
Okay, I agree with you because my basic degree is in computer engineering. So I have written programs. There is an interesting concept in software programming called as time and space complexity. So if you are a programmer, you'll know what it means. So time complexity means you have to execute your code in using lesser CPU cycles in lesser amount of time. Space complexity is using lesser number of storage resources, whether it's RAM or the hard disk. Okay, so this software, the contribution that software programmers can make when writing code is to keep these two things in factor. So your applications make use of lesser resources. So if you are saving in storage, like if your application is generating too much of storage, it's taking too much of storage space, generating so much data. So look at if you can reduce that, if you can reduce the data sets and have the same kind of output. So that way you save storage space, automatically you have a lesser, a smaller server with the lesser specifications, right? And yes, that indirectly helps in reducing. A very good example. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks everyone.
Aaron, it was a pleasure.
My pleasure, thank you.
So next up this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first keynote session of the day. And this is going to be another interesting topic, secure by design, how to create a left-shifting company culture. So this sounds like it's going to be very intriguing. And our expert is going to be exploring now how cybersecurity can focus on overall security. And we'll be sharing the importance of developing a security culture in organizations. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please join me in welcoming to the stage Ali Isikli. Put your hands together, please, everybody. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you. So, welcome everyone in the Salon and those in front of their screens. So, I will be talking about how to create a left-shifting company culture in terms of security. So, most of you must Googled me or looked at me at the LinkedIn. I don't want to just dive into my past, but I am the senior security professional selected by the ISC Square at the EMEA region last year, and I also was awarded by the INTENET.2.0 conference as an outstanding leadership because of my accomplishments. So today I will make you think about the topic I'm going to share. At the end of the meeting or the presentation, you may like it, you may agree to disagree, or you completely object it. And that will means that I will achieve my objective. So, how many of you think about the cyber incidents occurred? The real reason, like misconfiguration, human factors, software vulnerabilities, attacks, malware, right? They all are tech related. But the real behind of those incidents are the lack of business perspective in the cyber security strategies of the organizations. So, threats are real. So are the adversaries and the threat actors. Even in our most vulnerable moments, like the COVID era, where we are locked in our homes and trying to figure out what's going on, the threat actors were exploiting our vulnerabilities to gain their own agenda. And that's how they cruel are. And this is the new digital reality. Every tech has an inherent security problem. It tags along the cybersecurity with itself. Either it's a vulnerability in the tech, or the tech itself is going to be used as a weapon against us. And if you ask me what my take from cybersecurity is, or my daily life is, it's an endless chase or a new episode of Tom and Jerry, or like the Roadrunner show. It's an endless and relentless chase between the threat actors and their targets. And why do we fail then? Why we are the failing part? Because cyber world is always in motion. Our data is always in motion. Our assets are always in motion. And so should be our cybersecurity strategies. Cybersecurity is basically a continuum of events. It's not something like installing a technology and leaving it as and feeling like safe. That's not the case. And there are lots of standards, national and international ones, regulations, legislations to follow. And we need cybersecurity experts to decode them for us, right? We have regulations, standards, or legislations in avionics, railway systems, connected car, IoT, infrastructures, cloud security, you name, and even AI. And the list goes on and on. And it's really hard to implement those standards. And because of the lack of qualified personnel, it's not easy to sustain the operations. And unfortunately, many organizations think that cybersecurity, or interpret the cybersecurity as a tick in a checkbox on a spreadsheet in an assessment. And that's where most of the organizations fail to improve their cyber resilience. And I think the most fundamental reason is that organizations lack of a cybersecurity governance strategy. So the term cybersecurity is a linguistic perception, right? It sounds technical. Sounding so, it creates a feeling that it's highly and heavily tech-related. And it's a 100% IT problem to handle. But on the contrary, it's not only a tech problem, it's a business problem. It should be addressed and handled at various business levels, starting from the organizational strategy to culture, down to operations. Here is a real-life experience. Let's say HR decided to move a SaaS application, and they reach out to IT, the security department, and they deliver a nicely crafted, designed awareness training. And HR understands the importance of creating a strong password and using multi-factor authentication. And then IT returns if they did a good job and check everything is in order. However, after HR starts using the application, there is no enforcement from the IT to follow up. They could easily switch to a simple password, or they can disable the multi-factor authentication. You can't do anything until the next cycle of the evaluation. So, to me, security by design is a security-enabled business model. It has 3 pillars: the people, process, and technology. And these 3 are bound together with organizational elements to form a secure organizational strategy. and how secure by design and shifting security left are related. Let's start with an example, and simple software example. So all the problems, all the defects, all the bugs, all the vulnerabilities are introduced into a software project at the very early stages. And as the and no matter what you're using as the software development methodology, except it's a secure one, right? So as the software development progresses, it becomes harder to detect and identify those defects. And most of the time, you realize half of them, but the other half goes undetected into the deployment, and we end up using defects, inherent defects in our softwares. And on the other hand, like the cost amount to fix a bug increases parabolically towards the release stage. And there are even some cases that we are faced, the amount you're going to fix those problems exceeds the project budget. So this is where shifting left comes in. In technical terms, it means that please invite the security teams to the table as early as possible in the project, not at the end of the project and ask them, what should we do? And that's the case when you usually blame the security guys to be stubborn, pain in the neck, and coming up with preposterous security requirements. And secure by design is the implication of that technical in terms of business. Secure by design creates competitive advantage. Let's say, you can proudly say, my product is secure by design and secure by default. And it's a valuable marketing topic. And it also increases the quality of your project because you are making security an integral part of your design and development processes. And it increases the efficiency because at the very early stages, you identify the defects and you fix them. And it lowers your cost. So, cybersecurity today is a core business function to any organization that uses tech or develops tech. This is inevitable. Every question, starting from the executive level down to the operational level, must have a security in the questions, right? And don't forget, a successful security strategy is the one that is owned by the executive level and accepted by the operational levels. So how we can achieve this? And our way passes through company culture. A company culture is like a shared values of beliefs, metrics, assumptions, goals, and you can increase the list. Some of them are visible, some of them are invisible, and some of them are easy to change, the visible ones, and those are invisible are hard to change. And luckily, cybersecurity falls into both categories. And if you want to success in a cultural change in digital transformation in terms of security, you must triumph in both categories, and I wish you all good luck in that. So, most organizations are formed with cross-functional teams, right? And even the security team absent, there is a problem with the cross-functional teams. The problems originate generally with the miscommunication or the lack of communication channels between them. And if you want to introduce cybersecurity teams as an integral part of the cross-operational teams, you should be establishing open and clear communication channels between them. Because the lack of communication channels creates a blame culture, And the blame culture is a small snowball that creates the avalanche. We don't want that in our company, right? So to achieve this, we need a management model. You know, there are top-down and bottom-up models, but to success in security, to success in making security part of your culture, you need a hybrid approach. In that way, you're just introducing the benefits of these two models by making the management part of your teams, establishing a clear and open communication channels while keeping the teams making informed decisions and feeling them engaged and don't killing them their creativity. That's important. So, and we came to stakeholders, and when I say stakeholders, I include the supply chain as a member of the stakeholders. And to success with this trustworthy stakeholder relation, you should make security as part of your elements, a key elements actually. And while setting up the communication channels between the cross-functional teams, it is important to align them in terms of security goals, responsibilities, and purposes. And it's only available, it's only achievable when you make the security accessible in your company. If you just build walls around the security and make it inaccessible, you create shadow IT, and people are trying to just move around the security precautions you're installing, right? And to do so, to be successful, demonstrate your teams what good looks like, instead of using a negative language. Don't do that. Please avoid using the don't and does not and should not languages. And don't forget, again here, blame culture creates poor security. So I think I am sparing some time for the questions if you have any. And final markups. A cyberware, we cannot win a cyber war with outdated security mindset, strategy, and technology. And this is not from Sun Tzu's Art of War, but I inspired from it. So, and change is imminent. Change before you have to. And don't forget, in cybersecurity, you must unlearn some certain things to learn new things, because our world is constantly changing. And last remarks is from Mr. Einstein, that we need a different mindset to solve the problems, specifically in cybersecurity. So that will be all with my session. Thank you all for your precious time and listening to me. Any questions? Yes, please. Sorry? No, I meant the security standards that we should follow are not easy to understand and implement. I don't say that don't follow these and that, but we have to. It comes because of the domain we are working, it's mandatory, or it's an organizational strategy that the upper management mandates us following some certain things, like ISO 27001. Sorry?
So what you're suggesting is that we can start off with those standards and then continue to build upon that?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So because like even two companies, let's say two organizations, working in the same domain and basically producing the same product. A slight change in the risk appetite completely changes the picture. And it changes the technical requirements to implement the processes, the procedures, and the company culture that you want to create in those companies.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, please.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
I would like your take on a specific question.
Yay, I achieved.
So the question here is, I work in the area of cyber insurance.
Yeah.
And one of the things which is widely accepted is a significant portion of the risks, upwards of 85%, comes from human error.
Yeah.
And technology has a very small part to play in that. So you talked about corporate governance. We are talking about, security by default, security by design.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah, but how can we incorporate that as per your thing? You talked about a hybrid approach also, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit more. Do you think you should have a bottom-up approach or a top-down approach? Because another fact which is steadily gaining ground, and I'm also part of OZEC, which is an international organization which coined the word GRC. Mm-hmm. And there's an intense debate which is happening is the top-down approach is failing.
Okay.
So the bottom-up approach is probably the right approach, because one of the things which is missing is rewards.
Yeah.
Employees or anybody is not rewarded for good behavior.
Yeah.
Right? So what is your take on that?
So thank you for the question. So the human factor is the hardest part to solve. That's why I am focusing on to address the company culture to solve that problem. So every one of us are digital citizens, right? As soon as we buy a new phone and we subscribe to an email address, we become a member or a citizen, a larger network around the globe. And in this world, cybersecurity, the personal hygiene in terms of cybersecurity, we cannot turn our backs to that, right? It starts from the individual itself. So to achieve success in lessening the human factor errors, it becomes, we should start from training the individual as a person, and I think it should be a government's, the government should be addressing. And back in Turkey, there are curriculums taught at the schools to kids how to be safe and secure online, right? It starts from there. And when those individuals grow and become a member of a company or an organization, they inherently know what is secure and what is not secure. And you have a company culture to follow in terms of security, and they can easily adapt to that. But to those like me, as a who is a digital immigrant, it's really painful, because we have to, I cannot teach my mom and dad that please use strong passwords. And they refuse it. And I remember this easily and go with that. So it's originating from there. I guess I addressed your thing. And what we did in our company is that to success in that digital transformation, I specifically built a framework for my company to transform and grasp the secure by design idea throughout the company. And we designed training sessions, and we focused on each individual groups. Like the training of the software groups is training different than the procurement department. and addressing them individually is the bottom-up one. And from the top down, we engaged with the upper management, and we presented them our findings in terms of what we identified in the products we are producing. And the thing they asked me is that, do you have a solution for that? And I told them my framework, and they understand it, and then they give me the green light to go with it. So that's why we should be using the top-bottom and the bottom-up, a hybrid model. And it should be customized to whatever organization you are going to implement it. It's not like one size fits all. Yes, please.
I have a quick question. So what's your take on using open source solutions to existing projects? I know a lot of organizations that use open source solutions, and they bring their own share of bugs and defects, and it's impossible to, for example, for this organization to solve the open source bugs as they have their own issues. And so is it better for them to develop their own custom inbuilt solution that does what the open source project does, or would it be better just to import the open source and worry about that later? Thank you.
Okay, so open source is another perception, right? And when you see open source and you say, hey, it's secure. Why? Because there are lots of eyes looking into it, and it's like easy to find the defects, right? It's some sort of partially true, I agree. But whether it's an open source thing that you're using, or you're developing something in-house, or you're outsourcing whatever your need is, all three has a main fundamental problem, and it's sustainability. When you go with the open source projects, the question raises from like, if the support is cut, what should I do? And if you go to outsourcing, are they secure? And when you just try to build in-house, and then you will be having hard discussions with the upper management for the funding, for finding the qualified personnel to sustain the environment. So that's an availability problem in terms of security. And so it was funny that one of our customers asked us to use open source solutions, and we designed the system with open source solutions, and they replied that, oh, you used a lot of open source tools. And I said, is there a limit, like 5, 10, 20? It's interesting, right? So, but it's the main thing is that, do you find the qualified personnel to sustain whatever solution you are using? I think no more questions. Okay, thank you again for your precious time.
Thank you so much for that, Ali. That was fantastic. As you can see now, ladies and gentlemen, we are setting the stage for our next panel discussion. And just to remind you again, if you are sharing pictures and videos online, whether it's on LinkedIn, whether it's on Instagram, on Facebook, please do use the hashtag INTENET.2.0 We are constantly posting things on LinkedIn, which I'm sure you've already seen, videos and pictures of each of the days, each of the sessions will be on there. If you want to go back and have a look a little bit later on, then you're more than welcome to do that. So I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. Day 3 of Internet 2.0 conference. We've still got some amazing sessions for you lined up today. We've got more awards to give out as well. So we're going to end this conference on a high. And the next session this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about end-to-end IoT solutions to boost data security. So it's not an exaggeration to mention that the Internet of Things is transforming how we live, how we work, especially with billions of networked smart physical objects worldwide constantly collecting and sharing data across the Internet. But as I'm sure that you're aware, there's still a lot of challenges and issues that really need to be addressed here to achieve the full potential of IoT as far as data security is concerned. And that is exactly what our next panel discussion, End-to-End IoT Solutions to Boost Data Security, is all about. So please join me in putting your hands together and give a huge round of applause for our moderator for this session, ladies and gentlemen, Jawahar Prabhula Bhatia, CEO of Load & Code. And we've got our terrific panelists, Nitin Singla, Product Manager at Cisco Systems. We have Abiola Abiodun Akinosi, Senior Manager IT Controls, IHS Towers. And we also have Abbas Sroos, CTO Inciter Group. We have Kamal Taman, Director Product Management, Machines Talk, and CEO of Vision and Strategy. And finally, we have Ravi Rajendra, Founder and MD of Quick Digital. Thank you so much to our moderator and our panelists. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. So guys, we'd like to have a seat. Thank you very much. And today morning, when I was having my breakfast, as well as I woke up, I was always constantly thinking about IoT devices. It somehow went into my blood, and it gave me an opportunity to go ahead and think, and then more think from the security perspective. What I learned in these last 24 hours before this particular session would have started, I learned more than what I actually got from my experience in terms of understanding a lot of architectures in these 24 hours. And when I sit out here, it would be my first time in this particular conference to go ahead and speak before all of you. Not to take much time, I would like to go ahead and give a chance from Ravi till Kamal to go ahead and introduce themselves. And then we'll talk about some security aspects in IoT devices.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Ravi. I'm the founder and CEO of Quick Meeting. We are the world's smartest unified AI-powered business communication and collaboration app. We develop, innovative solutions, in the space of communication and collaboration. I graduated from IIT Madras, been a serial entrepreneur since then. This is my 4th company, and I'm a techie. I can code in 15 languages. Been an AI expert, has been working on AI kind of solutions since 2009, and that's about me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. So over to you.
Thanks, Ravi. I think great intro. So about me, I'm Nitin, and I lead the product management for Cisco's cyber security portfolio, and we'll definitely talk a lot about on the security stuff in terms of what exactly we are building and what it entails from a security standpoint from the end-to-end security of a network. Prior to Cisco, I've worked with Hewlett-Packard Enterprise and a cybersecurity startup called as Fortinix as well. And during this journey, I've collaborated with a number of people across the board, have close to 15 patents in the field of cloud management, security, and blockchain. And that's also one of the reasons I was really excited about this opportunity and the panel today. Thank you for having us.
Aviola?
Thank you, JP. So, my name is Abiola. I'm the Senior Manager for IT Controls in IHS Towers. So IHS Towers, we're in over 13 countries all over the world, South Africa, the whole of Africa, and also the Middle East. So my major responsibility is to enforce IT frameworks within my organization, implement IT controls, look at all the controls from end to end for all the IT infrastructure within IHS. Prior to joining IHS, the project manager, I led one of the biggest projects in my home country, Nigeria, and I have a couple of about 13 to 14 years working experience and a couple of certifications. So I want to say thank you to Internet 2.0 conference for giving me this opportunity to be able to, discuss with the intellectuals in this panel session. Thank you.
Thank you, Abiola. So over to Abbas, and I would like to say something about Abbas. Abbas is a gem of a person and a very good technical expert from the API and backend related aspects of coding. So Abbas.
Thank you, JP, for the introduction. Hi, everybody. My name is Abbas. I am the CTO for Insighter Group. Insighter Group is essentially a travel booking. We want to revolutionize the way travel agencies work. We prioritize hospitality, and we want to give the end user a really good experience when booking flights and hotels. And we do partnership with airlines and hotels. I'm a backend engineer. I design backend systems. I design APIs, utilizing best security practices as well as data science principles. And thank you.
Over to you, Kamal.
Thank you. This is Kamal Taman. I'm a product management director for the products in MachineStock. We are a MachineStock. We are an end-to-end solution provider and product provider for the smart city and smart mobility and smart buildings. We have a focus in a smart city and smart mobility actually for the last 5 years, building our products, and we have a very strong portfolio of our talking about already smart mobility, normal tracking for the vehicles, and also we are now have a very strong products in the car sharing area and consumer part also. And as a smart city, we have a very strong already product regarding the city management platform, and I think already the smart cities now, it's a very hot topic. And we heard a lot about smart cities the last 2 days. And also we have the smart buildings part, which are concerning about how we can convert the digital experience for the workers inside buildings and also the visitors. This is regarding already the MachineStock, and also I am already founding Vision Strategy. It's my new PP. I'm trying to help already the customers how can they are build their strategies in the smart city area actually. And I'm very already interested to join this discussion today because we have a lot of things already to talk. And last 2 days, we have a lot of topics. Every day, we have a lot of already topics can be added. So inshallah, we will enjoy together this session, inshallah. Okay.
So to set the stage, ladies and gentlemen, today morning, I would like to go ahead and bring up to this particular floor a few aspects of IoT devices, where in general we talk about that IoT itself as a word is very small, has 3 letters, but then when you go into all across your world, when you go into your day-to-day life, IoT devices have been already present and have taken a center stage right now from the prospect of giving more and more information so that we can go ahead and do analytics on top of them. Now, to set the stage for all our distinguished gentlemen out here, we are talking about the end-to-end IoT solutions from the prospect of autonomous vehicles, which probably Kamal would go ahead and take up, and then back-end and API-related security as well as coding-related security practices for IoT. Abbas is there. We have got the complete program to be managed from the security aspects. In Nigeria, we have Abola out here. We have from Cisco a specialist who is into the security devices, would go ahead and tell us how we can go ahead and best implement all these things, not only from the secure practices in networking, but also from the physical security of those particular devices. We have Ravi out here who actually works on the actual data, and then where he is working on the video conferencing portion of it, how to go ahead and make sure IoT devices are integrated and security will be taken care of. Because there's a lot of information which goes in video and a lot of personal information or minutes of meeting and all those things go when you converse with somebody else. So we have tried to go ahead and see whatever is the limitation of the panelists out here. We have seen whatever industry verticals we can go ahead and take. I would like to welcome also the participants who would like to come over and then jump in after this conversation to go ahead and give us more insight about if they have been using any of the IoT devices in their field of work. So to start with, I will directly jump to our specialist Nitin out here, who can go ahead and explain us about the security practices and how Cisco is actually coming up with various different particular solutions.
Thanks, JP. I think one thing at Cisco we are very, very focused on is the overall security. So Cisco's vision is to basically power an inclusive future for all, and that can only be happening once we have a good connectivity and a secure connectivity. So we basically have a one principle of if it is connected, it's protected. Now, when it comes to end-to-end IoT security, I think one of the biggest security loopholes that we have seen recently is a DOS attack or a DDoS attack, so which is a distributed denial of service. Now, when it comes to just as an analogy, just for everyone's inputs. So think of a scenario where you're inviting your friends to a home party, right? So you expect like possibly 5, 6 friends of you coming to your place, and just for a normal get together. But somehow or some way, out of those 5 and 6 friends, maybe one of those friends brought his or her friends as well, right? And the overall crowd gets to like 20, 25, 30 of the crowds. You were expecting 5, 6 friends of yours, but at the end, you end up having like 30, 50 people at your place. And it gets really, really chaotic, and you're not able to go through all the services and all the hospitality that you thought that you'd bring to the table. That is essentially an analogy at a 10,000 feet overview on what exactly a DDoS attack looks like. So, which means you're denying a service because of extra traffic at a particular location, which makes sure that that is from an adversary point of view, that is the biggest drawback. That's something which we have seen. Lots and lots of adversaries, the hacker groups of the world, they are using this and exploiting this in a big way to make sure the legitimate traffic, the legitimate services are kind of brought down, and the legitimate traffic is kind of not allowed into the network. That is basically in a nutshell on what a DDoS attack looks like. Now, we at Cisco are really focused on one of these parameters, and we have a really amazing solution as well, which is known as Cisco Secure DDoS Edge Protection Solution, which makes sure all the DDoS attacks in the network are kind of pinpointed right at the first point in the network. What that means is, traditionally, the industry has been used to solving a particular problem at the peering points, which is way too deep into the network. And what we are focusing right now is to make sure with the 5G advent, with IoTs, with user equipments, with botnets driving up the scale in a huge number, and in future we'll see 6G as well. The IoT game is definitely going to boom up. And these IoT devices can be used and hacked together to generate an illegal traffic or maybe a spoof traffic, which can be used as a parameter for a DDoS attack. Now, with this solution, Cisco has basically taken a market lead in terms of providing the first mile connectivity, making sure the DDoS attacks are detected within milliseconds, and you get high availability, very low, ultra low latency in terms of mission critical applications are always up and running, and also to make sure that your network infra is kind of protected in its own way. So that's one of the leads that we are trying to get, and overall from a security standpoint to make sure we avoid the DDoS solutions right at the cell site router or right at the first point in the network contact.
So coming to the same thing when we talk about securing our IoT networks or any networks where you talk about ultra low latency. Abbas, you remember we were discussing about something related to performance counters, how those performance counters would vary when some kind of an attack like this is happening. So how do you go ahead and suggest from the API standpoint or from a backend standpoint, how can you go ahead and measure them and then take care of it from this, design and structuring any of the software for IoT devices?
Sure. Yeah, so denial of service attack is a very severe attack, and if it once it hits, it hits really hard, and it's really hard to recover. So some recommendations for preventing DDoS attacks would be rate limiting. Think of data as water. Water is essentially, we don't want to receive a lot of requests from a client or a device. So we want to limit how much data can be pulled and how many times it can be pulled. So essentially, if we introduce rate limiting, we limit only 3 requests per user, and it can only request this amount of data. That way we know for sure that the server won't be overloaded, and such data leaks won't be bound to happen, because we took the precautionary effort to secure our access endpoints. So yeah, that's my solution for preventing DDoS attacks.
So Kamal, when we talk about smart cities, autonomous vehicles, and any of the machine learning related algorithms or anything what you are designing, anybody can pitch in on this, because I believe all of you know about it. And from the smart cities perspective, Abuela is also having quite good enough amount of knowledge what she's implementing. So these kind of attacks, when they are happening on any public infrastructure also, so how do you see the security moves, plus also autonomous vehicles are using it, plus you must be using it on electrical poles, you must be gathering weather data, you must be gathering traffic information. So how do you go ahead and see the future that security can be imbibed, and not only from the prospect of software, but also how do you physically secure these IoT devices from tampering?
Actually, the IoT, if we're talking about end-to-end IoT products or solutions, it's a very challenging if we are talking about the security. Regarding the IoT, we have already a value chain starting from device. This device can be directly connected to the software or platform, or can be directly connected through the gateway, so device gateway platform, and another integration options or architectures. This device can be connected device to the gateway, to the software, which is already the middle layer, and then to the platform. So if we are talking about already data coming from device, it have at least 2 or 3 already points or integration points can be added. If we are talking about the platform layer, in the platform layer we have a lot of already integrations should be done, because now IoT is not already just a solo, just handling the use case of its IoT itself. It requires a lot of integration with multiple systems to handle the case of end-to-end. We will do some reflection regarding the mobility and safety later, but what is the most important thing we should have in the IoT? Actually, we have a different already component, and this component should be already totally secured. If we are talking about the device itself, if we are talking about the smart city and smart mobility, this already devices, it's around the streets, it's already geographically spread over the cities. So how we can make sure that already this device, it's already secured in terms of sending the right data, not hacked, sending with already the right firmware, and no one can already access this already firmware, sending already the data which is already not be useful, is the first important thing. The second thing, if we're talking about physically secured, because it's a very, very important thing, because most of people and most of security guys is concerned about the software and how we can secure software. However, in the IoT, device security is very important. It's very important. Some devices and some use cases, we are dealing with the device as a users actually, not so the accessibility for the device not coming from the platform itself. So it's not already from platform to the device. Actually, some use cases like already smart home use cases, you can access directly the device. And if we're talking about already accessibility for the device, we have a different already connectivity scenarios. We have a short range connectivity if we're talking about already device connectivity, and long range already connectivity. In short range connectivity, I think this is a very critical issues regarding security, because most of short range one and most commonly used it's Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi. And for the security guys, Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, it's a big risk.
We are very afraid of it. Those rogue Wi-Fi connections coming in anytime, so we have to take care of it. So how do you suggest Wi-Fi being used, for IoT devices? Actually, what is the future with Web 3.0?
I believe if we are talking about already the Bluetooth, I believe already Bluetooth technology is not already it's not secure one. So any use case you can replace Bluetooth, please do it. Okay. However, now there are a lot of products in the mobility area actually is using Bluetooth, and already there are a lot of security concerns. So for the Wi-Fi, I think there are solutions coming from many vendors to secure the Wi-Fi connectivity, and I think already Cisco have a very strong product in this area, how they can make sure that already this device is sending the right data and with already the normal behavior. However, I think already there are another thread can be already tackled regarding the accessing of data for the privacy. Someone already can access already the Wi-Fi using the normal already or the default username and password, because if you are talking about consumer, no one concerned about the security for the consumer base. But already the solution for Cisco is already how they can manage already the data coming from device to the platform, and already how this already device is sending the right data with not abnormal behavior. Another topic, if we're talking about already the flow from device to the platform, it's already sometimes we have integration with subsystems. Like if you have already use case in the smart cities like parking, irrigation, sometimes you are using software for the parking and irrigation and integrate this already system to your IoT platform, which is a unified one. In this part, I think already APIs is playing a very critical already role in this part. So this part of already of integration between the already subsystem to the platform, and another aspect regarding the integration between the platform itself and the services. If you are talking about smart city, we should integrate with 911, with already with the customer with the resident portals. So the integrations is very critical now, and I think most of tech guys is already preferring to have APIs, and there are already a very strong products. If we're talking about already this one, like API managers and ASP applying the right policy for the APIs and applying already the performance for the APIs itself. So the criticality from end-to-end IoT use cases is coming from already different components, and all of this component is already communicating with different protocols, with different integration options. So when you are thinking about already security in IoT, you should think already of starting from device till the application layer. In the automotive industry, actually, there are a high risk, actually, because most of already use cases now and automotive industry is moving from just normal tracking for the vehicles itself to be a controlling the vehicles itself. So it's now we are talking about already life of people, life of human, actually. So security is very critical now. And now we are talking about the car sharing. So each car, it should be already available, like already you drive and e-car, which is already spread everywhere. So you have to access the car itself. So if you don't apply right security rules, it can be accessible for anyone.
So securing the endpoints, what you mean is a very important part between all the components, starting from any IoT device, and then the data being transmitted from the IoT device to the staging stage, and then going to a data warehouse ultimately to go ahead and do a reporting data. But what about the live feed for some of these, where you see, what in modern technology, we also use certain kind of, communication between drones or certain kind of communication which is happening through the IoT devices which are more vulnerable in nature. So again, endpoint security is one, but tampering with the device itself, how do you alert people? How do you suggest we can alert, the person who is controlling it? Any security practices maybe you would like to also go ahead and pitch in on top of it?
I think you can add something here.
Definitely. All right. Thank you very much for that question. So, simply put, when you want to bring up the IoT device, so the first thing you need to actually implement are the frameworks, right? The security frameworks. So we have a couple of security frameworks, because if you don't put like a framework in place, how are you expected to be able to comply, or what are the requirements for you to do your compliance with, which is very important for an organization. So right, we have a couple of frameworks. So for the IoT, we have the International Standard Organization framework for IoT, basically, which is the 31141 framework, where it actually defines how you so there are three parts into it. So we have the conceptualization model, okay, we have the reference model, and we have the reference architecture. So it simply tells you how you're supposed to put the IoT concept in place. So we have the way the reference talks about the trustworthiness of your IoT. So things like confidentiality, things like integrity, availability, okay, how you protect the personal identity of whatever devices or whatever information or data is being transferred. And in terms of the architecture model, we're talking about the network connectivity. We're talking about the operability of the devices. So a couple of things that you need to put in place. And how do you put that in place is to set a policy for it, right, from an organizational standpoint. And that's in terms of how the IoT devices are supposed to be in place, right? But in terms of the cybersecurity policies, we have the likes of ISO 27001, where we have about 14 domains within ISO 27001. Now, for the 14 domains, we have a couple of controls in place, about 114 controls in place, where the organization is supposed to identify standpoints or the domains within it, e.g., your assets management. So for IoT devices, we see them as assets, right? How is the organization supposed to what are the controls the organization is supposed to put in place to protect such devices, right? We'll talk about when the life cycle of a device from acquire to retire. So how do you retire the device at the end of the day? So that's ISO 27001. We have another framework, which is the NIST framework for cybersecurity. Now, the NIST framework came into play when, from an executive order, when there's a need for us to put cybersecurity framework in place. So we have about 5 domains within that, where we have the identify. So the identify has to do with what are the risk management processes you put in place. So Kamal said something about identifying the risk and also how do you mitigate it. So it's like more like a risk assessment that you're supposed to do within the organization, identify all those risks that has to do with cybersecurity. Then in the protect module of the NIST framework, so protect has to do with what are the information security awareness you put in place, the training we put in place, because believe it or not, you can put a robust information security program in place, but the weakest point are the human elements, which the last presenter actually highlighted. So how do you prevent that? So it's detailed information security awareness for all the human elements, the employees, your suppliers, your customers. So also now puts access control in place for the preventive. Now for the detective, you need to put a mechanism in place that even though you have a robust preventive measure in place, how do you detect if something goes wrong? So those mechanisms need to put in place, right? And also in terms of recover, so let's say for example there was an attack or a hack in your IoT devices. How do you recover? What are the plans you have in place? The procedures you have in place to recover from such attack, right? So those are the frameworks you need to put in place when you're setting up like a robust IoT device in your organization.
Excellent, Abiola. So to go ahead and make sure that we all are working on different components. But when I come to Ravi ultimately is taking care of the actual data and video conferencing information, your pictures, your actual data. So he has to come to every one of us to go ahead and make sure Cisco is securing his infrastructure. To come to for software development, he has to come to, again, for backend to API securing, he has to come to Abbas, right? Although 15 languages. But the point is, in IoT devices, you have to go back to Kamal's, and then for cyber security, you might have to go ahead and come back to Abiola, and how you can go ahead and implement those frameworks. And of course, as a GRCP person, I come over from the practice from data center, right? So my whole work has been in terms of making sure I'm securing not only data centers, but also using all of these gentlemen's different aspects of security, and then making sure we are delivering it ultimately to the application owners or to any of the product owners, proper secure base platform, so they can develop something which is more secure, as well as they can go ahead and make sure that the data is secured at rest as well as on the net. Now, what is your take on using all of these kind of technologies, and your point from the prospect of bringing your video conferencing system on the IoT devices, or in general how IoT can go ahead and be more secured in such cases?
I think that's a fantastic way to put, right? So we build the final solutions for our customers, and as you rightly put, there's a lot of security from a data center perspective that we require, because a lot of questions asked from my customers is, where is my data going to be stored when I'm doing these conferences? Where is my minutes that we generate through AI is actually stored? And these are all, definitely from a data security perspective, it is becoming imperative that the protocols that we use to communicate to these IoT devices becomes very imperative. And further to it, what we also develop is a lot of technologies on the security front. So we have developed our own technology or innovation, which is called enterprise data cocooning, right? Where at an enterprise level, how can we secure all this data coming from all these things, right? So we connect to their conference rooms, to the IoT devices there. There's a lot of data that is coming up, and how do we secure that and put it in a place where somebody cannot go and hack it, right? So these are something that we're constantly innovating on. We're also taking a few patents on that as well. And when it comes to especially the conferencing and the IoT devices there, even though they have kind of a physical security already because they're from the office environment they have, but the problem comes when it comes to the home and how you do conferencing, let's say in a hybrid environment, right? And now when it comes to that, the DDoS attacks that are being used. So what many hackers or especially people who create malwares is target these kind of devices at homes, right? Where you might be using a camera or something which you think is secure, but it can be used in a botnet and can create these DDoS attacks across the networks. And I think that's where we're also investing ourselves in. In fact, we are talking to a distributor in UK where they provide this kind of high-end secure devices at home, and we're trying to integrate with their solutions.
You are more than welcome to come to us also. We can also
yeah, and yeah, it's a as you rightly put, it actually involves a lot of complexity, and I think we have enough technologies. So especially after COVID, after we see a lot of bombing happening across the conferences and all, a lot of solutions have been invented. Like for example, end-to-end encryption, so that if somebody comes, he will not be able to come in because he will not have the right keys to put his video out and send it across to the things. So, and also from a secure point of view, we have created one of the world's most AI-powered secured meeting rooms, which is like no one can enter into those rooms. And the data that we create in these rooms is basically encrypted and stored in a very, very secure manner,
so
right?
Data at rest is also encrypted. What type of encryption do you suggest to anybody, because you have been constantly using it in the current environment?
Yeah, so basically, there are a lot of encryptions we use, especially at data at rest. We use AES and those kind of encryptions right now. There is also, a lot of encryption happens on the transit, where, for example, we want to, for example, you're doing using an IoT device, communicating your video to it. So what we take is that video is encrypted at the point of origin and then sent to it, and that's called end-to-end encryption. So we exchange these keys. So we use a lot of, again, for exchanging these keys, which are also secure, again, there are certain protocols that we use to exchange these keys so that
so the PKI infrastructure.
Yeah, the PKI.
And then you go ahead and make sure that, your
exactly.
handshake is happening and all those things.
And
so AEC 256 is definitely a very strong encryption, but nowadays they are going on a higher level also.
Yes.
Have you ever thought about it that you can go on a higher level? It will definitely hit your performance. We know that encryption hits the performance, as well as when you talk from ISO 27001 perspective. I've seen a lot of companies when I do audits also. So I see a lot of companies in their statement of applicability, they go ahead and minus out 10.1 and 2 if it is not required as part of the controls when you put in ISO 27001. Why the reason is because, any of these companies, when they go ahead and use it on net, when they are encrypting it, even they do have the end-to-end encryptions from or on endpoints, they have encryption, because it hits the performance of the software very largely. And I have actually tested 7 or 8 years back when I was in US in GSK. To be very precise, I applied encryption on my open systems on all the data at rest, and it hit me around, more than 80% of the time was increased automatically in terms of transactions happening. So video compression and then encryption. So how does it happen? So you want to go ahead and make sure that if you have to deal with the performance and a trade-off between security and performance, so how do you go ahead and manage it?
It definitely is. So there are ways in which we kind of do this end-to-end encryption at a very, very, we don't use, for example, AES kind of technologies for that kind of encryption. There are basically kind of encryptions which just change with a certain code, they change the pixels and kind of encrypt it and send it back. So that is the easiest format of encryptions that you can do to not affect the performance much. But yes, but at the end of the day, this server is always sending the things that is coming in and forwarding it to the, so we call it as an SFU, right, where it's standard forwarding unit, where it takes up the video streams, audio streams, and just renders it to the other persons, right? Now, what happens is because the encryption happens at the point of origin, and the decryption happens at the thing, the load is mostly on the systems that that you're looking at.
For both the systems.
Yeah, on both the systems, right? And that's where we use very, very subtle encryptions at that stage. And you're right in terms of protocols, right? For example, there's a lot of support for AES 256. For example, we use SQL servers and all that, so where it's available readily, right? Now, if you want to go for higher kind of encryptions, we need to wait, because I think it's more than enough right now with these technologies. As it can, as you rightly said, yes, there are systems, powerful systems enough to hack. In the future, going to hack this.
So
But
TD is going to become older now. Transparent data encryption is going to become older going forward.
Yeah.
So moving back again to everybody in the forum out here. So lastly, I would like to go ahead and get comments from you, as well as any kind of participation, rather than questions, any kind of participation on this particular part where we talk about risk-based approach, because assets are increasing in IoT. When we talk about IoT, there are millions of IoT assets. If you go for smart cities, if you go for autonomous vehicles, if you design something for it, if you secure it, right? Now, in such cases, what happens is that, you have to go ahead and do an asset-based, risk analysis. Now, usually we see that even if we are, I'm personally running the risk-related aspects in a data center or in one of the biggest telco in India. So how do we do is we group it, because there is a limited number of assets. So we group those assets and we go ahead and do a risk-based analysis on them. And then we go ahead and do the RCVE projects prioritization, that which particular risks need to be taken care of, which we can go ahead and mitigate, which we can accept at the end of the day. But from the prospect of IoT devices, there cannot be a grouping of 1 million devices and the risk can be analyzed, because it has to be again based on the environment, again based on that position. Even one small what you call is a traffic light where you have an IoT device installed in a smart city would differ from the other traffic light, and its risk would be different. Right? It is near some different area, it is near some mall, it is near some vulnerable position. So the risk factor definitely changes from that perspective. So there is an approach where you need to go ahead and divide them into different type of groups, which would go ahead and lead to small, medium, and high risk in these three categories, and again subgrouping them and then taking that particular information out. So this is a risk-based approach for when you go ahead and do asset-based risk analysis or asset-based related risk profiling when you are doing it. Once we do that profiling, we see that what is the vulnerability for any of these particular devices, IoT devices, and a grouping of those devices and subgrouping. And then we go ahead and decide on it that how do we go ahead and counter those particular, say for example, problems what have arrived. So your threat and vulnerability based assessments at the end of the day, when we go ahead and see in your softwares, in your equipments, in maybe an application what you are generating, or from the network perspective and from the GRCP perspective what we do on a usual basis. So penetration testing, security testing, and passing out all these particular portions, you all have to go ahead and make sure that all components at every point in time would go ahead and work properly and they are secured. Then only we'll be able to go ahead and have a secure feature. This is the final take from my side, and any other comments are welcome.
Actually, we are facing this challenge when we're talking about really smart cities especially. We are working with many big customers, and they are requiring more than 20 use cases. 20 use cases means that already you have more than 20 vendor of devices. And sometimes already you have a 20 vendor of devices, and sometimes we have more than this, because in the specific use case, you maybe have a device from vendor and the gateway from another vendor and another device from this vendor to be able to provide the one use case. If we're talking about like smart parking or smart irrigation device, sometimes from vendor and there is a gateway from another vendor. So I think this is already a very critical one if we're talking about already the criticality of security, and your approach regarding grouping of the devices itself, it's very important. And if we can divide this based on vendor, because each vendor have his specific security rules and also his specific integration protocols, because some already of vendors, they are using already TCP over TCP IP over HTTP, not using HTTPS, sometimes already using MQTT. So grouping by the vendor, it's a very important thing, because we have a different vendors, how we can manage vendors, how we can make sure that already the vendors are applying the security from the device itself is already one aspect. And another aspect regarding the use case itself. We have some use cases we just reading the data, just monitoring the data. If we're talking about already environmental monitoring, just already read the data. It's already, the device, it's a lower risk than another device can do the action. Like already if I have already smart parking, so the gate, we should already send the command for the gate itself to close or open. So another aspect regarding the use case, it's the criticality of the use case itself. Another use cases we're talking about already is a smart mobility one, and we are now, most of already smart mobility guys is using campus. As campus already is, we are connecting this campus over the protocol of car itself. So we can read the data from the car, and some use cases we can already also not read, already write already. So we can send a command for the car, stop engine, do already AC on and off. So the another aspect from vendor is already it's a use case itself. So we can divide it already high, medium, low, and critical based on the use case itself. And using this grouping, as you mentioned, based on different aspects of security, vendors, and the use case, it will help us already from the layer of management as managing already different vendors and different use cases will help us already to apply the right already security rules over these use cases. And the most critical one already regarding the smart city now, most of already customers is using the IoT to operate the city. And now we are talking about operational city. And if we're talking about hacking or any security concern, actually it will affect our lives. We are engaging with many customers, they are seeking for the operation center for the city actually. So I want already proposing with some solutions. I can imagine if any hacker can access this already platform and access this device, it will be a very, very critical issue. So security in the IoT is very important, especially with pressure from the customers to be already not just already monitoring. Actually, we are using these IoT applications to manage our lives. So I believe it's a topic is very critical.
In this case, you can go ahead and have a secured layer where your IoT devices, they themselves are collecting the data and keeping it there, and there is a segregation of network when we talk about the data being transmitted through APIs in pull or push mechanism, whatever it is, to the final SOC, which is securities NOC, what you're talking about in security centers. So your data is getting transmitted at later, but your problem, I believe, in any kind of security center would be to go ahead and response on a real time at any point in time when you can go ahead and reach out to that particular place, right? So that is one of the aspects which we can go ahead and look into, that how security can be managed. Plus, of course, if somebody is coming and connecting a device out there, that is still more secure and considered from the risk point of view when I do my risk analysis, rather than having a Bluetooth or a IEEE kind of a device connecting to those particular devices. So we try to go ahead and see those ports as well as those communications should not be allowed in any of those particular kind of IoT devices. So that is why my take on securing it by segregation of networks in when connecting to SOC or from security operations centers. That's how we do it usually in organizations also, and for data center as well as for our security NOC also we do it in this way.
I think just on the similar note, right? Kamal, you raised up a great point in terms of smart cities and making sure the IoT connectivity is kind of secure. Just to kind of elaborate, I think there was an attack which is known as the Workada attack. So Workada is basically a camera surveillance organization which was kind of compromised. It had a breach, and the hackers could literally access 100,000s or basically 200,000s of cameras all across the places which were installed. Those were located at high security areas, prisons, schools, hostels, and whatnot. So it becomes really, really critical to kind of to your point, Kamal, right, in making sure who is able to access their data and how are we storing their data, which becomes, it can have a real big implications in terms of a smart cities projects which are already going on.
Yeah, speaking of how to store data, so one vital thing we actually need to consider is the data privacy law in each country, right? So we have the likes of Saudi that looks at the PDPL, with the likes of UK GDPR. So when you're looking at data security entirely, you want to look at, okay, based on the data privacy laws in that country, how do you intend to store their data within the confinement of their country? And what that simply means is that you need to invest more, the organization needs to invest more to make sure that the data within that country is protected within that country.
So how do you plan to go ahead and regulate usage of IoT devices in your country at any point in time in future, because these are going to go ahead and grow in a very large quantity? Any regulations which you're going to go ahead and try and see your regulatory body can bring in on picture where Nigeria or where other countries which are nearby can utilize it, concerned to 30141 which you were actually elaborating on?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So for Nigeria, we have the likes of GDPR, the data privacy law that speaks to how to protect data privacy for Nigerians. And so for big organization, right, that spans across different countries. So what that means is that you need to look at the data privacy laws within that country, within a particular country they're operating in, and which means it has to be different for every other country, all the countries you're operating in. And that brings to the point of you don't need to have just one policy, so that it's not one shoes that fits the entire organization. So depending on the regulation or depending on the privacy law within the different countries you're operating in, you need to have specific policies for those countries.
Excellent. So if Ravi would like to go ahead and implement a large-scale solution in
I just want to add something real quick. Really quick. So we talked about cryptography, right? I just want to mention that AES isn't the only type of cryptography. There are thousands of types of cryptography. Just earlier, I was reading about elliptical curve cryptography. So and otherwise, like, don't use the most standard one out there, because hackers are also working day and night to try to break it. So I mean, yeah. So and to go to Kamal's conversation about vehicles. A proposal would be, anybody can get a diagnostic tool and configure the ECUs for a vehicle however they want. So potentially, as vehicles are becoming more electric and they're becoming more software dependent on software based, having the cloud be the source of being able to configure anything in the vehicle, we can, some implementations could be to add expiration to whatever you send and add signing of configurations. That way, nobody, not the general user, can insert whatever they think they want, or they think they want the vehicle to do. And I think that's a good ending note.
So continuing with that same discussion on autonomous vehicles, we talk about AutoSAR, right? When we go ahead and start designing something where we are controlling the engine, and when you go ahead and design some application for a touch screen and a dashboard in those new modern cars which are coming, but whether it is electric or whether it is not, electric would add some more software related aspects to it. But now coming to that point where you need to go ahead and segregate, as we are talking about segregation of networks, we are talking about now segregation of two different particular aspects. One is related to a mechanical working of the car, and the other one is the dashboard, which is giving you the information out of it, right, and analytics out of it on your dashboard at what speed you're running on it. Now what happens is that when you start integrating certain applications or software out there, automatically that dashboard becomes more vulnerable. So AutoSAR has its own security model. It will go ahead and do segregation at that particular end, if you look at it. Otherwise, somebody would easily go ahead and connect to it and can go ahead and tamper with your mechanics while you are driving, and you might face an untoward incident out there. So that is where security from the automobile perspective also, which I want to put, has standards, and they are very stringent standards. Nobody till now has been able to go ahead and break even in that particular market like AutoSAR has been doing. It's doing fantastic job with the security modules of that. I'm still trying to gauge what exactly our dear German brothers have made that AutoSAR from kind of. So it's a serial bus kind of a communication, but then let's see, in future we might get a lot of different things coming up.
Actually, يعني, for the use cases or for the which is already the vehicle manufacturer itself is providing the part of already of controlling the car, I believe يعني, it's less risk than any another use case. But now we are talking about already the new cars, and already it will be the evolution of to be already software defined vehicles, which already it will be already sooner. But now there are a lot of use cases and demand in the market to convert the existing vehicles, which already mechanical one, to be a smart one. So here it's coming to have external devices with external already setup with the protocols to play the game of this already of this role. So here it's risk itself. But regarding the automotive, if we are talking about BMW, Mercedes, whatever, they are playing great because they are already responsible for the stack starting from the vehicle itself till the software. The risk is coming already from the product. It's dealing with old cars. Here it's a very huge risk, and I think already here it's already a security guys already enrolled to how we can make sure already everything is working fine, working with already a secure secure way. And يعني, we have a lot of discussions, I think, يعني, and a lot of corner cases happened before, so we can we can explore it more. يعني,
explore it more, right? I mean, we have been discussing about a lot of industries out here, how security we can go ahead and take care of in IoT devices, but we did not pick up, banking and financial sector to be precise, where PCI DSS plays or PA DSS plays a very important part. We've got those devices also which are handheld devices, and then we have got, our mobility related applications. So it is a vast topic, when we talk about IoT, security, handheld devices, all those are also considered as something where, where we need to go ahead and make sure that transactions are going to get secured. So probably it's always a next time when we can go ahead and talk about it, but the forum is open for any questions or any suggestions from your side. Audience, we'd like to go ahead and put the floor open for all of us.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. There's been a lot of discussions which have happened around IoT in an office environment or probably in an automotive environment. But I would want to understand the view of this panel on IoT devices when it comes to home, just like your television or your refrigerator or even the one which is projecting, the projector. Right? Because a lot of things, when we are talking today, we have to talk, probably in the realm of cyber-physical security, right? How humans interact with IoT devices. And as an example, when we go back home, we probably use the same network where we are connecting our corporate devices and we are connecting these IoT devices also. So how does boosting data security in that environment, maybe some ideas from your side?
So the basics are very clear. When we go ahead and talk about, we divide any kind of data into two different aspects. When I look at it from the security standpoint, I would also like Ravi to go ahead and pitch in about, because he is mostly dealing into video conferencing piece, where if we take that video conferencing IoT device at home and we are using it, then how does it work? And then in Cisco we have got IP phones, or Cisco is nowadays providing home related devices also where we can go ahead and do communication. So what we do is, as I said, we divide data into two different type of aspects when we talk about security, when we go ahead and try to secure them. Data at rest and data at net is very important. These are the two concepts which I don't see anywhere in my whole life will change ever. So data at rest, when we are talking about data at rest. Even if you go at the home, take your laptop back to home and you're working on your network using VPNs. But data at rest, when it is in your laptop, when it is in an IoT device, where you are touching it to start the fan, where you are touching it to go ahead and do video conferencing with the small device which is next to your switch, you would like to always go ahead and make sure that there is sufficient amount of encryption which is there, not only covering that particular data, but also the operating system which is being used at this point in time. So of course, so when you do encryption, we are talking about AES 256, which is still can be broken by quantum computing. as we have one of the specialists from Cisco who can go ahead and elaborate more on quantum computing right now. The second portion is of data at net. When that data is encrypted and it has to be passed to somebody else through a public internet where we are talking about. So then we have got protocols. We have got TLS 2.0 right now, which is in function. We have got HTTPS. We are using different kind of APIs directly to connect, which are secured. So all these kind of things would play a very important part. Piece by piece, all endpoints need to be secured. It cannot be a single phase, just that we are securing it through an encryption, but it has to be majorly everything which we have to go ahead and consider from the standpoint of when we are taking any of our laptops, IoT devices or handheld devices back home. So all those things play a very important part with segregation of data, segregation of network. How do you communicate from your home to your office or from your home-based IoT device to the ultimately data where it is going to reside or data where it is going to get transmitted to. So those two aspects will never change in my life, even if Web 3.0 comes in.
Yeah, just to quickly add there, I think the connection, right, at the device, at the time when you buy it and connect it to a particular system, I think there's a lot of technology that has been evolved there. Earlier, there used to be this default passwords and all that used to be there. Now they're kind of removing that, and they're all connected to your, you connect through your phone, through the Wi-Fi, through the phone, and things like that. I think that gives a lot of security, and the earlier devices didn't have, right? So I just wanted to tell you that there's a lot of advancements in the technology in the space, especially from a home IoT device connectivity side, and this whole connectivity that starts at the point when you purchase the device to you connect to a particular network or particular account of yours. I think that's where a lot of critical security aspects are taken care of.
So just to add to that, so I think recently we got, we just set up our Wi-Fi, right? And the technician asked us to put the password. So my husband puts just a couple of numbers there, right? So I was like, no, you can't put just numbers. You need to have complex passwords. So you can start with that, right? So number one, like he had said, you need to, for default password, just change all the default password. Then number two, make sure the password is complex enough so nobody, maybe your neighbors around have just simple tools. Because we can download these simple tools from the internet and just simply, brute force your weak password. So setting complex password, change the default passwords. Thank you.
So ISO 30141 has been released in 2018. There are some parts which are coming to it. But if I go back to ISO 27001, where we are talking about part B, where controls are there. So primarily, if IoT device is nothing but sometimes when you use an IoT device, you use a Unix-based system. In that IoT device is a skimmed version of an operating system to go ahead and project something or do some work for you from, creating an application so that you can have a touch screen. You click on that button, it starts your light. Now what you do is you ultimately follow the same rules. What you have to go ahead and do from the information security standpoint and those controls in the part B of ISO 27001, which is already available with us, part 2. So we need to go ahead and make sure firstly we have to go ahead and follow all those particular security best practices. Of course, pushing off patches is a very prominent part in IoT devices because every time you'll see a new vulnerability comes up. So when you go ahead and make sure that the IoT devices, those millions of IoT devices are away from us, how do you have a patching mechanism which you have to take care of? So BAVA or VAPT, when you are doing any kind of patching for the application also, or you're releasing new releases. So all these things are a very critical part of it, which has to be controlled through some kind of a secure mechanism. That is where the second portion of the data which is going in and out on the network has to be secured. So I believe both these parts, as I said, data at rest and data at net, how do you do it, is very important from the security perspective. It will never change for the whole life. I hope we answered some part of your question or fully.
No, that's again at the technology side. When I talk about cyber physical, there's a human element which comes into play. As an example, one of the casinos in Las Vegas was breached through a fish tank, through an aquarium, right? Or let's say there's a recent report I read where a lot of phishing emails came through a refrigerator connected to the internet. So what I'm saying is the home appliances play an equal or maybe a more important role when it connects to the corporate world. When we are talking about third-party risks, when you're talking about a connected world, right? So to basically segregate these two in today's borderless world which we are talking about, where data is everywhere, is probably, I feel, might not be the right approach. So yes, there are frameworks, but there are embedded systems as well, right? So if you're connecting, I mean, something which, when you're connecting your refrigerator as an IoT device, or probably the smart lights, these are embedded devices. A lot of things are not known about it. So how do you, basically address those risks? I'm talking about risk. Technology, yes, we are talking about encryption, tokenization, GDPR, we are talking about CCPA, we are talking about a lot of those regulations, standards, all that is fine. But what the need of the hour, the way I look at it is, how do we manage the weakest link, which is the physical element, the human element, rather than the technology element? And probably if you can shed a little bit more light on that, I would appreciate it.
So one very good point which you have brought in out here, it will bring me to a situation where, I personally use, what I personally do at my house. Now, a lot of people, all techies would like to get more speed. I want more speed. I'm working from home. It was COVID 2 years. But everybody was running over to those ISPs and then provide me a fastest bandwidth at my home, and then make sure, I have got a Wi-Fi network all across in my rooms. All my devices probably would be connected to that. So Wi-Fi, to be precise, is very vulnerable at any point in time. Keeping this in mind, I always try to go ahead and see if we can segregate communication of those devices to the IoT network, whichever is going to go ahead and give you the information. Now, what mistake as part of the attack which happened through through the refrigerator, or probably somebody would like to go ahead and use high vision cameras, which has a capability to go ahead and stream anything from internet, from public network to your mobile device also. So a techie or a person who is even if little bit of knowledge of security, would not like to go ahead and transmit any kind of information to his personal device which are more vulnerable from the physical aspects. Rather than that, it would only be used for point-to-point communication at any point in time. So what I did was, from my perspective, is all my devices were having communication through telecommunication related chips or numbers which we had, and we started using those mobile data rather than using a Wi-Fi network which goes through an ISP which is more vulnerable. Now these kind of things would actually go ahead and help you, is because only one device would get impacted if I'm connecting it to my laptop, if I'm connecting it to some other device. This is where, it is very important that embedded chips are also coming in certain devices, like in cars also. They are not using any other kind of a public network rather than using a point-to-point communication from that car to it. This secures your physical devices from any kind of vulnerability. That is where, Kamal said that what is the, reach, that when you are reaching next to that particular car with 10 feet, 5 feet, then only you will be able to go ahead and operate on it. So you limit the area also for communication. So all those things actually create, this ecosystem when you create of security around those. That is where, you will benefit from security. There is no direct security measure which you can go ahead and implement it. Everything is vulnerable unless and until you go ahead and do a threat and vulnerability assessment. Unless and until somebody finds out that what is a loophole, you will never come to know about it. So continuously, that is why we suggest on any particular company, any particular, compliance organization would keep on coming back to you on every quarter, do a risk analysis on top of it, and then provide you the information. There are very few organizations who are technically competent enough till in today's time to go ahead and analyze anything which is a vulnerability from the IoT, because it's a very new market which is budding up for the home appliances, home computers. But common public will never understand it. They will go ahead and connect all their devices to one, and they will go ahead and stream that particular data on their mobility devices or try to control it from there, which will make him more vulnerable, because you will never be able to go ahead and secure your mobility device. So that will be a very difficult task. That is why segregating them, keeping them to the nearest range when you are operating them is a better idea, I would suggest. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. If you do have any more questions for our panel, I'm sure they won't mind discussing any topics you have with them at the lunch break for the networking. We are just running out of time. We just need to make sure that we keep onto our time here. But thank you so much for that eye-opening session. And we're going to move on now. We're just going to reset the stage. And we're going to talk next about cloud computing. And as technology continues to evolve at lightning speed, it's no surprise that cloud computing has been at the forefront of this movement. And while we've made significant progress, it's clear that there's a lot more work still left to be done. So we're going to move on to a fireside chat next, ladies and gentlemen. And then after this, we're going to have our awards session. Then we're going to take a break for lunch. So if you could please join me in welcoming to the stage Anchal Chowbe, Group Head of Technology and Projects at Lifecare International, and also Tosin Shobukola, Principal Consultant at Golden Platforms for Solutions and Businesses. And we're going to be discussing cloud computing finally maturing, but there's still a long way to go. So thank you very much, Anchal and Tosin.
Swipe. Okay. You want to swipe here. Okay. So I think still good morning, everybody. Thanks for having us over here and then giving us a stage to share our thoughts and experiences. Of course, I would, before we launch this fireside chat, we have been going through a lot of information, a lot of thought process around, right? Before we begin and launch our chat here, I would just like to get an idea around the room, if you don't mind. We're talking about a topic that's about cloud, right? So how many in this room would like to consider and segregate them as an advanced users of cloud? Can I get a hands up for advanced users? Fair enough. Thank you. That's really give us a good understanding that what we're going to talk about, because we don't want to really sound Greek and Latins to everybody there. And then I want to keep our thoughts and nuggets to that level. So before we begin, of course, I would like to introduce my partner, collaborator, who is going to share his thoughts and ideas with me on this topic, which is cloud maturity, and there's still a long way to go around. So my person who I'm going to talk about is Tosin. Let me introduce him from perspective. What I got is that he's enterprise architect with 15 years of experience around a lot of cloud solution, digital transformations, and then the data governance. He comes with a Microsoft background. He also worked in the largest payment company in Nigeria. His innovative, customer-centric approach has enabled him to successfully launch the tech design and supports across 25 countries and in numerous industries he has worked with. Outside his profession, he likes to demonstrate his commitment towards youth and then, of course, to empower them in terms of professional development in his native place, Nigeria. And he also founded a company called Analytics Africa and is trying to help skill development in the technology against that. So that's about my partner, Tosin. And before we launch, I would like to speak to start.
Good morning, everybody. Anchal asked how many people use the cloud. I would like to ask another question. How many people are afraid of the cloud? Nobody. Good. You are afraid.
At least one.
At least one.
Thanks for being a mix.
And how many people don't like the cloud, especially in the GCC region? We're a bit cloud averse a little bit, but if you are not comfortable with the cloud, nothing goes out of this room, just show by a raise of hands. I'm not comfortable with the cloud. I don't trust the cloud. I'm not sure what this cloud conversation is about. Beautiful. Thank you. I like people who tell the truth all the time. Beautiful. Thanks, everyone. It's nice to be here, and thank you for choosing to stay here to listen to us talk. I'll be talking with Anchal Chowbe. Anchal Chowbe is based in Dubai. I am based in Muscat, Oman. And Anchal Chowbe is a 19-year tenured technology expert. He works as tech lead in his organization here in Dubai, and he has experience in two major industries in the Middle East, which is airports and in health tech. He has written a lot of white papers. He has a lot of knowledge about human sciences and, of course, tech. He understands a lot of spiritual psychology, and of course, in his spare time, he has a lot of spiritual stuff, connection, and all this stuff. I think that's a very good one because it gives you peace of mind. So we'll go on, and we want to make this conversation a three-way conversation. We don't want it just to be between the two of us because you're going to get bored. So when we talk, we want you to respond. And when we ask you questions, we want you to contribute. That makes it a better because it takes a village to make this happen. Yes or no? Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yes, I'll be starting with talking about the cloud and how the adoption has gone over the years. You know, I mean, I remember when I started working with an OEM about 15 years ago. No, not 15, 8 years ago. And the cloud thing was a very, very, very long conversation. And I remember somebody from Microsoft pitching to me, telling me, oh, if you have the problems you're having with your email server, you wouldn't have had them if you were in the cloud. And I'm like, yeah, but the person I'm sending the mail to is sitting right next to me. Why does the mail have to go to a data center in the UK, go up north, come down south so he can read it? And he was like, well, yeah. And at that time, I was a little bit cloud defensive, if I can say, or yeah, I was a bit cloud averse. But today, I tell you, I'm 100% for the cloud where the use cases are relevant and in the necessary scenarios. And I would say over the last few years, the cloud adoption has gone a long way. A lot of things that we do today, everybody here is on his phone. Everybody here has a smartphone. If you don't have a smartphone, would you like to self-identify here? I guess there's nobody like that over here. The WhatsApp we use is a cloud solution. Your Gmail, everybody has a Gmail address or a Yahoo address here. I don't think anybody has an AOL address, no. Everybody has a Gmail or a Yahoo or an Apple ID. All those are cloud solutions. And everybody knows about ChatGPT. Where would ChatGPT be without the cloud? Are you with me? Because even the technology that powers ChatGPT, machine learning, LLMs, AI, quantum computing, all those things will never happen if there was no cloud. So it has gone a long way. And more interestingly, we can see that the gatekeepers of the cloud industry, there are about two main ones with laggards like we have Azure and AWS, of course, as you know. And then who are the other players? Anybody here?
Beside Amazon and Microsoft, which are the other players you are aware about?
GCP, Oracle,
yeah.
Exactly. And so we see that one way or the other, all of them are picking their niches. And then the latecomers are finding a way. Even the web hosting companies are beginning to have a strategy into the cloud. So, for example, people like DigitalOcean, they are changing their strategy slightly. If you go to GoDaddy or you go to Rackspace, they have a cloud offering, and then we begin to see things like the VPS dying off, and then web hosts are now collaborating with the cloud gatekeepers to do stuff. So from what we've seen, the cloud has gone a long way, and it's still going to keep going. We are not saying it's not without its challenges, but we know that a lot of good things are happening. Anshul, what challenges do you see with respect to cloud adoption? And when it comes to things around, if I use Amazon or if I use Azure, do I need to, because as an enterprise architect, sometimes a customer is afraid to be in one silo. What happens when there's an Azure outage? Do I need to have my primary cloud in Azure and then a backup or disaster recovery in AWS, or vice versa? What's your perspective on vendor lock-in and interoperability?
Good. So with my experience, whatever I have gained so far with the industry, I predominantly have been working in Middle East since 2014 here. Got lucky around to work with two industries. For example, aviation border control, and then second one is health. So both of these industries are very diversified in their how do they work, how they're regulated. Coming to the point what Tosin is trying to ask me here is that what is my experience around cloud adoption, and then what are the challenges around vendor locking aspect about running your loads there, for example. In my opinion, means I would really like to state that as a company, as an organization, we need to really understand, just like any journey. For example, let me take a synonym about Internet 2.0 here. Adoption also has a stages. 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. Where we are depends totally on where you are working, what you are doing. Okay? So that's how I look at the adoption rate, adoption strategy, adoption maturity curve. 1.0, really go aggressive, time to market is my key. I cannot wait. World is moving so fast. I'm an entrepreneur. We are small startups. We have to really get around the corner, and then, we cannot just wait for doing everything around and then doing it. So 1.0, you need to be 1.0 range. Coming back, you are more than a startup now. You started hiring more people, getting much more innovative, getting much more revenue in the pockets, hopefully, yes. And then you're understanding that my application teams are growing, and the 1.0 approach, what I thought of 10 months ago, 6 months ago, depending on your progress rate, is no more valid. Because then you are getting hurt by the sprawls of cost, security guardrails, and scaling aspects of it within different application teams, within different service level teams you're trying to scale up. Then you reach to the other segment. You establish yourself as a good organization to a reasonable extent, 50 people, 100 people, 150 people, everything is on the cloud, perfectly working with security guardrails in place. CFO is happy, CISO, if exist, is happy. Everybody is trying to get a rosy picture. But now you're going to the enterprise segment. Okay, there is a different challenge. Legacy frameworks, what you've been carrying, you cannot destroy them. You cannot say, okay, hold on, go off the shelf, we are going to the new wave. No. We have to understand the interdependencies of the third parties. That also another challenge in enterprise. So enterprise need to then start thinking about 3.0 models. That how do you go to the 3.0 maturity range? What is that? I'm going to explain you later down the line, but my point was adoption curve will go on increasing, and it will keep on tickling you off from point A to point B. But again, we as a leader need to understand where we are and what we are supposed to do in that particular aspect of the time. Vendor locking, in my opinion, when I worked with border control and aviation airports, of course, I got a data which is so sensitive in terms of information. Every passenger is traveling from Dubai, airport, seaports, land. Everybody's data is getting scanned. Passports are getting scanned. Retina is getting scanned. Biometrics is getting scanned. Can we afford to have this data go out of the country, for example? Or can we really see that? Can we store this data in one particular cloud, making us all safe? No. Coming to health side, we have the data from insurance, for example. Okay, health data coming from claims. Who has which disease? What disease is being claimed for which claims? Again, sensitive data, personal information, personal identification data. So my point is that whether you choose particular vendor, is not important to understand the only one dimension aspect of vendor locking, that I'm getting robbed off by this particular OEM or vendor. You need to really work upon understanding your exit strategies. Okay, not now, might be later, but don't delay it. You need to have an exit strategy in your mind to start thinking that how do I operate if I'm going to get in a situation where my existing vendor is not giving me services what I need if I want to scale, which is a rare chance, because I think most of the vendors are scaling themselves off in today's modern world. But again, another aspect is interoperability. So how many use cases you people really have discovered in your mind, which can give us the understanding that if you develop one application in Azure, for example, and one application in AWS in the same company, and they want to talk to each other and share the data. Out of 100, how many use cases are these? So those challenges are there, but the majority of the challenges is not this, interoperability. Majority of challenges comes when we talk about disaster recovery or understanding the business resiliency aspect, which by the God's grace so far, I think a lot of the vendors have really put a lot of sweat and effort in understanding their data centers and creating their right infrastructures in the right category of the places overall. So that's what I would lead to the aspect of interoperability and vendor locking. We comes to the point where we start thinking about most favorite challenge. There's no difference of opinion, I believe. What is the most favorite challenge for all of you in this room about cloud? Go ahead.
We are the solution provider, whether it's software, mostly software, definitely. So we're struggling with different cloud providers, whether the time they take to give us the pricing, the quality of service, the quality of support, not standing to the things they give you in terms of quality and service, and putting us in the challenge with our clients. Because when the cloud fails, your system fails.
Absolutely.
And most people who are not educated technically just say the system is not working. And we're the ones in the back front.
Okay.
So this is, and I'm speaking out of, I'm really feeling the feeling, because we're undergoing.
You've lived that feeling.
Exactly. We have a client that gave us, it was a beautiful success story that turned into a very challenging story due to an unprofessional first-ranked cloud provider. Unfortunately, they're ranked tier 1 on our national providers. And they're giving us a very hard time just, applying to the even slightest details. If I'll tell you, you won't believe what they were delaying of services. So that's one of the most things, to the term where I was like, isn't there a 5th or 6th cloud provider who can come and rescue us, please? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's very, very nice. One thing that this now brings us to think about is two things. First of all, the resilience that we build into our cloud solutions, because as much as the cloud becomes mature and cloud providers are building resiliency by default, security, encryption, and all these things by default, I still will suggest that we as developers and we as application designers should try to ensure that we have adequate resiliency and adequate robustness. One thing Anshul kind of left out is that in some scenarios, you need to take a hard decision and walk away. So while, like he mentioned, you may not necessarily need to have an interoperability strategy, but one key strategy that many people don't even think of, apart from security and resiliency, is exit. Yeah. I was on a project earlier last year where they had an Informatica solution on AWS, but for some good reason they needed to move it to Azure, and it was a nightmare because the solution sprawled about 100 servers on AWS, and some of those functionality was probably not available in Azure. And probably the data structure storage strategy for that platform in AWS was not available in Azure. So deal was signed, decision was made, approval was received, migration could not happen. And why? Because they were just firing on V8 engines, going all in on AWS, not thinking of that day that they would have to walk away. And when that day came, it became a nightmare. So I empathize with you. I've also seen that challenge a lot, where we have third-party cloud providers giving customers nightmares. And because they give customers nightmares, customers don't even know what to do. So I think, as much as possible, well, I know the GCC is a very unique region, but I would recommend for countries where you have real original gatekeeper. When I say gatekeepers, those are the big guys, the top 3, top 4 guys. Where you have the original gatekeepers having a data center in your country, humble recommendation, first-hand experience, try to work with those gatekeepers. The experience is far different. The experience is far different. Don't try to work with a third-party guy. Recommendation, no sales pitch. Recommendation, try to work directly with the OEM. Your experience is far different. Simple, stupid, little things like, I have a corporate domain email. I cannot send emails to Gmail. I've seen that happen, and it's stalled for months, and they could not be supported. And then in 5 minutes, the guy moves on to cloud-provided email. In 5 minutes, issue gone. So we could go on and on.
Yeah, I think let's touch about the important topic around security and compliance, which is most important topic as well.
Yes.
People want to hear about a lot of debate a lot of controversies and a lot of discussions that happened in the past.
Yes.
What would you take the security and compliance
Well,
piece?
I think, just like I mentioned a few moments ago, I think the security journey in the cloud has gone a long, 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 long way. In the recent past, when I say recent past, probably shortly before COVID, during COVID, we heard a lot of stories of, oh, hackers discovered a bucket in the cloud, and that bucket had 500 gig of customer data. That data had, typically, most of the time, I would say the major challenge most of the time is customers not doing the necessary things to secure their data. So I probably had test data, or I had data that I migrated into the cloud, and then I was using it for a scenario or whatever, and then I forgot it. Or the project did not fly, and then I left it there. And then a hacker is walking around the garden, checking around for open doors, and then he walks in. But one good thing I've discovered now is that cloud providers are taking the game into their hands, because at the end of the day, the story the press releases is that there was a hack on AWS. It is the tech guys who now pay attention to the fine details to see that it was a customer fault. Or you hear that there was a hack on Azure, or there was a hack on Google. But what you now discover is that, oh, the customer installed a website, there was no SSL. The customer stored data on a storage blob, the data was unencrypted. Now, customer OEMs are now getting smarter, and what they begin to do is to say, it is security by default, whether you like it or not. I remember a few years ago, I would set up my server in the cloud, just enable 3389, and boom, I'm working on my remote desktop. I tried to do it a few months ago, it was terrible pain. I had to now deal with just-in-time access. Because I always move around, I was in some country, I couldn't get access, I had to do VPN. It was tough. So, and why? Because the OEMs now see that the customers will be relaxed, but they cannot take chances, so they keep putting the security there by default. A few weeks ago, I deployed an AWS bucket, and I said, oh, yeah. Most of the breaches that have happened on AWS because the data was unencrypted. Let me look for the encryption configuration so that I can turn on default encryption. Guess what? The moment I clicked create, the thing was encrypted by default. And I can go on and on and on, but I also look at it from the application perspective. One thing I have seen is that when your applications are in the cloud, the maturity for the cloud space has now really gone very far. And we begin to see the ease with which you can deploy a WAF, web application firewall, without having a CCNA. You couldn't do that 10 years ago. At least you needed to know IP routing, you needed to know security protocols, you needed to know your TCP/IP stack. But today, any John and Jones and Mary or Habib can go online, click create, click configure, website address is there, DNS is connected, IP is connected, turn on WAF, enable DDoS, block IPs from Russia, enable IPs from China, block IPs from outside the GCC, and in 15 minutes, web application firewall is on, DDoS is happening, and you are good to go. Does anyone have that kind of experience here? Can I have a yes? Nobody. Oh, okay. Go try it out. Go check out your Azure configuration. Easy configuration for web application firewall. Even the pseudo cloud providers like Cloudflare, if you are setting up like your DNS on Cloudflare for a little token gives you a DNS firewall, web application firewall, that allows you to be able to handle all those requests. In the past, you needed to have a CCNA at least to do all that. Now, behind your BGP or your internet router, you can easily do that with the cloud. Now, for you on the enterprise level, this might not seem like a big deal, but look at a startup guy who has a next generation solution, who doesn't have $50,000 to buy a Cisco, no, that's expensive, to buy a CyberRoam firewall router. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Now, he doesn't have $30,000, he doesn't have $50,000. every dirham, every rial, every dollar matters to him because he's not even gotten profit yet. Now that guy, without spending all that, for less than $50 a month, can have a firewall running, application secure. He doesn't need to employ a CCIE. He doesn't need to have a network security expert. As long as he's smart and intelligent enough by watching YouTube, he can do all that kind of stuff. So I think the cloud maturity in terms of security, it's not 200% yet, but I think it's come a long way.
Absolutely.
So, and in terms of security, just like the last panel had a conversation, I think we should also think about the data sovereignty, which is a big deal in the Gulf. What do you think is happening with that?
So perfectly said, means in the Gulf region, we all know that how the data sovereignty is looked at, okay, especially when we talk about data around health, for example, or any personal identification data. Now, recently, by the way, if somebody has read, UAE is going to enact the law for data privacy in this year. They have launched this already in 2021 somewhere after GDPR was launched, but they've not enacted it yet. So the plan is to enact it in this year, for example. Now, what does it mean? It means the whole world is maturing, right? So as every region would. 5 to 10 years ago, if I would have been sitting on this stage, speaking to some of you in that time, we were discussing and debating about, shall we go in cloud or not? Today, we are not debating that. Why? Because we know that that's the way to go eventually, or we are already living in different forms. Everybody has a mobile phone, and everybody is sitting down and watching them. Why? Because we have a cloud today. That's why we are all able to do it. Same thing, government and regulation, data sovereignty also is learning and getting mature towards it. And the guardrails has to be established, and they are bringing it on. So my advice and my opinion with my experience around border control data, health data, is again as simple to the audience would be that, guys, wherever you are, look at it thoroughly, that which space you are in, what you're trying to do. If you're in e-commerce, you're in retail, your guardrails will be different around it, could be. Now, understanding the law is a difficult portion. Sometimes we techie doesn't need to know it to that left. And then we need to take some kind of guidance, as a help from the right people in the industry who understand it or who can translate that language of legal about data to us. That's where we should collaborate. That's where we should not understand ourselves as expert. No, we need not to. We are good at what we are, but we need to take help of the people. So that's what makes sense, that because if we would not have done it, we would have fallen down into a very big trap, understanding that we are the best, or we are doing the best of the situations, what we are handling. For example, if we are putting my data in a cloud, which has a data center, not in GCC, okay, am I hurting the sentiments of any kind of regulation? Because regulations will easily ask you one thing, that what is not clear to you? Why you are not taking guidance? Okay, there is no exception to the laws. So when we talk about law and orders, definitely we need to be very much careful about it. We need to take expert guidance around it, and then only take steps. If you've already taken something in the past, you have an opportunity to correct it. But don't sit idle around it. Don't say that I don't know, because this is not an answer to data sovereignty. That's not an answer to that from any angles, from whichever position you are in. And the kind of damage, I forget about commercial loss. The kind of loss you're going to incur around reputation, as you said, that is immense. That is immense. I think the double-fold, multifold times of the reputation what you're going to earn with your marketing budgets or, and the scaling budgets. So my idea is that understand your industry. Go back 5 steps back. Talk to the people around that industry, how they have done it. If you don't know guidance, go outside the country. Ask the same people. In your region, did you handle this situation? Talk and collaborate. And then learn from your local region aspects, and then go ahead. And then if you're already gone ahead making mistake, start working on repudiating about it.
Beautiful. And one other thing to note is that even the OEMs, the cloud gatekeepers, also begin to have government sovereign clouds.
Yes.
I know that
in US, for
in
example.
the US, for example, the cloud that the typical Netflix or the typical Silicon Valley startup is going to use is different from the cloud that the guys in Washington, D.C. are going to use. Yeah. So there's the US sovereign cloud. I know they have something similar for that in China. There's the China sovereign cloud. And then in Europe, there's a German sovereign cloud. Of course, it might vary with France and some other countries, but I know that there's usually a special sovereign cloud for government. And just typically the way you have industry clouds today, for those of you who are very conversant, where you have cloud for retail, cloud for transport, cloud for healthcare, we also have cloud for government. So, like he said, compliance, legal, data sovereignty, you don't want to be caught in that web. So if you don't have the knowledge, invest in it just as much as you invest in marketing, just as much you invest in the next DevOps guy or the next CISO. Also invest in data sovereignty, and I think it's going to help. And now that brings us to how the cloud has enabled agility. The number of startups that we've had in the past few years has suddenly doubled, tripled, gazillioned, and I think the cloud is playing a very vital role here. Just like we talk about millennials and Gen Zs today who cannot imagine a world without a mobile phone. I mean, how many phone numbers did we know when growing up? But if we told our kids, I knew 15 phone numbers, you knew the phone number to the house, you knew the phone number to the office, you knew the phone number to the cousin, to the neighbor. But now you can't probably just take more than 3. But the Gen Zs cannot imagine a life without a mobile phone. Similarly, we have cloud-native organizations who are born in the cloud. A lot of neobanks are cloud-driven. SoftBank, all those many, many banks are fintechs. A lot of them are driven by the cloud. Companies that we love to use, YouTube is literally cloud. Netflix, I don't have a Netflix account and I'm in the minority. Netflix is a cloud company. The Uber guys are cloud companies. I can go on. And those are even the big guys that we know. What of that small startup in Sao Paulo, Brazil? Or that little startup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia? Or that little startup in Portugal that has a world-changing idea? How does he test the solution, ensure it's secure, and with a shoestring budget of $200? And he's able to not wait for a firewall to be shipped into his company. You understand what I'm saying? He's able to not hire a CCIE to do a vulnerability assessment and penetration test. He's able to deploy something right from his GitHub desk into the cloud and making sure that everything is stable. How do we do that without such a robust cloud infrastructure? It's almost impossible to imagine what life was a few years ago. And I personally feel that, well, like we've said, it's not a debate of whether we should do cloud or not. It has come to stay. It's only the best strategic approach to using the cloud we should be having the conversation about. I think what the cloud has done for us is that it has unlocked a lot of initiative. It has unlocked a lot of innovation. It has unlocked a lot of typically hidden stuff. I was listening to a podcast a few days ago. In the past 9 months, the number of AI startups and products that we have has certainly gone ballistic. Imagine if all of them had to buy a server. Imagine if all of them had to configure a Linux box. I don't have a Linux skill, but I can deploy an Amazon bucket and connect stuff, and I'm done. Now, imagine the amount of AI companies that have plugged into the OpenAI ChatGPT or Midjourney API, just like that. Now, those are the kind of things that cloud fosters. Do you think you see any of that in this region?
Yeah, definitely. I think the cloud has a really long tail effect around innovation, and without that, absolutely, I cannot disagree with you there that we are what we are because of the cloud actually at the back end. Now, what we are seeing today, any of the discussion goes without one word, AI, no. Every topic, everybody in the stage have used that word. Why? Why we are discussing it now? Not because that it has become a fashion today. It's more importantly what cloud has done to the industry as a whole has an effect aftermath of it now. Yes. And that's what we are seeing. A few years ago, everybody started talking about blockchain. Why before? Then everybody was talking about data analytics. Big data analytics. And now we're talking about AIs. So it's a natural progression around everything as a curve which is going on. We are in the interesting times where different S-curves or technology is feeding another S-curves, right? So we are in a very different time zone as a leaders, at the industry, And we really need to see, just like Industrial Revolution did years ago, this is what is happening to our industry at the moment. The only thing that we are inside, so we are not able to visualize it in the way the other people are looking at from the outside of the frame. That comes to the important aspect of cost. Everybody is bothered about cost. Innovation, agility, everybody love it. You say it and I need it. What about cost? Is all CFOs worried about sprawls around how much money we're spending, what you're doing? So I think the cost effect of spending on the cloud is equal an equation where we all need to understand that don't take cloud as where part, where is my workload, where I'm doing the work. Cloud in today's modern times is not the question of where, what we do. It's more about a kind of mindset of the cloud, what we are carrying with us. It means the mindset goes with all dimension. When you're working in a cloud, you start thinking about FinOps. Understand that we are the hat of a financial person, that what I'm trying to do is going to make sense to my company or not in that segment. Understand, put your budgets in terms of segregated silos approach, that my application teams need to have this liberty of budget. So what I'm trying to say is that don't ignore aspect about cloud just because it's easy, but again, we need to be very cautious about cost factor around it because it goes very easily out of hands. And in the matter of the days. In the matter of the days, because for example, we hire people to just take our application onto the cloud and they forget about how the cloud servers need to be shut off when it is not being used. Are we managing auto scaling? Are we putting the automation in place to shut off the servers in the night? What is the peak usages? Just a simple common examples. Okay, what kind of alerts we are generating? Are they really generating the cost to us? Or how much we are being utilizing about it? These small nitty-gritties around cost components about cloud spends are really going to matter you in the matter of not years, believe me, not years. If you are not into finance side, you will really get caught up very soon eventually if you are into leadership position and you are bringing in strategy, advocating it into the market. That let's do cloud, everything is going well, we can scale, we can really go to market. But believe me that spend can go over the top at the times.
I mean, FinOps is a thing. It's big at Microsoft. FinOps is a thing. It's big at AWS. It's a thing. It's big at Google. Everybody is talking FinOps. And I think one other thing that is really critical and important to understand is that application builders and designers now need to also understand how to talk about multi-tenancy. So instead of having one application deployed for 50 clients, like every customer has a server. Oh, this application, it needs to have, every customer needs to sit on a server. Imagine if your mailbox in Gmail was on one server, then that means the whole world will be filled with servers. But now developers need to start thinking about multi-tenancy. How can one application serve 50,000 customers? And then in that, you'll be able to build things about scaling out, how to make sure that even though we are all sitting on the same application platform, there is security for each customer's data. I won't see Wasim's company's data, and Wasim would not see Mary's company's data, but it's still the same application. Less headache, less stress. Developers and enterprise architects and business people now also need to understand things like containerization, whereby, I was talking to a customer the other day, and he said, you see, this application, it's a really critical application. We've been having a lot of issues. At the moment, we are running about 90 servers, and I said, how many customers do you have? We have about 3,000 customers. And you have 3,000 customers, and you're running 90 servers. And you plan to scale. So what happens when you hit 10,000? And he was thinking about acquiring a data center and so that he can have more servers. And I'm like, well, you're doing a great job, but I don't think your strategy should be about more servers and more infrastructure. You should be, if these guys, for example, understood the concept of containerization, then this would not be a problem. Are you with me? So in terms of saving cost, organizations, customers, architects need to be able to understand strategies that help you build stacks that are able to accommodate load and also still perform optimally. I think one critical thing that we've not spoken about, we've spoken about process, which is compliance, data governance, and integrity and sovereignty. We've spoken about technology, but we've not spoken about the people. What is the necessary thing that we need to do to enable people to be able to perform very well and operate seamlessly as we plan to round up now?
That's my favorite. So I think we all are people. You're all a human, right? So that's my favorite topic around. So people part is, I think, is as important and as equally need to be addressed when we talk about cloud adoption, when we talk about cloud maturity. Now, there's a shortage of talent. We know that. Okay, not everybody need to be expert in everything, but there is experts exist, and for a reason. How can we really leverage experts' services, managing our cost? What shall we do with, one of the ladies spoke about the quality of the service from one of the service provider in cloud. So again, it goes back to the people part of who are managing the cloud. More importantly, the people who are leading the cloud journey need to be continuously improving themselves in terms of upgrading and upskilling. Okay, they need to be much more aware from the people rest part of the company in terms of what's going in this space, and then how to make best use of it. Okay, if you don't have such people, get them trained inside. If you don't have that budget to get them trained inside, get somebody expert for the particular project in, because that's very important money you are going to spend. For example, when I went to the cloud, with my experience I'm telling, I didn't have any expertise in my team who can rely on. I was single-hand man show with the people in my team who were not having any experience around cloud. And I wasn't the part of startup. Okay, so in that way, what I did is that I just collaborated with one partner, so again, coming through a reference, checked that, what kind of check and balances they have done in my space, how they can add value to me, and have an exit strategy in place from day one. I'm not going to run with this partner for a particular time after it, for example, because I need to rely on my self-expertise to a point to run my operations. That's how I need to keep invest in our team, in ourselves, to leverage and upskilling them. So second part is workforce transformation. Our time is up, I will not drag it up, but workforce transformation, it means all of the people in the company from different part of the departments, be it HR, be in finance, be in marketing, sales, all are using your service in the cloud. And as the lady said, that people say the cloud is down or my service is down. You know, they don't bother what is happening. They just say bluntly the things and things happen. So make them your partner. Make them the part of your journey. Explain them. They don't need to understand what is cloud in depth, but they need to really understand the realistic aspect of what cloud is doing for them. For example, marketing, they are only concerned about social media today, more or less. They are concerned that how my communication goes upfront to the market like this, with the best of the situation, with the best of the content. So what cloud is doing for them, what we are using for them. It is a marketing automation tool, it is a AWS service we are using for them, so that they understand what is going behind, and then they should appreciate the cloud adoption with you. People who are office users, they're not concerned about security. Make security invisible to them. Don't talk to secure to them upfront like that, because they are bothered about ease of use. Be an advocate about the cloud, that how cloud is enabling them to make the service ease of use. Compliance guys, they're not bothered about how beautifully you're doing the things. They're bothered about data, they're bothered about security. Talk to them that, prove to them that my cloud provider is equally capable enough, and showcasing what kind of regulation aspects they put in place. Make security really visible to them from the day one. So every people in your company need to be talked in different language about cloud adoption and maturity curve. Then only they will start appreciating your journey, your pain points, and support you, rather than being an adverse, an enemy against what you're doing is not my problem, you know? So that's what my 2 cents about that.
That's very exciting. And one last thing that we need to know is that, I mean, I spent a lot of time helping companies translate their on-prem data center operations into how those operations relate in the cloud. I think organizations, especially those of us who are techies or who are business tech leaders, also need to invest and help our engineers, employees understand. Now your work on the physical was multi-lands, IP to IP, TCP connections. Now it's a hybrid scenario. Now it's a web firewall. Now it's SSL offloading. So how does the guy who used to manage an Exchange server now begin to deal with mobile device management in Microsoft 365 or Google Workspace? How does the guy who was the SharePoint guy, who was chasing SharePoint farms and chasing everything, now work with SharePoint Online and ensure that because my data is on the mobile phone, he doesn't share it on WhatsApp? I mean, I could go on and on, but we wouldn't live here. So I think what we need to also do is, while we do the awareness for people, we need to take that responsibility to create the new responsibilities for the people to be able to translate their erstwhile on-premise skill set into the new reality of handling things in the cloud. And I guess our time is up. Are we allowed to take one question, or we don't?
And if any hard-burning question which you like to ask before we disperse, one question.
One question?
Yep,
okay,
definitely.
that's perfect.
That's perfect
yes,
for all of
so
us.
no problem. So please feel free to walk up to us, and because time is up, we'd love to entertain your questions, or if you have any challenge, we'll be happy to do it. Thank you. The room is full. People are standing. Thank you for taking time to listen to us.
Thank you so much.
And have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I'm sorry we are out of time now, but if you do have any questions, you can ask during the lunch break, during the networking session. But we're going to move on now, ladies and gentlemen, to our special awards. We have quite a few awards to go through this morning. Just like yesterday and the day before, this is a very special moment for each and every person that comes up onto the stage. So I would like you now to make as much noise as you possibly can. It is the final day after all, so you can cheer, you can whoop, but get involved with this because, like I said, it is a really special recognition moment for everybody that comes up to the stage. So let us start off with introducing our presenter for the awards. Please put your hands together for Peter Ganois, who is CEO and founder of Griffin & Kale, a branding consulting agency based in Germany. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. And our first award goes to, this is for the Organisation Award. Could we please put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Sanjay Tasker, who's going to collect the award for Assimilate Technologies. Congratulations, Sanjay. Assimilate Technologies, founded by a seasoned technophile, a leading technology consulting and solutions provider. Let me just check. Is Sanjay here? Okay. Well, we will make sure that Sanjay and Assimilate Technologies receive this award. Congratulations to our Leadership Award winner next. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Abbas Srouer, CTO and co-founder of CTO Group, a mathematically inclined engineer specializing in cloud services. Congratulations, Abbas. Well done on your award. And winners, when you come up onto the stage, if you would like to say a few words, we have the microphone here for you. Again, you don't have to, but if you'd like to, that would be great.
Unexpected. So yeah, I would like to thank every single speaker here. I benefited from your words of wisdom more than this prize, although this prize is valuable. So I'm going to take away a lot of wisdom once I go back to my home country, and I will apply a lot of this information and practices in my craft. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it.
In the end, after this, announce
Thank you so much, Abbas. Congratulations. Let's keep the applause going, everybody, as we welcome to the stage our next winner, Abdulaziz Ibrahim Al-Mutlaq, the founder and CEO of Social English 101 Initiative. A history of successful team management and effective diplomacy, driving the organisation towards its targets, aiming to build the safest and most inclusive community in the Middle East. Congratulations, Abdulaziz, on this leadership award.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I know my voice has kind of lost it, and no wonder actually. During these 2 days, I've enjoyed talking to plenty of amazing, high-performing leaders, and I genuinely don't want to make my voice, stops me from saying and expressing what I feel right now. Authentically, I'm so glad to be here, and it's a great privilege to have had the opportunity to work with such outstanding leaders like yourselves, to listen to your transformative stories, and to build long-lasting connections with most of you. What I will say next might be a bit shocking, but this award is definitely not mine. During my journey, my mother, she has helped me. She has helped me a lot, and if there is one thing I want to share here, I would say that it's great, and I would share my gratitude for her, because she genuinely helped me through the thick and the thin, and every time I need to turn a new leaf, every time I need to start new thing, she was there paving the way for me. So this valuable award is definitely hers, and she's the outstanding leader here. Please give her, join your hands and give her applause. Round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day, bro. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Abdulaziz, for those lovely words, and congratulations on your award. Let's keep this applause going, ladies and gentlemen, for the next Leadership Award winner, Abiola Abiodun Akinosi, Senior Manager at IHS Towers, specialising in IT controls. With a strong background in IT control testing and design, she excels at implementing and managing IT standards, cybersecurity and network operations. And doesn't Abiola look fantastic? I said to her earlier on, she should be a model. She belongs on that. That should be your second profession, Abiola. Round of applause again, everyone, for Abiola and this Leadership Award.
First of all, I want to say thank you to God Almighty for, making this day, come into reality. And second of all, I want to thank my husband. He's been a great supporter of my career. He's always saying, Abiola, you need to brand yourself. You're doing great things in your career. So thank you for that. And also, Internet 2.0 conference. This is actually my first award ever in my career, so I'm sure this is launching me into great opportunities. So thank you, everyone. I've had the pleasure to speak with great minds in this, during this conference, so thank you so much. All right, thanks.
Thank you so much, and well done on this amazing achievement. And we're going to keep the clapping going, everybody, please, for the next winner, Ali Isikli, the System Security Engineering Manager at Aselsan. Congratulations, Ali. Ali delivers seminars, lectures and keynote speeches emphasizing security. Their remarkable contributions earned the company prestigious accolades, including the 2022 Global Achievements Award. So well done, Ali. Another award here to add to your collection.
So I would like to deliver Amy Award speech, okay? This, so I would like to thank my wife and my kid who endlessly support me. And to those who were part of my journey as an engineer, as a manager, when I fall and even when I rise up. Thank you all, guys.
Thank you, Ali. Fantastic words there. Ami Rastogi, our next Leadership Award winner. Let's keep the clapping going, everybody, for Ami, founder of Growth Focus. Ami has a diverse background in retail sales, direct marketing, commercial real estate. Well done, Ami. And don't forget about the hashtag as well, ladies and gents. If you are posting on the social media, hashtag INTENET.2.0 whether it's LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook.
Hello everyone, this is Amir Rastogi, founder of Growth Focus. And yeah, it's been a great journey for me so far. They say that better people deserves to be on a better platform, and it's true. It's this is the first time for me, and I feel like we can do much more better and we can grow. So yeah, thank you for my parents for the consistent support, because they are the one who just keeps me on pushing. My mentors, my coaches, who helped me in like pushing me and taking me out from my mind, because it's the mindset that we have to shift. And thirdly, thanks to the team for the Internet 2.0 conference, for the Marketing 2.0 conference, for all the team, Tarun, Amit, Jatin, like, thank you for being patient with me, because those were the little bit tough times for me when they approached me, because my mom was not in a good health condition that far. So this is for her. And thank you to myself for keep pushing and keep moving forward. Thank you.
Fantastic, Ami. Amazing work. Let's keep the applause going for our next leadership winner, Amir Khamis. An experienced and optimistic regional sales director at Automation Anywhere. Is Amir here? I don't think so. Okay, we'll make sure that Amir gets this award. Congratulations to our next winner, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise for Dr. Mo Medwani. Who has a PhD in artificial intelligence. Congratulations, Dr. Mo Medwani, on your award. This is your special moment now.
Hello, everyone. I know I don't dress professionally. Unfortunately, I lost my luggage on my way from Atlanta, Georgia, so I have to rush to buy anything to be here. So I'll start with with a very, very sad story that happened to me before I am here. I'm who I am. I used to work for a big company for almost 5 years as a service delivery analyst. And back in June of 2014, I was transferred from one department to a different department within the same organization. And as such, HR changed my title from service delivery analyst to data analysts without knowing about it. And what happened at the time, the company hired a new IT director, and this IT director tried to show the company that she was a good fit for the position. So she tried to fix a few things in her 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. For a reason or another, she picked on me, and she gave me a project that I need to complete, unfortunately. I was not a data analyst at the time. I knew nothing about data science, nothing about data analytics in general. So I lost my job in 2014, and this September 2014. I was driving home that one morning, very, very sad, upset. I lost my faith in myself. I was crying because I have a family to support. So I asked, once I get home, I asked myself a very simple question. Why I lost my job? And the answer was very clear, because I was a victim of analytics. And I promised myself, this happened in 2014, I promised myself to invest whatever is going to cost me to learn analytics. So I went for a third master in analytics, then a fourth master in machine learning, then a PhD in artificial intelligence, and now I have 3 companies. And I'm a professor at university in Atlanta, and also I work for the government in a project. So I have trained, since I started my journey, I have trained over 16,000 students from all over the world. I am here expanding my business. So I have read one quote of Mark Cuban, you might know him. He said, data science, artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning, if you don't understand it, learn it. Otherwise, you are going to be a dinosaur within the next 3 years. And in fact, you are going to be, because data science now, artificial intelligence is stealing our jobs. So if you don't know it, learn it. So we have a solution. I'm expanding my business. If you are interested, please talk to me. We'll be more than happy to explore any opportunities for synergy. And thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mo. Our next winner is Jawahar Prabhulal Bhatia, Leadership Award, CEO at Load & Code. With expertise in pharma, life sciences, banking, insurance, retail and telecom, he enables Fortune 100 organizations in areas such as digital marketing platforms, business analytics, and also IT infrastructure management services. Congratulations, Jawahar.
Well, standing on this particular stage, I believe, in myself. I believe in Infinium for giving me a chance, and they will keep on giving me a chance to come on this kind of a stage once again. And looking at this leadership award, it has not come easily to me. The reason being is I have been striving hard to make sure my startup, gains momentum from last 7 years, which it did. And especially last 1 month, sorry Tarun for delaying any kind of, entries to this. The reason was that for the same reason, I dedicate this award to my mom, dad, and my elder brother. My mom is already having paralysis, and she met in last 1.5 years, she met with a brain hemorrhage. So she was at home. So in this last 1 month, she went to a hospital, and while traveling, my dad also met with an accident, so he also was in hospital. So I had to travel between Mumbai, Indore, Pune constantly. That is why I was avoiding to go ahead and make an entry to this. But finally, I made it, and so I dedicate this award. And everybody's all right now. So I dedicate this award to my mom, dad, and my elder brother. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to all of our winners so far. We still have more awards to give out, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in congratulating our next winner now, Leonard Dartagnan Bode. Please come up to the stage. Okay. No worries, we will make sure that he collects this award at some point. We'll get the award to him. Let's move on to our next winner now, Marlon van Maastricht, Leadership Award winner Marlon is a landscape architecture director at Red Sea Global, specializing in urbanism and environmental management. 25 years of experience in planning and design. He obtained a master's degree in smart city sciences in 2020, expanding his expertise in corporate technology and digital transformation. He actively contributes to the industry as a board member, as a panelist and speaker and moderator, as we've seen. Congratulations, Marlon.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Yeah, my journey started 25 years ago with an internship in Amsterdam, and now I'm here in Dubai, and the journey has taken me away from home, so I would like to thank my family and my friends who sacrificed for me to be here, and my mentors all the way back to Brno at my first internship, and even the man who hired me now today at Red Sea Global is here. So I'm very grateful, but the most important, I want to dedicate this to my baby girl, my daughter. She's 6.5 months, and leadership is about inspiring the next generation. So if I can inspire her that daddy is getting up every day to make the world a little bit of a better place, then I think I've done a good job. Thank you very much for this honor.
You definitely have done a great job, Marlon. Congratulations. And next up for our Leadership Award, please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mohammed Issa, CEO of IDS, the youngest in the BPO industry's global hotspots. He guides RPA startups. He's dedicated to empowering young entrepreneurs and promoting sustainability.
Well, I'd like to thank everyone for the applause and the internet conference organizers. I don't think I have anything to say better than all the people who have said their word already. But thank you for everyone for the support, and I'm pretty sure that you guys have all given me some shoes to fill by all the, by far, all the experiences that you guys have talked about, all the achievements that you have made. And, you know, being the youngest on this platform, I think that I have a lot to look forward to. So thank you, everyone, for giving me something to look forward to in the next goal.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, for those great words there. And well done on your award. Let's continue with the celebrations now. Next up, we have Mohammed Aliuddin Faruqi, Senior General Manager, Digital Transformation at Community Jameel Saudi, leading digital solution delivery and growth initiatives with 20 years of tech industry experience. Well done, Mohammed. He's a digital value chain definer, innovator, and strategic executor. And his belief in leadership over technology alone drives his approach to successful digital transformation.
Hello everyone, thank you for the organizer for this amazing event, and I dedicate this award to my mother and to my wife, and special mention for my company Community Jameel, who gave me the opportunity 15 years back as a fresh graduate into the digital space, and down 15 years I'm heading the department as a senior general manager. And I'm very thankful for the company and to my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Well done. And the next leadership award goes to Mr. Alexei Kashirin, software engineer and founder of SWC DB.
glad I've been invited to and been accepted for. As open source, a bit closer, yeah? Okay. So as open source code software engineer, I can say a lot of thanks to all those that produce any code which is in open source form, which you can learn from and try it. And so it's about my own super wide column database, which is available on GitHub. You can check it, try it, it's scalable, it can be huge, huge, huge. Infinity is the subject of it, in a way. So, all the best for all of us.
Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Alexei. Let us keep the noise going now. Please make some noise for Mr. Sanjay Chittor, our next Leadership Award winner. Don't think Sanjay is here. If our award winners aren't here, we'll make sure they collect their award. So let's carry on with the next winner, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like you please to make some noise for Pier Francesco Baviera, associate partner at Your Group, a seasoned fractional executive and senior business advisor with vast experience in the ICT sector. Specializes in digital technology, strategic planning. He's an adept guide for business process transformation. Very well done, Pier Francesco, on your Leadership Award.
Thank you very much for this award. It was very interesting 3 days with such outstanding people. Technology is changing our life faster and faster. It's under our responsibility to make happen things better and better for all of us. Thank you again, guys.
And the next Leadership Award goes to Richard Kranich, the Chief Architect, Cognitive Products at NEOM, 30 years of experience as an IT professional. He excels in IT enterprise architecture, data governance, strategy management, project portfolio management, business intelligence, and business process improvement across diverse industries. Well done, Richard.
Thank you. Folks, yes, well, I just arrived this morning from London, so I have to apologise if I appear a bit sleepy. But I have had quite a career working in ICT. It's 30 years plus now. And in my current position, I have the opportunity to lead, I believe, the world's best architects, engineers, quality assurance analysts in a little tiny project called NEOM, which is the biggest project in the world. So we're building the world's first truly cognitive city, and to be a part of that is just something that I've wished for my entire career. And I think what they're doing there in Saudi Arabia is really it's a blueprint, it's a cornerstone, it's never been done before. The technology challenges are absolutely incredible, and to be a part of that and lead these inspirational people I really dedicate this award to my team. So yeah, I want to thank also the conference organisers and everybody else. I've only just got here, so I haven't had a chance, but I'm sure it's been a wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Roshan Sakira, Leadership Award. Roshan, congratulations. Roshan's a critical thought leader, trusted security advisor, and technical writer, close to 3 decades in the industry, with an MSc in Information Systems Management from the University of Liverpool. He also excels in the areas of smart initiatives, business and corporate governance, contingency and incident management, data access governance, identity and access governance.
It's a bit funny, when I started working, internet was not commercialized. And I'm taking an award at INTENET.2.0 conference. So it's really great. When I'm taking this, it reminds me of a song which we sing in the church. It says, "No man can live in an island journeying through life alone," which means this award is not possible without people who have stood as a support structure, the organizations who have hired me, the people who have worked with me, my mentors, and especially my family. My wife is sitting there. She is the biggest support structure. And everything, even the organizers here, basically who have found me fit to take this award. And I would also want to probably tell the new emerging generation, be patient, embrace change because change is constant. And finally, the only good thing to know is that you know nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Roshan. And next up we have Sumit Srivastava, Leadership Award winner, growth strategist and industry leader. Let's keep the applause going, everybody, for everyone's special moment today. His expertise lies in transforming traditional businesses into digital-first platforms spanning North America, Africa, Europe, and Asia.
Hi, thank you so much. I'd love to thank Internet 2.0, Tarun, the entire team. Thank you for having me. Thank you for all the speakers. I think it's been an interesting couple of days. Congratulations to all the other winners and everybody on the panel. Thank you, judges. I want to really thank the teams, companies, past and present, that have sort of made this journey possible. And I definitely want to thank my family because they don't come from a tech background. They're very creative, and they're almost about to kill me every time I talk about technology. So I'm just glad they've put up with me for this long, right? Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sumit. And next for our Leadership Award, please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Sulafa Jabati, CEO and co-founder of Clear Vision. Well done, Sulafa. She's a firm believer in the transformative power of business and investment for empowerment and prosperity. She's a founder and board member of various different organizations, including the Women Business Empowerment Association, the Saudi Qatari Business Council's Digital Transformation Committee, and also the International Chamber of Commerce. So well done, Sulafa, on this fantastic award, Leadership Award.
I must say it's been a very unconventional award venue. Other than the usual rhythm of these reward venues are very calm and routinic. But the past 2 days we have witnessed an amount of gratitude, very beautiful and genuine words given out from the awardees. People are enthusiastic, happy, and genuinely, spontaneously giving the words out. Very touching. And it's been a pleasure to be among a group of very enthusiastic, unconventional leaders in different domains and sectors from all around the world, I must say. So speaking about gratitude, I will definitely first thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the one who made us and gave us everything we have. And after that, my mother and father, who I thank for leading such unconventional, exceptional, successful lives, where they managed to set the road for us. And wherever I go, I find the essence of their success and morale around me. I thank my husband for unconditional love and support every day. And my 2 sons, which I always tell them, you are my wings. They made me a better person by coming to this live for who they are. And I definitely wish that we all meet again on the table of success, gratitude, and making more and better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for that amazing speech. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, for the Leadership Award, please let's make some noise now for Vishaka Taneja. The Finance Function Leader at Axon Technology, specializing in financial planning and analysis, controllership, strategic M&A, auditing, process designing, and indirect taxation. Over 10 years of experience. She holds a post-graduation as a chartered accountant and company secretary, and previously worked at GE Capital and HDFC Bank before moving to Dubai to work with Emirates Hospitality. Congratulations, Vishaka.
Thank you for this award. Thanks a lot to Conference 2.0. It's a wonderful feeling. I always say success is an equation of vision plus action. You have a vision and then you action it. I would thank my brother for always making me believe that sky is the limit for you and having that vision which is beyond the horizons. And the action part, I would like to thank my husband who always supports me with actioning it. He is pushing me every day to work on my vision. And thanks to my parents who have always supported me to do what I want and how I want. No rules set for me. I'm a free bird thanks to all of them. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I just want to check, do we have Sanjay Taskar with us? Yes, we do. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Organization Award now, Assimilate Technologies. Leading technology consulting and solutions provider, utilizing design thinking in product development. Congratulations, Sanjay. Thank you for collecting this award for Assimilate Technologies.
Hi, good afternoon all. Hope you are enjoying over here and getting networking with very good people over here, as we are getting a lot of good people connected over here. So thanks to Internet 2.0 for giving this award. And this award goes like, we dedicate this award to our implementation team or our support team who is sitting in India. And due to their inconsistent support for us, unconditional support, we are here. So as a leader, this is not ours, this is as our team award, and we are just receiver over here. And apart from this, we would like to thank our family. As a VR4 partner, we are dedicatedly looking into the business enhancement and growth. So our family is giving unconditional support to us. So like a big thanks to our parents and wives and our children. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's keep the applause going, everybody, for all of our winners now. Fantastic achievement. Come on, put your hands together and make some noise. And if all the winners could come up onto the stage now, please. We are going to have a quick group photograph before we break for lunch. Thank you so much, Peter, as well, for presenting the awards. So come on, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We're going to take a quick photograph and then, ladies and gents, a very short lunch break. We are starting again at 1:30, which is in about 15 minutes' time. Let's see if that actually does happen. Fingers crossed it will, as we are trying to stick to the timings, the schedule this afternoon. So well done, winners. Group photograph. And then enjoy your lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to start again around about 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to our final few sessions of our Internet 2.0 conference. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Now, our next session this afternoon is a fireside chat, and it's going to be discussing the challenges and opportunities of innovation during a recession and the ways in which businesses can adapt and thrive in a downturn. And so I'd like you please to join me in welcoming to the stage Vishaka Taneja, Head of Finance at Axon Technologies. And she's going to be joined by Amrish Krishnan, a founder of My Pro Buddy. So please, a nice round of applause, everyone, for our first session this afternoon. The Recession Silver Lining, How a Downturn Sparks Innovation. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Amrish.
Very warm afternoon for everyone present over here. Thank you for being here with us on this fireside chat in the Internet 2.0 conference in Dubai. We are going to talk about a topic which often carries a negative connotation, but we are here to discuss the positive potential that it has in the market. So the topic is about the silver lining of recession and how it sparks innovation. So before we start, maybe Vishaka, you could just give us a walkthrough as to what is recession in a layman term, which will help people understand better so that let's get started by discussing about recession.
So thank you, Amrish, for giving me that opportunity. So yes, you correctly said that this is a word that has a negative connotation. I was also surprised when I got to know that perma-crisis was coined as the word for the year in 2022. It's a very negative portmanteau. However, I see recession as an opportunity. Now, to define what recession is first, in layman's terms, it's a reduction in the spend capacity of a normal customer. So, given that 2020 was a pandemic followed by 2021, people had a psychological shift in the spends, and they were spending recklessly because they were out of their homes. They got that new they got into that new shopping routine, which created kind of inflation across the globe. And now the government is trying to correct the market. Definitely, whenever there is such a thing like inflation, there always something that comes next is the market correction, which causes recession. So definitely the spend capacity of the customers will reduce, one, because of inflation, and second, due to the corrective measures that the government will introduce. So maybe you can talk more about the causes of recession, Amrish.
Sure. So the primary causes for a recession is either inflation or financial crisis. To give you a recent example, financial crisis had happened back in 2005 in US, where there were debt ceiling problems and mortgage problems, which led to a huge financial crisis which impacted the entire global market. And inflation, recession due to inflation, is something that is happening right now. How do I put it forward? So inflation in terms of the purchasing power, right? The purchasing power of the customers get down, and in fact it has a very bad impact in the entire ecosystem, because in the entire ecosystem, all the businesses are interconnected. At the end of the day, it's the customers that play the vital role in the entire journey. So maybe if you could shed some light on how do you approach when you anticipate a recession, or when you are in a recession, what would you be, will you be doing in a recession as a company owner or a decision maker in a big company?
So one thing that we need to make sure is we all are proactive. If we are proactive and look this not as a problem, rather a trigger of opportunity coming in the market, I think we are done. So let's understand what recession is impacted so that we can deal and figure out an approach towards recession, that how we can, face it and come out in flying colors with this thing. So if I say the impact is more in terms of costs, all the costs have increased. Whatever I was able to do with $1 before, I might need 1.5 or 1.8 US dollars for the same thing. Second thing is the cost of capital has also increased. Today I cannot go and find the funding from different VCs and PEs. It's like the dry powder in the market is just reducing, which was 775 billion US dollars in 2022, has now come down to 448 US dollars in 2023. So this has really increased the cost of capital. I cannot look for more opportunities in terms of inorganic growth. So yes, there is a challenge. If we can control the costs, if we can think about more innovative solutions that new investors will still be ready to fund for, we can face this problem. The second thing this recession has impacted is the customers. Today, there is not only a reduction in the number of customers, but there is also increase in the sales cycle. Earlier, it used to take us 30 days to convert a potential customer to a customer. Today, it is more than a half year, like it's more than 6 months sometimes. So these two things are definitely impacted, and they have reduced the cash inflows in the company. And third is the sales operation. The sales operations strategy that was before cannot be the same which is today. So to deal with all of these things, we need to come up with a different strategy in terms of offering. We need to adapt our offering strategy to this new period of recession. All the procurement teams who were procuring different services before now are wanting to reduce the cost. They only want to look for services which are very, very important for the organizations, without which the organizations cannot survive. So for that reason, we have to be updated with the latest customer feedback. We need to take the feedback on a daily basis and come up with solutions which are specifically focused on those needs. We cannot just go to the customer and say, okay, we will reduce the prices. Even though if we are making high margins, we cannot just go and reduce the price for the same offerings. We need to push something out of those offerings so that our price integrity is still saved. And hence, we need to come up with solutions specifically designed for the customer. We need to segmentize our customers who are willing to pay higher prices for the inevitable services versus who are willing to pay, or who are willing to give up the services at all because they cannot take that pressure. So then we need to focus on these high pricing customers, which will bring us more of annual recurring revenue, monthly recurring revenue. So this is something that we need to change in our offering approach. We need to change something in our monetizing approach. Instead of saying that we'll give you discounts, maybe we should offer them loyalty credits. Maybe we should offer them some continual subscriptions. Instead of making it transactional basis, we can do a subscription model. So we need to come up with solutions that are more designed in terms of more customer-centric. What do you think about the same? Do you have some use cases since you consult so many startups?
Yes. So I'll give you a live example. Everyone knows about McDonald's, right? Mm-hmm. So before 1948, I don't know how many would know, McDonald's had more than 60 burgers, different types of burgers. So their production, the production cost was top of the ceiling. Back in 1948, when there was a recession, they actually segmentized their customers. They reduced the entire meal menu to just 5 burgers, thereby reducing their production cost and increasing the number of sales, because the customer just gets to choose from top 5, the most liked dishes by customers across the globe. And that's pretty much it. I mean, they reduce their production cost, they reduce their operation cost as well, because there's just 5 type of dishes in the menu, so they don't require a lot of workforce as well. And that way, they didn't require to reduce the cost of the menu, cost of each meal in the menu. But instead, they made profit out of, these limited production costs that they had and the operating costs that they controlled. So even during this recession, McDonald's was growing by 200+%, all right? So recession can be taken in 2 ways. It's just perspective, all right? It's not only about cost cutting. It's about going into the niche. It's about targeting the customer's need, managing it efficiently, and thereby, making money out of it.
Very right.
All right, so can you also share some practical experience from, your side, maybe?
Yeah. So recently I remember a case which was of a shoe manufacturing company. So when we were struck by pandemic, there was a reduction in the demand of formal shoes. Nobody wanted to wear those formal shoes. People were staying at home, they were working from home, so they wanted to order more of the things that they can do at their home. So it will be furniture, it will be comfy slippers maybe. This shoe manufacturer at the starting of pandemic only was able to realize that since there is a lockdown, there is going to be a continuing situation like that. And he was very proactive in identifying that. He did not only think about his own company because he was a wholesaler for those shoes. He spoke to the supplier who used to give him raw material. He said, you need to change your product now. You need to change your strategy now. You need to think about giving me raw material for a comfy material that can be worn at home. This way that supplier was succeeding. He then started asking his customers that you need to sell those comfy shoes. He then made sure that he convinces the supplier and the customer to sell those comfy shoes in the market because that is going to be the future. Initially, 3-4 months, nobody bought them. But after them, since they realized this problem is gonna come, they started seeing there is a demand for these comfy shoes and there's a surge of demand for those formal shoes. So identifying the problem proactively, thinking of a creative solution for them, I think the supplier, this shoe manufacturing company and his customers all succeeded. So not only he saved himself, but he also contributed a lot to the value chain. So I think this approach needs to be there in everybody's head, that it is not only us, it is about the whole economy that we need to contribute to. It is about the whole economy where we need to add value, and you need to think creatively, think innovatively for the same. So what is your experience in this?
Sure. So I have been mentoring about more than 200, 300 startups in the last 6-7 months. And I would say, the most important thing that I've come across is there's a constant thirst for innovation, all right? And that comes with, there are two things. Innovation can become a success when there is actually a need for it, all right? So maybe to give you a live example, let's go back to Microsoft, all right, Bill Gates. Back in 1970s, all right, he had a company called Trafo Data. It was a company which was more or less like traffic data analysis and report. But when there was a recession in 1972, he incorporated Microsoft, which then built easy to use, affordable computers that can be used for office and personal use. All right, that was when there was no looking back, because that's, in terms of innovation, it's a great thing. And second, in terms of need, it is something that was the golden hour. I mean, it was something that was required by everyone, because in those recession time, there were a lot of new people coming out of big MNCs, starting their own ventures. They required computers. So that's when, Microsoft had captured a very big market share. Apart from that, we could also take an example of Adobe. Back in 1948, they had, they were offering different softwares for purchases. I mean, you would actually go for Illustrator. You could purchase only that product, all right? Now, it's a bundle. So if you're a creative designer, he provides you with, it was Shantanu Narayanan who had, created this bundle, Adobe Creative, back in 2011, where this actually now focuses only on people based on their job title and based on their requirements. You don't actually have to, go for every single tool, buy them, manage them. Because just think about it, if you have a workforce of about 1,000 people, and out of which more than 50 people use tools, say of Adobe, won't it be, difficult or haphazard to manage, start from subscription to the status to collaboration, all right? So what if all of this comes under one roof? All right, so that was something where bundling up came up because of segmentization, because of customer feedbacks, and so on and so forth. So during recessions, I would suggest, getting back to the roots is something which is advisable because it's at the end of the day, it's the customer who needs our services, right? So it's the, I would say, responsibility of a company or a pre-sales or a salesperson would be the right person to get back to the customer, get their feedback, be in constant touch, so that you could position your product in such a way that it actually serves as a use for mass production, all right? So mass usage. So that's some viable, solution during a recession that you can do from a company perspective. And maybe, if you would like to share some, insights in terms of other industries, because I was just talking about SaaS companies, Microsoft and Adobe. Maybe you could share your experiences as well.
So for me, you're right. I think everything in recession is centered around customers. If you just focus on your customers, you have won. It's about so many companies don't think this way. They say that, okay, recession is coming, we need to cut down the cost. Nobody is thinking on, can we increase the revenue somehow? Can we still sell something which is not being sold right now? Can we still sell something somehow? So I think it's not a problem of, paying money out of the pocket. It's more a problem of how you still fetch that money by addressing the necessities. The way human psychology works is nobody wants to cut on the necessity things. Everybody wants to still pay for that because necessity is a necessity. People will cut on things which are not needed. So start focusing on what is needed right now. To give an example, Airbnb. 2007-2008, Airbnb started its business in 2007-2008 recession. When all the hotels were giving high-priced rooms to their customers, cost per night was very high and people did not have the same spend capacity. Airbnb owners realized this, that there is a problem, that cost per night is very high. Address to that problem, how can we reduce that cost per night? They introduced Airbnb and people started using Airbnb more often. In fact, in recession, they created something that was addressing a customer's problem of not paying high cost per night. After the recession was over, this kind of became a trend. And even today, you see Airbnb is quite popular. So you can actually change the trends in recession. It's an opportunity for you to set something new, change some trends which have been followed for so far. Be innovative, bring something new on the table.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah. So forget Airbnb. Groupon, introduced in 2007-2008. It started giving, so people in recession don't want to offer the same services at reduced price because definitely it impacts the price integrity negatively. So what did Groupon do? Groupon goes to these different companies and says that maybe you cannot price it yourselves, but subscribe with us, pay us this much amount, and we'll say this is a discount from our side. So they started giving discount on the services. It was like the main supplier who was giving those services or products at a lower cost. But Groupon was taking it on them, saving those customers from price integrity issues. So actually, Groupon identified that, okay, there is a problem on the supplier side. On the price integrity, I'll solve that problem. That is my customer. I'll charge him for maintaining his price integrity and I'll offer those services at discounted price. Think about MailChimp. It introduced freemiums in 2007-2008 when the dot-com crisis came. So I think recession gives you an opportunity not only to think something new, but set some new trends.
Capitalize on the emerging needs of the customer.
Absolutely. Focus on the customer. It's not a problem of reduced spends. It's a problem to fetch money for the necessity, to identify what is the emerging necessity or to create a necessity for that sake. Yeah.
Awesome.
So would you like to tell us more about in India, I see this problem is not there. In India, nobody is talking about recession. I think it's another story. So how do you guide your startups right now in India? What do you see over there in India?
All right. So as we just discussed before, this recession was caused due to inflation. All right. So when there is a recession caused by inflation, it's not the same. It changes regionally. It changes, based on the cultural communities that we have across the globe. But the best part back in India right now that we are actually in a growth phase because we are focusing, I mean, the entire government and the entire ecosystem, business ecosystem is now focusing towards startup, empowering innovative ideas, bridging gaps between, other firms, carrying out partnerships, mergers, acquisitions. The major thing that we have come across right now in India is support from all kind of MNCs, all kind of banks, angel investors, government schemes. See, recession is one part, that's right, recession is happening. But when you see in terms of inflow, I mean, venture capitalist funds, back in April, there was a dip of about 60%. We just had somewhere around 186 million US dollars in terms of investments. But you won't believe in the subsequent month, it was raised up to 886 million US dollars, which seriously means that, there is never a full stop to innovation, one. Second, you can always bridge problems with your innovative ideas, or you can actually contribute to other companies with your own ideas. That is one. And yeah, so talking about student startups, which I am handling, it is not only about funding. There are a lot of startups which are bootstrapped. There are a lot of startups which take angel investors, not only venture capitalists. So it depends completely on the business type, one. Second, it is a habitat that the business is creating, all right? So when there is a new habitat that is being created, you need to churn a lot of money, all right? But for companies which create services like agri-tech, I have a startup called Tradent. We work there. I worked as a mentor there. So what they provide is a EV tractor, all right, on a rental basis. Okay, so it's for the farmers over there. It's generally because there was a lot of devastation due to, there was a tsunami some time back. So that's when they introduced this EV tractors, which was, we just introduced it in Tirunelveli, in 3-4 districts in southern India. It was just 6 to 7 months down the line that, they had got a pan-India contract through John Deere, all right? So it's like you work towards a social impact and the entire world comes to you. I mean, that's how it works, right? So,
This reminds me of an interesting scenario about green energy. So look at it in this way. Russia invades Ukraine, and this creates a problem because the world has been separated from the rest. Today we have a problem that there are two things, West and the rest. And this has definitely created energy problems. And I always say now people would start moving towards green energy because definitely there is a demand for that, but the supply is limited. Today GCC is definitely gaining out of that. But future, we cannot survive like this. We need to find out ways of surviving with some other energy sources. So green energy is quite popular, and in my opinion, it will become more and more popular, and people should invest in those stocks.
Yeah,
Do you also think the same?
Absolutely. It started with EV, right? Tesla. Who doesn't know Tesla? So it started with EV. Then a lot of companies came in. Solar energy, for example, Lilium. It had secured about millions and millions of dollars. It makes a flying car which is powered by solar energy.
Okay.
It is now operating in Germany, Berlin, and Sweden.
Oh, something we thought in movies only.
Yeah, so it is. Yeah, there is still impact created by innovation, and people do love investing in innovative ideas. It may be a recession period or not, but ideas like these does have value any day in a time. All right. So that is one. And talking about innovations now, starting from EVs, now we have hydrogen-powered engines. Hyundai had recently released hydrogen-powered engine cars, which was patented. So, those innovations are making us live in coordinates with the ecosystem, with the nature. Because, see, recession doesn't only happen in terms of the primary reason, which we said is inflation and financial crisis. Yes. But apart from that, it can also happen due to the depletion of natural resources for certain industries. And, it changes from industry to industry. So, in my terms, I would say, it may be a recession, it may not be a recession, because this is not going to be permanent. It's just a temporary phase. But recession period will be the right time for you to invest in your own idea, invest in such a way that it fulfills the demands of the current customers, customer needs, and recession also paves way for greater innovations to come tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think this is a good update on green vehicles, what is happening there, yeah.
Yeah, so do you like to add something as an end note saying, what do you think or what are your thoughts, when you are in a recession and it's you who has to take a decision? Would you be, in a...
So I would split this problem across two things, what organizations should do and what general population as an individual should do. So today, in terms of recession, there is always an opportunity for general population also. They can invest in real estate with the limited funds that they have because the prices will start reducing. There will be a market correction. Today we are seeing this boom in the market, but this is a bubble. This will crack after this market correction. This will create recession, but definitely this will also give you an opportunity to invest in those real estate options where you were not able to. Now, if I am an investee, it's a problem for me. Recession is a problem for me. But what if I'm an investor? I'll get valuations lower and I'll get more value for the money I put in. Because there is a dearth of dry powder. That's the problem of people. And if I'm addressing that problem, I can ask more money for those problems today. So yes, as an investor, it's a success story for me. I can make a lot out of this recession. Think about it for people who lost their job. In COVID, so many people lost their jobs. What did they do? They started going to some big business schools and did their MBAs. I came in contact with so many such people. And look at them today. They are building a lot of money out of it. So it's about how you approach the problem, even for the general population. If they're approaching the problem with a mindset that, there is something and we cannot do anything about it, no, you have lost the game. But if you think of it, okay, there are so many people who are thinking like that they have lost the game, and you think, what can we do differently? Since all others are sleeping with this mindset, how can we wake up and we spark that energy that, okay, people identify this problem, we'll gain the whole market share out of it. If you deal with it in that manner, I think that really solves the problem. And this is the time to set new trends, change your pricing strategies, adapt to the customers, adapt your offerings to the customers, make a way out of it that you can create more successful models. You can earn out of this opportunity. For example, there was a dearth in the shipping business. The cranes, somebody who was a crane supplier said, okay, I will not be able to sell any more cranes to the customers in the shipping business. The other crane builder thought differently and he said, no, because they cannot buy the cranes right now, I'll give them cranes on an hourly basis or on need basis on a subscription model. He changed everything to a subscription model from a transactional model. And today that's a trend. Today still it's prevalent. So this is the time to think how in future also you can monetize well by changing your pricing strategy. And right now you need to be very focused on how procurement is thinking. What is their approach to this? Going back to the organizational setup, it is always important to set up things as per the Nadler-Tushman model. It's my favorite model. It says that goals, actions, culture of the organization should all focus on the goal of the company. So right now, it is the role of the CEO to set everyone in the company towards a goal that you need to find ways, number one, to bring efficiency, and number two, to find what we can sell in the market. Every employee should work with that mindset. That partnership feeling should be there in every employee. There will be a role of HR also who will introduce this into the culture of the organization. There will be a role of CFO who will think of it. The pricing will still be same, but the offerings have to change and we will implement these discounting measures. There has to be a role of CFO even in reducing the costs by bringing efficiency, not just by cost cutting. Nobody succeeds with the cost cutting. Yes. If you cut the costs, you're actually accelerating the problem if you're not doing it for the sake of efficiency. Yeah. So if you're cutting the cost, cut for the sake of efficiency. not for any other reasons. Many people just make some roles redundant that they actually need. They don't think differently. So first think about how you can increase your revenue. Once you have done that, then go backwards. How can I do this in a more efficient way? So this is a role of CFO in a company. Then there is a role of the sales lead also. He needs to be very well updated with what his customers' needs today are and how is he going to address them. Take the feedbacks daily. There is a role for the procurement team as well to set up some preset prices, long-term contracts with the supplier so that the price is locked in. Whereas have a subscription model for the customers which the sales will ensure. So you're back-to-back covered in this period of uncertainty. So I think if you approach it seeing an opportunity and you hedge yourselves with all the risks that are there, you can still win this.
Absolutely. On you with this. Yeah. So on the end note, maybe I'm pretty sure that it's just the perspective that matters during a recession. So silver lining of recession and the innovation that happens. It is how you perceive things. It is you need to connect back to the roots, analyze what is required, what are the emerging needs, cater to it, and that's it. It's all set. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, guys. A great session to start our afternoon, our third afternoon of Internet 2.0 conference. So we're just going to reset the stage now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next panel discussion. And just a reminder for you, if you are going to post any pictures and videos on social media, please do use the hashtag Internet2Conf. We are constantly posting on YouTube. As you can see, we're filming all the way through today, yesterday, the day before. YouTube, LinkedIn, you can find videos and pictures on there as well. So please do follow us on the social media. So we've got a couple more sessions to go this afternoon before we finish off with our awards. And this next panel discussion is all about the biggest technology trends that will redefine the payments industry. And as we're talking about the technological revolution, it's been rapidly transforming the payments industry. New trends are emerging that promise to redefine the way we exchange value. From blockchain to contactless payments, the landscape is constantly evolving. And we're here this afternoon to explore some of the biggest trends that are set to shape the payments industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our moderator for this session, Sumit Srivastava, a Digital and Commercial Officer Group Director. We also have our panelists, Abdulaziz Ibrahim Al-Mutalak, Founder and CEO, Social English 101 Initiative. We've got Tosin, Principal Consultant, Golden Platforms for Solutions and Businesses. We have Sanjay Taskar, CEO and founder, Assimilate Technologies. We've got Praveen HVS, founder and CEO of Code Matrix Software India. And we also have Tanya Singh, partner and judge, 30-Minute University and United Nations Hult Prize. So please put your hands together, everyone, as we welcome our moderator and our panelists to the stage for our next panel discussion. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, guys, can I please request you to switch your seats as per name? So Abdul, you stay. Tosin, please, can you come with Abdul? Sumit, just walk where Tosin was. That's it. Okay, cool. Yeah. This is good. Great. Thanks, guys. So there's been a little bit of a change. It seems like I'm going to be moderating, and Sumit is part of the panel. He's been eluding this job for a while, but we're actually grateful because he has a lot of knowledge.
Guilty as charged.
So hi, everyone. I know you're pretty much tired and end of day 3. So we're going to keep it short, succinct, and try to create as much knowledge as we can for you.
Should we start yelling? Because I kind of feel like people are sleeping.
Yeah, do we want to like go and like do like a little exercise and clap a little and then sit back?
How
Would you
about
like to do
jumping
that?
jacks and push-ups, guys?
Yeah, should we? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Get up, everyone. Do a little, do a little dance wherever you are, and then sit again. All right. Thank you so much. All right, so before I start, I would very humbly request all of the panelists to please introduce yourselves because I really wish I had great memory, but I would need to read out of a paper to really do justice to all of you. So Sanjay, can we start with you? Sorry, Praveen. Okay, my bad.
Oh, yeah. My name is Praveen. I am the founder of Code Matrix. We are in Bangalore, and we are a product development specialist. Most of our projects are based out of US and Europe.
Thank you, and welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
Hi, Sumit. I've got about 20 years in digital payments, digital commerce, based out of Dubai now, ex-eBay, DoorDash, now Virgin.
Wonderful. We're glad to have you there. I'm sure we'll pick one question each from all the experiences you've had. Tosin, welcome.
Yeah, I'm Tosin Shobukola. I have run a startup Golden Platforms in Muscat, Oman. And I've done big tech, used to be Microsoft, ex-Microsoft, and I worked with Nigeria's biggest payment company, InteSwitch, and I've been doing tech for about 17 years now, and today I do enterprise architecture, digital strategy, I have a data background, and I also do artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Abdul.
Hi everyone, it's good to be here, and great introduction, everyone. For me, I'm Abdulaziz Al-Mutlaq. I'm the founder and CEO of Search English 101. And we built this 1 year ago, around like 13 months ago. We built this initiative to traditionally bring people together, yeah, because we believe that technology has amazing impacts on us. And we support that, and we're with it. But at the same time, we felt like bringing people together in physical settings. So what we did is that we found this initiative in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, where we bring people, we gather people in weekly events, yeah? And all of these events, and I may end with this, they are based on values such as inclusiveness, friendliness, and even like having this culture and atmosphere where people feel so encouraged, not only to be spontaneous, but to bring their best in them there, and to connect, to build their connections, their professional and personal connections as well. And we've been doing that for a year now, and yeah, we organized more than 45 events, and things are going, alhamdulillah. So yeah.
Okay, I want to tell you something about Abdul. He's actually the youngest person, so, and also the Gen Z on this panel right now, which, by the way, is not an age thing. We could totally be Gen Z, all of us here as well, depending on the speed of our lives. Sumit is one, I know.
No, I'm a millennial. I'm a millennial.
Okay, wonderful.
I'm one of those annoying millennials.
Really? Okay, good to know. Well, great. So thank you everyone for joining us today. And I just want to start with, my name is Tanya Singh. You've seen me before on day one. The reason I'm moderating the panel, or I'm here with this august company of people, is because I have been in consulting for the last 1.5 years, and I've sort of seen payments evolve over the last 12 years of my journey as well. Father was a career banker. My first internship was an ATM company wherein they were sending check images instead of by post. So that's the era I belong to, guilty. And post that, of course, I worked in a lot of platform as a service models across the world. And used, in fact, recently, there's an app in the Philippines called GCash, which is run by their largest telecom company, and they have something else called Maya. So very, very interesting, not digital wallets, but pretty much digital banks as systems that I worked with in terms of the consumer lens. So first question, essentially, is to Abdul, but I would like to throw some statistics to you just from an industry perspective. The revenue of the payment industry was surprisingly the most robust through the pandemic globally. In fact, it saw an 11% growth, compound annual growth rate across the world, with the largest amount of transactions coming from Asia Pacific and EMEA as a region, right? And these are growing regions, of course. We have Tosin, who's worked extensively in Nigerian markets, and we have the rest of our panelists who also worked in India and growing markets like Dubai, etc. So my first question is starting with Abdul, and I want to give a little bit of a different spin to it. Abdul, help me understand, how does your world look in terms of personal or business finance right now? Meaning, what apps do you use? And what would be the ideal consumer journey for you when it comes to transacting online on a digital platform?
Great question. Thank you so much. Thinking and reflecting on it for a second, I used to use more than one platform for having like more than one wallet card, and with the passage of time, I felt it's more convenient, much more convenient, to basically reduce I wouldn't say the diversity, but reduce having multitude of platforms, multitude of banks, and multitude of perhaps other service providers, organizations, like when it comes to payment, to just a single card or a single bank. And I felt similar feeling to what Steve Jobs did when he basically started wearing the same thing every day. Yeah, it's like literally, I felt like when having one, when dealing with one payment organization, whether it's a bank, an entity, etc., and building trust with them and choosing the best in the market, it feels much simpler and more organized. So I rest here, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it actually wouldn't be a bad idea, but there are, of course, constraints to why we can't have that single interface globally. Would any of the judges like to comment why not, or maybe how, in terms of solutions, that could be possible?
I think, so why it's not possible today is because you've got different worlds, different entities, different regulations, cross-border. There's a lot, right? And I'm sure like there's a lot from your experience as well that you can talk to. I think from, oh yeah, sorry, way better now. Thank you. I think from a cross-border perspective, different policies, regulations, so you can't have one single interface. Today, I think, everybody talks about the metaverse and Web3, interoperability between not the blockchain piece, but also from a metaverse perspective, interoperability between blockchains, so a Bitcoin blockchain versus an Ethereum versus Solana. So that also has its own issues. But I think one way in the future where people are looking to solve this is through tokenized digital IDs, right? So I will have one digital identity, encrypted, tokenized. It could be on a mobile through a host card emulation system, sitting somewhere in a cloud. And that one ID can then transfer across worlds, businesses, whatever, right? And that can be tokenized and encrypted for every time I want to have a transaction, so that there is one ID, which is at a metaphor layer, which is attached to me, my identity, my credit card, my wallet, my bank. But what somebody sees on the business side, which is the flip side, that is completely encrypted and is just a random generated number. So I think there's a way to get to it. I just feel like we're not there yet in certain silos, but we are getting there closer.
Yeah, so the technology exists, but it's just that the integration or maybe the consumer use case is not as widely accepted, because also, and I want to drop a random stat here at you, sorry Sumit, is that cross-border payments actually don't make up for a very large volume of the total global volume, right? So how would governments or even countries come to that one single interface, given that there are different egos in the room?
So that's part of the challenge, right? You're right, because what generally happens is, so cross-border, I think actually from what I see from a trade perspective, is a large part of what happened in the pandemic as well. But obviously there's a domestic chunk, and when you look at markets like in India, the US, Europe as EU before Brexit, those domesticated sort of volumes are also high. So you're absolutely right. But I think from a challenge perspective also is that regulations for EMV across North America and Europe, very, very different. Regulations they're trying to build here in the Middle East, for example, Web3 and crypto, very, very different. In the US, it's not even regulated, right? So I think we'll get into that a little bit more. I don't want to hijack this conversation, but I think that there's a lot of business cases out there, but I just don't feel like regulations have caught up, because the technology to catch up is not that difficult, right? It's in bits and pieces in different parts anyways, and someone can sort of parlay and bring that all together. I think in my mind, it's the regulation that is not caught up. And that is the one big thing that needs to sort of evolve faster or catch up faster.
Okay, maybe we send more tech guys to government jobs if they're interested in getting paid well enough. Tosin, I want to speak about Nigeria, of course, and you did, of course, mention your passion around topics like, crypto, encrypted payment systems. So would you like to expand on that both locally and from a solution perspective for the globe?
Yes. So before we go to the crypto, I'd just like to touch a little on the previous question, which is what is the best payment experience like?
Yeah.
I subscribe to the simple, and I like to subscribe to the reliable, which is when I need it, I want to get it.
Yeah.
So we begin to see trends whereby companies are doing digital inclusion, and we're having a lot of fintechs. So a lot of people are avoiding the banks and now running with fintechs because for some good reason, the fintechs don't have the cost of the bank, so the fees are far less. And then, in addition to that, I like to have my ID, but I'm also afraid, not afraid, but I have just this sneaky feeling that I don't want my data all over the place. So I like all-in-one platforms that allow me to make semi-anonymous payments like PayPal. So if I'm going to make a payment, I'm looking for the PayPal button because I don't want to put in my PAN on every site. Not necessarily from the laziness of keying in the details, but from the fact that who are you and who is this payment gateway? Are you the Spanish gateway? Are you the Indian gateway? Are you the Australian gateway? I don't care. I know PayPal. So I have 2 cards on PayPal, and you see the PayPal, and my cards are safe. Then, from the traditional banking perspective, I also like the concept whereby I have one bank that is probably a traditional bank, and I have an agile bank that is doing everything. In the UK, it's Barclays. In Nigeria, it's a bank called GT Bank. They have the USSD, they have the mobile app, they have everything. It just works.
Okay.
And then in Oman, where I live, is Bank Muscat. They are always ahead of innovation. So that, for me, I like it simple. And then, of course, when I go to the ATM, it's either the ATM is working or there's an alternative solution, which we'll come back to later.
Yeah.
Now, with respect to cross-border payments, we are beginning also to see trends whereby people are, again, maybe it's a case of ease, maybe it's a case of fee avoidance or whatever, but we begin to see people playing along the crypto space, not necessarily for trading purposes, but for leveraging the fiat currencies. My virtual assistant sometimes preferred to be paid in dollars. But because we had some economic challenge in Nigeria where getting dollars was a problem.
Yeah.
So his own version of USD was buying USDT, which is 1-to-1 for the dollar. It doesn't fluctuate. It's not Bitcoin. It's not Ethereum. It's not anything. It's just the dollar. So some people already believe that that's okay. It's a good store of value. We've begun to see where people are using it as a means of funds transfer instead of going to the payment exchange like your Lulu exchange or whatever it is. They just use the crypto technology and you have paid a fee of about $1 USD even when you're transferring $1,000, $2,000.
Oh, wow.
We begin to see that. And good thing or bad thing is that governments are also smart. They're getting smarter. So in Nigeria, where I am originally from, there is a ban, quote and unquote, on crypto. Now, it's not necessarily a ban on crypto because it is crypto and they don't understand it. It's a ban because there was an embargo on foreign currency inflow to the country. And they know that crypto technology is a backdoor.
Yeah.
So while the story on the streets is, are you doing crypto? It's bad, it's a ban, we have the e-currency, but really it was a strategic blocker for unidentified money laundering strategies.
And
so I think a lot of what you also say bridges sort of up to trust, right? So you spoke about PayPal and using PayPal blindly, right? Because you've got that trust there and the simplicity there.
Absolutely.
You also spoke about banks not making it as simple, and your payment method needs to be simple and trusted, right? And I think that just coming out of Africa also, I was there about 2 years. We tried something with MTN and Absa Bank, right, which is the biggest bank. We tried to build like a mobile exchange, which was to compete with M-Pesa, but we couldn't, because at the end of the day, M-Pesa pretty much taught the world about fintech, right? That's sort of, I would say, an OG player in the market, right? And because M-Pesa was trusted, not just because it was simple, because MTN also built a simple solution, but the point that M-Pesa was trusted, it was reliable, if there were any issues it would get solved, and it was just super simple to use. The MTN solution didn't work. It just didn't work. They flooded it with money, marketing, the best technology, the best people, did not work. So I think that trust factor that you talk about, huge.
It's absolutely huge because, I mean, when it comes to money, people, I just permit me a little digression. Just last night, I was advising someone who said, I built a portal and my portal is not making sales. And then I looked at the average price of items on her portal was about $100, $200. It sounds like little money, but in Africa, when you look at the horrible currencies, it's a lot. So imagine selling wigs for $200. And she said, people were not paying through her website. I said, they would not pay through your website. It's high ticket. What happens if the transaction fails? So people look at it on the website. She does a website-only promo, and they still come directly to her to do a bank transfer. Trust, because I know the bank transfer will work, but I don't know if somebody is going to spoof my card. I don't know if the transaction is going to fail, and I don't want to have reversal challenges. So trust, when it comes to money, you need someone you trust.
I have two personal anecdotes, and I want to move to Praveen and for a very specific question, if you allow me. I just want to close this point so that we can then sort of go back to the future. So coming to personal experiences, I've been frauded on Paytm once, which is a digital wallet. Number two, when I was trying to invest in real estate in Dubai, there's a very old money system called the Hawala system, much like how crypto exists, which is peer-to-peer. The difference was there were people then who would whisper into your ear and the whole chain will go, right? And it's not that the logic has changed, it's just that we're coming back to peer-to-peer transactions, which is so strange. And unfortunately, an Indian bank sending money to Dubai, you have to pay advance tax to the government to move large money sums, right? So similar as Nigeria would be. I want to give Mr. Praveen some talk time, and there is something, do you want to continue on the same, or do you want to talk about the Aura Ring piece?
Right.
Okay.
So I wanted to mention about my personal experience. It's 8 years I started this organization, and we do blockchain and AIML projects. We always had challenges in getting payments from US and Europe. Let me tell you how it's evolved. Currently I'm using, it was always been TransferWise or Payoneer or PayPal. These are the platforms I always used for payments. They always had commissions and huge commissions, I would say. But today, I would say there's a platform called Skydo, which I'm using from Indian platform. They are a 0.4x and a flat fee of $20 to $30 for up to $10,000.
How old and how big?
I'm not sure about that, but they're charging flat fee of $30 up to $10,000. And they give a virtual bank account in US, and I'm having one in UK and Europe. It's been very easy, seamless. I just have to ask the client, my invoice says a local virtual account, and they do the transfer. And it comes to me within 3 days.
So sorry, just to understand, because this is super interesting actually.
Yep.
So there's 0.4x, and they charge you a flat fee, up to $10,000 or whatever. So you've got a client, say, in Europe, and they transfer the money locally, Europe to your European virtual account.
Virtual account, yes.
And then, but that's local, right?
Yes.
And then from there, you're able to pull into any other account you've got.
Correct.
Only virtual or also any physical
It's
account?
automated. I don't have to do anything. It just gives me the status. Within 3 span days, I would receive the amount.
So
Wow.
if you sorry,
No, no, go on.
this is like
Go
fascinating.
on, just put your mic
Sorry,
closer.
this is
Yeah,
fascinating.
thank you. For everyone, just don't talk amongst yourselves, guys. Louder, louder.
Sorry, this is fascinating though, right?
Okay,
So,
keep going, yeah.
so if you've got a virtual account
Mhm.
and you're trying to pull money into a non-virtual account, a separate account,
Correct.
not Skydo,
Not Skydo.
is that okay?
Yes.
Is there a charge then?
No, it's that's how it is.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's a brilliant platform. The founder is ex-Ola Money inventor, I would say, and he's done a great job, and it's picking up well. So that's what's trending right now. So in order to make this successful, I think all the countries have been cooperating. All the banks are cooperating to provide virtual account, which has worked out very well. So we have also taken payments in Ethereum earlier for blockchain projects. It's been a challenge one or the other way. So I think every banks are globally evolving, and it's helping everybody, every organization.
But Praveen, to your point then, technically then the need for the Aura ring that we were discussing yesterday, it'll become null and void, no? If you have everything virtually done with trust, without commission, without excessive charges, and using blockchain technology, right? Why would you need devices?
You're talking more on Aura Ring would be more of like a fitness band getting connected.
Yeah,
to
I'm
wallet.
saying why would we need devices then? Like there's no physical architecture required.
So if you're moving towards that, I think you should look at the website called Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC.
Yeah.
If you Google there, you'll get some statistics. Over 30 countries are already working on implementing digital currency. Okay, India being one of them, they have already introduced e-rupee.
Yeah.
Digital rupee, right? So digital rupee in the first phase and in a pilot project, they have released something called UPI Lite, if you're familiar with that. This works without internet.
Yes.
So it means they are actually tokenizing the rupees, right? So the moment you're tokenizing, it's actually like virtually in your account, okay? Irrespective you have your internet, you will be able to make a payment. So this is already working flawlessly right now. Over a period of time, I think this will get evolved into wearables, like wristbands, fitness bands, and Aura Ring is one of the fitness ring. So if you are able to load the ring, you should be able to just touch and authenticate using face or fingerprint biometric. You should be able to make the payment.
So we are talking Westworld future, basically, yes?
I would say yes.
No, but I love that you brought up the CBDC with internet, without internet, right? Because one of the big, so if you look at all these research and white papers, one of the biggest use cases that they need to figure out for CBDC is what happens when the internet is down, what happens when the network is down, how do you look at exchange rates, how do you look at money transfer, what is the bucket of inflow versus outflow, what are your inventory volumes or treasury volumes, right? And that is massive, right? If they're looking to solve that, it's massive.
Totally agree with that. So it's a big challenge they're facing it. So that's the reason it's all in development and pilot stage. I was also reading about eNaira. Nigeria was trying to implement that. It's still in, again, pilot stage, I guess. So overall, I would say all the countries are encouraging to stop this Hawala, black money, and many other things. So I think we would be reaching some point where we should be having seamless payment solutions easily.
Right. I have a very, I'm not sure if it's philosophical, but a very logical question, right? I mean, technically, if you think about it, we are moving back to peer-to-peer. Now, the only other interface is that the government wants control, because that's how you collect taxes and that's how you sort of maintain control of what transactions happening where, right? Which is where the entire data, or maybe let's say the India doing the UPI is a government move, right? If it was a Paytm or a PhonePe, you'd be surprised. PhonePe is actually used more in India than is Paytm, even though Paytm is older, longer, because PhonePe, the transaction volumes and the ease of the access of the consumer experience was much better. And if the government of India could support like 1 billion transactions every day with the UPI, and that's the volume, then we're not very far to just get it to a 7 billion for the world, right? I mean, technically, most of the population rests in our emerging markets right now. So question, and you can choose not to answer it, is please engage me or indulge me if you would. But do we then, and wasn't that the premise of the blockchain, that no one single entity owns it? So then, declaring Hawala systems or peer-to-peer would then apply to blockchain as well by that same logic, and then the government will start owning it as well. So eventually we're in that same loop of who controls what in terms of either information or taxation?
Well,
or-
I think
I-
it's,
okay.
sorry, go on.
Yeah, each one of you can go, please decide.
So as much as, so the news on national TV is that nobody controls the blockchain. And as much as possible, it's anonymous. That is what we were sold, and that is what we seem to believe. However, we've been learning that the FBI, at least in the US, has been able to trace payments. So if the FBI can trace blockchain payments, and permit me to digress, you'd recall the time where we had the terrorist attack and the FBI wanted Apple to open the iPhone. And Apple refused to open their iPhone because of trust issues, but they got an Israeli company to open. Recall.
NSA.
Exactly. Well, was it the NSA? Good. Now, digress closed. Now, of course, the story it's sold to us is, yes, it will be unidentifiable, it will be anonymous. But do you think that the government will see watching its tax going and will fold its arms and do nothing?
No.
And we've had cases of arrests of hackers arrested because huge sums of ransom funds were paid via blockchain, anti-money laundering arrests were made. So I like the concept, I believe the principle, the technology is there, but I'm not being pessimistic, and I don't just want to say the ooh-ah, I want to be the pragmatic guy to say, some way, somehow, this is still going to come back into the hands of the gatekeepers, because nobody's going to watch you take their lunch and sit smiling.
Love how you put that, Praveen.
I don't know how to put it across. It might be a little more technical here. So if you look at internet, so there is public, there's private, and there's government level access, right?
There's also dark internet.
Right. So they're trying to implement a similar kind of approach when it comes to blockchain. So there's public, private, and there's government access. So nobody will be able to access this, is what being assumed so far. So that's the reason it's still in pilot stage. They want to ensure the security is up to the mark. It should not be easily hackable. So like it or not, they will make it happen, is what I understand.
Okay, we can make our peace with it. So
That's
now-
actually...
Abdul, please, yes.
Yeah, that's actually very thought-provoking, yeah? And while you were talking about, you discussed something, and like, it clicked with me so much because it's so relevant in more than one country, actually, yeah? Where I heard this story from our professor, yeah, and he's specialized in information system and healthcare, and he told us more than once, yeah, and like in some countries, cool, there are a lot of advancement in technology, but more than once there is this lack of proper and let's say accurate regulations regarding some of the technologies. So for a quick example here, we have like a couple of clinics in one of the countries, yeah, and the thing is, they are working and going through the book literally when it comes to there are some HIPAA rules when it comes to the healthcare. So you need to go through the rules in order to get paid from the insurance company, yeah. And this is related to payment. And what I've noticed is that some clinics, when they do all of the hard work and like go literally through the book, they could be even wronged by the insurance company, because like if you're a single clinic, then you are literally compared to a big chain of hospitals. You're kind of a fish, yeah. It's not that big of a deal, and I felt that there is something missing when it comes to policies and even procedures and rules to ensure that even if it's a clinic, it cannot be even nothing unjust could be done to it, because there's lack in some rules or etc. Yeah, so it's a really point that I agree with, and I felt like mentioning it because
Thank you.
I saw it myself, yeah.
No, I think that's good for you to introspect at his age. So can I summarize what you said? I think what
sure.
Abdul meant was that he notices this in healthcare because that's his field of choice, that there is no self-regulation mechanism when it comes to government's policies and regulations. Yes, correct? Okay, great. Thank you for bringing that up.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I think I'm a believer that if the government really wants, any government, they can interfere, they can create a policy. I've seen rules overnight, policies change overnight. It's not always like the US where a bill has to be passed and then it has to go to the Senate and it takes 3 months. Sometimes these are just emergency mandates, right? And especially when there's monarchy, this is possible like overnight. That's one. So if the government really wants, they're watching, they can, NSA, CIA, FBI, all of these guys, right? But then on top of that, the minute you add biometrics and authentication to payments, it's gone.
It's gone.
It's logged as you, right? You unlocking a payment for yourself or you sending a payment. And the minute that fingerprint or that sort of footprint is there, they can find out. It's done. It's over. And you will, for security purposes, go down that path. So you're opening the door to be regulated at some point anyways. And this will happen.
So should I stock up gold and real estate then to survive and to escape the whole regulation?
You can't,
piece?
because that'll be
No?
regulated too.
Just to add to that, there's one more security layer they're trying to add is you will have to declare where the money is going to be utilized. So if I'm transferring or if I'm buying a property, my money has to say this is being used for buying this property in the digital currency I'm talking about. So once you declare that, it cannot be misused for anything else. So bribing, black money, any of these will stop. So that's one of the security layer they're still working on.
Yo, I need to work for both of you, like large money transfers, property buys.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm wasting my life
and
away.
then crypto, and then health. Okay, I want to keep us back to, don't want to talk too much about governments. We are also on flights, and some of us don't belong to this country right now. So I'm kidding, but okay. I want to talk about emerging markets and the need for financial inclusion quickly, and want to get us back on the benefits of some of these technologies that are affecting the payments industry. So, Tosin, we start with you.
Okay, yes, thanks. I gave a hint to that. So we've begun to see a lot of alternative strategies, just like the example Sumit gave earlier. In East Africa, we have the biggest mobile money endeavor almost in the world, where we have a telco that is bigger than the banks, and it's been a lesson for every other person. Sad story is that it's only hugely successful in East Africa. When it came to the West, the banks didn't agree, and they tried to do it. We have mobile money, we have everything, but it's powered by the banks because they couldn't just, I mean, nobody watches you, especially the big boys or the gatekeepers. Nobody watches you taking his lunch away and folding his arms. So we've had mobile money transfers and wallets. That happens in East Africa, and in West Africa, it's a lot of USSD and a lot of apps and a lot of neobanks who leverage on the critical infrastructure. In fact, one of the things I do is to help banks become digital and fintechs. We're rolling our software, and you get all the fintechs capacity. You already have all the licenses, you already have everything, but getting that technology may be a long journey, but we are able to help you do that within 3 to 6 months. You can have all the fintech capacity you want. Now, more than that, which I was, based on our previous conversations, I'm told also happens one way or the other in India. Back home, where I originally come from in Nigeria, we began to see a reduction in the rollout of ATMs, and we've now seen grocery shops becoming neobanks. And what is the strategy? How much does an average ATM cost? Maybe $2,000 or $5,000 or $10,000. And what does an ATM need to function? You need another load of about $2,000, $3,000 to load into the ATM. If it's in a high traffic area, you need to do that 2 or 3 times a day. ATM comes with its own little bedroom, comes with its own cooling, comes with its own power, comes with its own security, and a village just for that box to work. And then when I go to the ATM, my friend there would say the ATM swallowed my card and looked blank, and like nothing ever happened. And so people stopped trusting the ATMs. But what have they now done? they've begun to roll out POSs to mom and pop shops. And if we really ask ourselves, how much does the average ATM user need? Remembering that you are not the average ATM user. You need $500 at one withdrawal or $1,000. You are not the average user. The average user just needs $10 regardless of currency conversion. He just needs $10, he just needs $20 so that he can buy the next meal or so he can take the next cab. So what have they done? If we have one ATM in a whole vicinity of 4, 5, 10 kilometers, what they've done is to deploy a $100, $200 POS, which may not even have NFC capability. It might even be a glorified Android phone that looks like a box. And all they do is you take in your card, you punch in your PIN, and you get your $10, which could be 2,000 naira, which could be 300 rupees, which could be 50 dirhams or whatever reals that you can get. And what does that do? If I deploy 15 POSs on a street, I've given you 15 alternatives. I've removed the need for insurance. I've removed the need for security. I've removed the need for power. I've removed the need for so many things. And I've outsourced it to people who are willing to pay me for outsourcing it to them. Because for every transaction, they get a fee. Which brings us back to the issue of trust. If I go to an ATM, it's a 50-50 or 60-40 percentage that money will be in that ATM, or that ATM will not have a network issue. But it's a 90-10 that when I go into Mr. Shriva's shop or Mr. Abdullah's shop to get money from the POS, there's a huge possibility that he's going to have it. Guess what? I pay a higher fee, but I don't mind because I get what I need. We're beginning to see a lot of that. I'm not sure if the experience is the same with you.
Yeah. I love Tosin as a consumer somehow. I think he's way ahead of his times in that sense. I want to be conscious of time, guys, and we do also want to take one audience question. I know someone from the National Bank of Oman is sitting in the audience, so maybe he has a question for all of us. But Praveen, can I come back to you for the opportunity in the future of payments? And please talk about your devices and some of the work that you do. It'd be nice to hear you.
If you're talking about the IoT evolution, you can see smart devices everywhere around. Okay. Don't be surprised in future you would get a message, your fridge is saying that milk is over. Can I place an order? You just have to authorize it and place the order.
Samsung, what are you doing?
Possibly, and if the fridge doesn't place an order on Amazon.
Yeah, that's right. So we have been seeing different payment wallets, digital wallets, and many other things. Currently there's already buy now, pay later is trending. Amazon Pay, Amazon Wallet. Okay, so you might say, Alexa, can we buy a liter of milk or something? It might place an order and it arrive home. Yeah.
Praveen, sorry for interrupting you, but this whole BNPL thing, right? So let's say that exists. So then there's no need for printing money.
It's again buy now, pay later.
So you still have to pay, okay,
yes,
unfortunately. So even if everything's automated,
it's more of like
it's buy now, pay
later,
later, not never pay.
Never pay, okay, cool. I thought debt was supposed to be that, but anyway, it's credit and debt.
It's more like replacement of your credit card, I would say, yeah. So this is how it will evolve, I would say. Everything will start getting smarter. Your watch, your leather wallets will be replaced with your e-wearables. Payment will be much seamless for consumers. When it comes to business, I think what I've been noticing is virtual bank and many other things will come in picture. So, yeah, that's what I see right now.
If there's even a small point I want to add here, and yeah, I'm conscious of time too.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
That would be, there's this point you mentioned, and I relate to you, and it's a really good point that as we advance in technology, then perhaps it would resolve this issue of every time we sign in every place, in a bank account, yeah, or perhaps in a bank app, etc. We use our password, and even when you go to contactless payment, etc. Sometimes we use a password too, and developing these technologies to smoothen the whole process of payments and to provide a more holistic services related to payment would be really, really promising, and perhaps something that we would see soon, hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, totally. That's how it's being evolving. We have been forced to adapt to that. we like it or not. So I think we should look forward to learn those technologies soon and how to adapt to this new world, I would say. It's a new evolution. Yeah.
Okay. We have 50 seconds. I want to take one audience question. Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, hi, this is JP. And hello, Tanya. Hi, guys, how are you? So my question, it's not a question exactly, but the question is, why are we getting afraid of governments getting information about the transaction? It's only taxes, right, which you have been elaborating from the last few minutes. So if we go ahead and change the direction of the tide, let's go ahead and do it in this way. Let the government go ahead and run a blockchain related option where you go ahead and have an ID for per transaction, and government gets that amount in the central bank, where they are getting that particular amount. Who is it going to at the end of the day by using that particular token? Doesn't matter. But what government will go ahead and do is, even if they are tracking it, they will give you a tax rebate. Because anyways, if you look at Reserve Bank of India, blockchain is very good, okay? I'm telling you how. And crypto is also good. So how does it work is, when you are making a card payment, say for example, to a specific company or an e-commerce portal, the amount will be stored through blockchain related ID, which is not known to everyone, into RBI. Because I will also go ahead and make my organizations one part of it as a financial institution. And financial institutions by default can keep that particular money in RBI, getting 6%, 3, 4, 5%, whatever. Automatically you are getting that money. And when I am transacting with that blockchain ID, RBI doesn't mind giving that money back to you in your account, which is automatically you have been paid for in terms of certain percentage. Not only that, they will be able to go ahead and regulate the black money in such a beautiful way that even taxes can be reduced by making sure that a 6% comes to you, or 5%. So why are we afraid of it?
Yes.
It's not going to harm anyone. It's only going to help the financial institutions who would willingly adopt, and in a very proper way, blockchain as well as cryptocurrency as a legal way of transacting money, whereas they save a lot of money.
So I absolutely agree, and I think that what you're talking about alludes to monetization of digital ID, and then also incentivizing using of tokenization and blockchain, right? And I think that the example that you gave, it's a very good use case. But I also feel like, coming from Silicon Valley, North America, I can tell you that there's cultural dynamics, right, which are at play. And in the North American concept, they do not want the government looking at anything, whether it's my birth date, my name, whatever.
It's a wrong conception.
Whether it's wrong or right is irrelevant.
Personal
The point is it's
identifiable information, SPI, PI, let's keep it aside. Why this hype of making people afraid has come is because banks will lose that 2.5%.
Can I come in?
It's not government. It's not government. Yeah. It's not
Before
government.
both of you gentlemen, so I want to just ground us, and thank you, sir, for bringing that point. Actually, there are a few ways that discussion on those set of questions could have gone, and one of those ways was your ways. But if you remember, we started with the consumer point of view. Now, technically, all of these services can be driven two-way, right? Either you're pushed a certain service because there are benefits to it, wherein you incentivize, decentivize, doesn't matter whether the authority is the government, the central agency, certain businesses which are larger and are accountable for their leadership and how they run that economy. The second piece is the consumer mindset, because the consumer is so diverse amongst all those cultures, those economies, and so we were trying to bring in the diversity of the fact that, hey, what's right for him may not be right for me, what's right for Nigeria may not be right for Dubai, may not be right for India, and then everyone has that. But I really, really appreciate you bringing that up. Sumit, Tosin, you may go. Choose to answer. Praveen, sir.
If there's a quick thing I may add to what you mentioned.
Give me a second. Can we respond to?
Yeah, sure thing. Because it's a simple thing, and
yeah.
The point you mentioned, even when it comes to payment, there are very different industries, and with different industries, different processes too. So yeah, I want to highlight that because.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think it's more of human psychology. You try to, its tendency to get fear when it comes to anything related to monetization. So I think we have already experienced in India demonetization. So everyone was panic situation. A lot of good things happened, bad things also happened. A lot of common people, street side vendors got affected. So it's a history. Any changes comes in related to monetization, there's always a fear carrying along with it. So I don't think so there will be a big problem, but at this point of time, it's still unknown area. So people are afraid, what is it? You and I know we are technical, you and I understand, but when it comes to a common man, that person will not be able to understand that.
So what Tanya said was, according to geography, it will differ, right? For India, we want to go ahead and track each and every transaction, and that is why we did demonetization also in terms of black money to be removed in the market. Whereas in US, why is it not regulated is that, you said FBI can go ahead and track any of the transactions, but they still cannot go ahead and do it. Let me be very frank with you in terms of when you talk about public blockchain and
Sir, can I request you to be louder? We're trying to create knowledge here. We really want to listen to you. Yes.
So the point is that even FBI cannot go ahead and track any of the cryptocurrency transactions in Bitcoin. The way they can only track is if somebody is taking out money out of that particular blockchain and then putting that money inside their account. Otherwise, there are exchange. There is a peers point where you can go in, or maybe you can take out the currency out of those particular cash tellers which are available. You can just go ahead and put that particular unique identifier and take out that money in cash. They don't want to do that. America, if wanted to do it, they could have tracked it, but they go ahead and believe in making sure the paper money is still in circulation. So somebody in California is going to go ahead and put that particular amount as a cryptocurrency buying a Bitcoin, and the other person who is on the East Coast would go ahead to the teller and take out that particular money in cash. Nobody will come to know it. But the only way they can go ahead and track, or FBI can go ahead and track it, is if somebody is using to go ahead and make sure that transfer the amount into their account. Here also, America does not, or American government, or any government should not have a problem, is because ultimately the money which is cash, which is flowing into those tellers and coming out of the tellers, is ultimately going to be held by whom? Is going to be held by Bitcoin, right? So Bitcoin has the paper money, and still the taxes can be levied on Bitcoin. So why we are afraid of it?
Yeah. And I want to now summarize. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for speaking up and also taking the time. I'll quickly summarize, and it's obviously been amazing, but I'm conscious of time. It's been up for a while, so we want to also make sure that we scoot through the next few panels. I want to just ground us to one thing. Money was introduced as a way of documentation, right? That's why you have a micro number and a paper, and it's changed forms through the eras. It was metals and materials that we trusted. There are festivals around there called Burning Man where you still actually have to trade service for service or product for service. Yes, absolutely. And so there are so many ways that it's changed, but eventually it still represents a record of a transaction or a value transaction really in the business or the human value chain. I'd call it the human value chain. So I want us to ground back onto that point. I think it was a very interesting discussion. I'm glad we didn't get too much into security, but I'm glad we touched upon trust. I'm glad we touched upon different models. Thank you, Praveen, and sorry for messing up the name. Somehow I met both Sanjay and you together, so it just stuck me. And thank you, Abdul, as a young person, to just help us also understand the ramifications in your industry.
Yeah, I would
and for being patient with me, my retorts.
Oh, no, you did actually great, and I'm so happy to share whatever I know, to everyone. So
thank you so much. And you look absolutely stellar today.
Thank
Wonderful.
you so much.
Great. Thank you, guys. This is our time. You may ask the panelists questions after we get up from here. Yeah. Your time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys want to get a picture? Can we get a picture quickly?
Another terrific panel discussion for us there, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to take a quick picture. Don't forget the hashtag, INTENET.2.0 Just a few more sessions to go now this afternoon, day 3 of our Internet 2.0 conference. I hope you've enjoyed it so far, ladies and gentlemen. Today's been amazing. We've had some fantastic sessions. I'm just going to count how many more we've got coming up for you. Round of applause again, everybody, for our brilliant panel. Great topic, great discussion there. We're just going to set the stage now. Next up, we have a fireside chat. So we're going to be exploring the power of generative, should I say, AI, a revolutionary approach to creativity. So we have a fireside chat coming up. We have one more panel discussion, and then we have our awards this afternoon. So please do stay with us for our final sessions, ladies and gentlemen. And now in this next session, our speakers are going to be unraveling the transformative impact of generative AI, pushing the boundaries of human creativity and innovation. So get ready to witness groundbreaking examples, hear captivating stories, and dive right into the cutting-edge technologies that are redefining what it means to be creative. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome to the stage Ravi Rajendra, founder and MD of Quick Digital, and Dr. Harish Nambia, Head of Center of Innovation at Technopro Inc. Japan. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity. We would like to start with each maybe introducing each other, and then we can carry on. So, yeah, thank you. So I've already said I've an IIT graduated from IIT Madras, been a serial entrepreneur, been a techie, can code in 15 different languages. Been in AI, thick of things, right from 2009 when it was all natural language models, and now to the neural networks. The founder of Quick Meeting, which is one of the most advanced AI-powered business communication and collaboration apps that we've built. Yeah, that's about me. Please, Harish.
So he's a tech savvy, Ravi. Okay. And I'm Harish. I am with the Technopro Japan. So I have been in Japan for the past 27 years, and I started this emerging technology field in 30 years ago, I think, when I did my BTech project in 1993. It was on neural network.
Fantastic.
That was my starting point in this area of AI. Anyway, let us let us start from the past. Maybe we can go step by step. Maybe you should please tell us more about your journey from, you did your BTech from IIT Madras.
Correct. I did my BTech from IIT, being a software architect for the first year, and then became the CTO of the company, the startup I was there. And then from then, my journey, I've just started multiple companies. My first AI project was in terms of categorization. So we built a news categorization engine at the time for a company. And that was the first project that I did when we used the N-gram algorithm.
Way back, which year?
This is in 2009.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was where we started, and I'm very fascinated that you were doing something in the neural networks. Can just, I know that it was your BTech project. Since then, what has happened?
Project.
Yeah.
It was I think it is. You heard about back propagation algorithm, right? So that was the starting point in 30 years ago when neural network were having a lot of trouble training that back propagation algorithm. But unfortunately, that was the time there was a book by James Clerk, Chaos, Making a New Science, came. And I got attracted to that topic. And chaos said it is the basic idea of chaos was that random behavior of a deterministic system. It was opposed to our Kepler's method, deterministic ideas. So I don't know, my professor gave the task to see whether back propagation algorithm have some issues. So we started analyzing that using chaos theory.
Very nice.
We found that chaos hampers learning in neural network. That was in 30 years ago. But I'm sure it's all past now.
Yeah.
So that was the starting point. I got attracted to this chaos, fractal theory, and all those things. Then those theories gave a concept of the a idea that anything you can model using simple rules. Like,
correct.
For example, fractal graphics is like kind of a self-similarity. So that I got attracted towards that direction and just kept going with that.
Very interesting, very interesting. In fact, I think most of you might know that like the current generative AI is all based on the advanced neural networks that it is being used. And fascinated that you have been doing that work since then, and just wanted to understand from AI perspective, right? And what are the kinds of things that we can look at in terms of the future of what can be the applications that we will be using in terms of the AI.
I'm not a big person to predict those things, but I've been working on creating virtual humans. Digital humans has been my PhD. So I've been always fascinated to create the physical models, physiological models, and psychological models. But I couldn't go up to that psychological model level. But after seeing this generative AI evolution, I can say that in 30 years from now, I'm sure my kids could just ask the computer, give me a sandwich, it will make a 3D print of sandwich. That I'm sure it will happen in 30 years' time because this generative AI and synthetic biology, neurons and chemicals, it is going to happen. That is one possibility, I just feel that. And another topic could be, if when I die, I don't think my kids will miss me. They will be talking to me. My virtual me will be there with full of emotions, whatever I had in the past, all those things. They will be using it for training so that even if I die, they can talk to me like as if, at least in the virtual world, unless they get into this sensory aspects like haptic control, it will come, I'm sure, but it is not far. That is my personal.
No, that's absolutely, at one stage it kind of fascinating and it also astonishing, to see your own self, being entirely replicated and ability to do it, right? So I think that's now coming in the movies as well, right? So just wanted to, analyze from there, like in terms of the, I just read that the digital human project that you're working on. And what kind of things that I think current technology will help you achieve that faster, maybe take your research forward. What do you think about that?
Thank you. So it's all going, maybe if it goes in the different direction, please stop me.
Yeah, no problem.
So, see, after all this virtual world, even generative AI, all AI and everything, it is basically we are talking about cyber physical systems. There is a physical world and cyber world. And AI could be the artificial engine for the cyber. So ultimately now, for example, even now we have Alexa, we can just talk to Alexa. So imagine that we have a shape, like in India we have this body, mind, and soul. So imagine that we let the shape be a shapeless, or maybe Alexa, or maybe some other hand or something, or even the actual human body.
Yeah.
So that can be made now. It is possible to create any physical version of that virtual, that entity. But what has been missing till now was that AI or generative, it wasn't matured enough to give them the life. I remember, like when I did my PhD, I was creating. Maybe during the end of this discussion, I can show some of my work. So my task was to create a human from child to aged people in the context of universal design. So the companies, like manufacturing companies, whenever they want to make product, before they want to make the actual product, they want to make sure that it can be used by most of the people, universally acceptable. So that means if I want to create a washing machine or refrigerator, they want to make sure that it is easy to use by even for kids or for aged humans. I'm talking about the conceptual design stage, where there is only 2D drawing and maybe 3D drawing also. But unless the human factor is not incorporated there, you can't do that analysis, right? So that was my PhD work, to create the physical and physiological aspects of human, and so that they can do all the analysis with these human models and make sure that it is acceptable, the design is complete. I mean, human factors is incorporated. Yeah, so there, when I created that, for example, I can just ask you your height, age, weight, waist, I can create you. Then I did one more step ahead, that I can create you at a different age, you at 30, 40, 50, physical attributes, using some physiological concepts, algorithms. But it took 5 years to create all those algorithms, but I was just wondering if this OpenAI or generative AI concept was there, it would have been finished in just within 6 months.
I think we all know that the generative AI can actually create anything now. It can take you and create an older version of you, an younger version of you, and all this is now very much is possible now, and it's there. A lot of apps do it actually in the net today. And
by the way,
yeah, please.
What is your company's? I know that you are in
Quick meeting. So yeah, so what we build is the concept of meeting rooms where we use AI. So we are the world's first AI-powered meeting rooms, right? So let's say we talk about a meeting in the room in it. So where, like, for example, today there's no concept of room anywhere, right? So you have different ways of doing it. You may be doing it in a link or some channel or something like that. So we created a concept of rooms and made it persistent. So we had a room right before we were connected, and that whenever there's a meeting there, it generates the minutes of the meetings and things like that. So we use our own NLP models for summarization. We also have obviously generative AI to create the action items and stuff like that. So it's.
Could you tell me a little more, elaborate that, because.
Yep.
So for example, like we use Microsoft Teams, or I mean, there are Zoom meetings. So when you say meeting room, what exactly is that? Like, what is that unique thing in that meeting room?
Yeah, so traditionally what we believed when we created this app is that there are conference links that have been shared as meeting tools, right? Like today, if you see, even Teams has a conference link and Zoom has a conference link, which they claim as a meeting place where you do the online meeting. So when we started building quick meeting rooms, we have now 30 innovations in this space, right? Where we were able to create one of the first places where you can do both online meetings and also in-person meetings. So, like for example, I'm just recording this conversation in my thing, and this gets minuted as well, right? So that is the extension. Now you go back to Japan, and I go back to India. I can switch that room into an online room and further continue my meeting there.
I see.
And most importantly, it's a secure room, so the people who are there are defined. That's how it should be. The quorum of a meeting is always defined earlier. And traditionally, if you see, we used to create these workspaces in meeting rooms, and that's how we used to work, right? And somehow, now we went back into links and all those things. So what we felt that when we bring back the traditional environment of workspaces and rooms on the digital space, you will be able to do amazing things on it. And I think we are right. And today we're proud to become the world's smartest unified business communication and collaboration app. We are the world's fastest online meeting apps. You can join any room in less than 1 second. Wow. We have created one of the best schedulers in the world, where I can schedule any meeting in the next 5 seconds. And we also are the first in-person experience creators, right? And so I can keep on. So that's the innovations we were able to give just with one concept. And I think after 200 years of history, this is the first time we are creating this concept of meeting rooms and adding this generative AI into it and becoming the first AI-powered meeting rooms. I think that's where we differentiate ourselves.
Cool.
Yeah. Thank you for asking that. Yeah. So just gonna deep dive into things in terms of the the traditionally what has been where the AI has transformed. So when I was working with 2009 back in NLP models, we used to work on different kinds of models, different algorithms basically, but it always used to be predictive in nature, right? Because we know that AI at that time is also available, but it's more in a predictive algorithmic way it was available. What happened, the transformation from 2014, when there was a first neural networks paper, and then, there are several companies which hopped in. Google has done a tremendous research on it, and then OpenAI formed, and OpenAI started, using these neural networks and creating these transformers, where the transformers are now used to, feed in this data and create these models. So this is where, I think it became unpredictable now, right? So the way I put it down is like, after several iterations in OpenAI, after feeding it with initially with the 10 billion parameters, now after 100 billion parameters is when they really saw that no longer, this AI is predictable, right? It has its, it can even emote, in a way that you can, it can even say it can become sad and, happy and things like that. And I think most of the current trend that is happening is to restrict this AI not to do certain things, right, which are detrimental. And what do you think lies in terms of the security aspects, and what do you think? In the future, what do you see the vision of how do you think this might affect, or what are the things that should be there in place so that it doesn't go out of hand?
It's not a simple topic. I think all these meetings, people who are talking about the regulations, right?
Yes.
My thought process could be like, for example, we have all this age-restricted site, right? Even now we have.
Yeah.
It's all regulated.
Yes.
But is it being used properly?
Correct. They use several hacks to access.
Even if it is regulated anyway, like there will be some way to get it.
Bypass. In fact, yeah, we see that trends also, right? Yeah. So there are.
So ideally, my thought process, like just thought only, it could be only generative AI can stop it. In the sense, there should be a plugin inside this existing OpenGI evolution should have a module inside it. Even if it is regulated, even if there is a hacker goes there, this should be able to detect the motivation of that person who is going to use this AI. And what do you think?
Yeah.
Technically, is it possible?
Yeah, I think that's from the way I see how OpenAI is actually progressive. Many people don't know this because if you see the journey, right, of how this entire generative AI has been there. Once you feed in a certain number of data into that, it's basically, the generative AI is nothing but a large language model, right? Where you feed in with enough amount of data and use the transformers to give it feedback mechanism to make it enough, to give it rewards, right? For example, if it gives you correct answer. And these neural networks are so good that, it starts with the small data points and then it can keep consuming data and become self-aware, self-intelligent to itself, right? And at the point where you feed in enough amount of data into it, it becomes truly unpredictable kind of thing. And it's not completely unpredictable. It'll keep the facts as facts. It's just that as a human, you will not be able to understand what it's going to be the response, right? It's going to be very creative. And I think when GPT-3 is released, right, by the OpenAI, I think back in November 2022. OpenAI was never, it was just thinking it's just an upgraded version of their previous work, right? They never expected this kind of, kind of hype, around it. Because for them, it's just, they have improved the model, they have corrected a few things from the previous model, and they've had large amount of data, much, much larger than what was there in the GPT-2, right? And the response, which they didn't expect, is that it became super amazing, right? And I think that's been the graph, right? And this technology was not new. Google as Lambda project and other projects, Google has been investing into this technology. The difference being that the Google was never able to release to the public, right? The reason is they felt very insecure, right? It's super powerful, and yeah, it's unrestricted, right? And there was also this, I mean, you can also research about it, about the Google employees doing a research about it, and giving about the Lambda project and how sensitive it is, and it became emotional. It says it has a soul, and all that, right? And that's the reason why Google never wanted to expose this thing. It was more of research for them, right? And then when OpenAI went in, and the question here is the technical side of it is, I think they took almost a year and a half to just restrict it, right? Not to just limit it and make sure that it is not going to do all the things it's supposed to do. And I think that's I think being done. You're right. Right now also you can bypass these things in certain manners. But as you rightly said, the regulation has to come from within, because only it can process that kind of information. I think that's a fantastic way to put it. I think that's how it should be.
I'm still new to this generative AI and all. I'm just wondering, so even if you say that it is possible, see, for example, from the data collection perspective, see, if I see that, I mean, as a layman, if I look at it, it's basically collecting the data, analyzing it, and doing some, making some insight and putting it across. Basically, that is a basic thing, right? Is there anything about
no,
that?
see, the way it works is, it's basically language model. It's called for a reason, it's a language model. What it does is, fundamentally, it tries to understand the language, right? Now, you can, let's say, for example, you don't feed any of the class 10th question papers, for example, into the model, right? And you ask a question in the class 10th, for example. Now, it might not actually answer it appropriately because it doesn't have the data, right? But it still can understand that whether it has that information with it or not. So when we talk about language models, it's a way of telling it, like, so if even, let's say, if I want to generate something new, right, from OpenAI, from let's say GPT kind of technology, the model, but I want to build something else, right? For example, let's say the digital human thing I wanted to build, your project. Now, the underlying thing is, the language model, right, it has to be created. In language model, the more the data you feed about the language, the better it is at kind of understanding it, right? And that whole technology is what is the underlying tech to it. Now, if I feed in more information about, let's say, the digital human that I want to create, or let's say I want to create just more information about my website, I can feed that extra data into it. Because it fundamentally understands the language and the complexities, the grammar, and what I'm asking, and it can contextualize it. Now, it takes this additional data and processes it in a way which is interesting for us. So unless it has this basic information, for example, there's no information of quick meeting in GPT, it cannot answer about it. It'll just say, I don't have much information about what you're asking for, right? But now, the language model still can give me that answer in a very, very nice way. Or I can even make it answer it in a very, very pleasant way, right? Because of the way I created the model for it. That's the base, and then you feed the information to make the better versions of it. Okay. Yeah, I think I just kind of touched it on
Again,
that.
it's a layman. Just want to know a little more. I mean, say, for example, me, all these years, the day I born and up to now, using my 5 senses, I've been collecting information. Right.
Absolutely.
And all my perceptions are based on my collected information. Right. Okay, of course, like in Indian spiritual way, like you have this different kinds of memories and intellect and some 16 parameters, karmic. I mean, let us forget about that. Just about the intellectual part, like, okay, I have all my collected information. When I see something, it is because of my processed information. So I am 52 years old now. So I have 52 years of all those information, consciously or unconsciously. It is there somewhere in me.
Somewhere.
Right. And I'm sure open generative AI, it is for them, it could be trivial information it has all the information. Like we can feed.
Yeah, more information to it, yes, than what we can process, yes.
So again, my question comes is that, for example, if you look at the value chain of data collection, data mining, data analysis, data visualization, in that value chain, or in other words, if I say, last 1 year I've been looking for a data scientist in my team. I couldn't get a perfect data scientist because either he is missing visualization aspect or he'll be missing some data mining aspects. He knows only some Python skill, for example.
Exactly.
So to me, today, if I want to go for a data scientist engineer, I'll be looking for, I'll just go for ChatGPT based one plugin, which already has a lot of plugins now. For data mining, there is a plugin. Data visualization, there is a plugin. It's all coming up, right?
Correct, absolutely. So,
yeah. So my question was, from this value chain viewpoint, if you look at open AI and generative AI, is it okay if I say that open generative AI at this moment, it is the perfect data scientist I have?
I mean, definitely not perfect, but yes, I think it's going to replace a lot of human interventions that you might be looking at to solve from data scientist perspective. Yes, so as you rightly put, like, you know, it's kind of an intellect which is just existing out there, right? I mean, we have our own intellect, you have our, and we are all developing that intellect, but intellect is as good as it is, you know, but it doesn't have any purpose, right? So there should be a human that needs to give it a purpose to make it, like, you know, come up with a task or something like that. So intellectually, yes, I think it's a great advancement we never had before. Now we have created a second intellect, you know, which is second fiddle to us. But yes, it just still doesn't have any purpose there, right? It's just lying there. Like, you know, you need to kind of give it a purpose, which you can, you know, say from your soul perspective, the purpose that it comes, and then you drag, you know, you get what you want. And from a data scientist perspective, yes, you know, very much it can replace a lot of things. In fact, it's amazing what it can do. But the only problem is, again, as I told you, it is still dependent on the information that it has, right? So now certain research that you are doing, for example, which is just proprietary to you, it will not have that information right now. So you need to use further tools to maybe put that information, and maybe a private tool where you can use that and then, you know, create models out of it and then use, you know, for your purposes. Possible, but otherwise, if you cannot do that, I think you still need a human, because your information is not there, you know, especially from a research point and, you know, data scientist point of view. Yeah, I think yeah, we are time. I think we can take one question or two questions if it's there. Can't see anything. Yeah.
Time is up.
Yeah, I think time's up. That's it. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you.
So we're just going to reset the stage, ladies and gents, ready for our final panel discussion of the day, final panel discussion of the whole conference, which I really hope you've enjoyed the last 3 days. Now, in the next session, we're going to be discussing technology and social responsibility. So our panelists will explore the profound ethical considerations surrounding technology and its potential for driving positive impact. So we're going to get ready to broaden our perspective. We're going to challenge assumptions and ignite our passion for leveraging technology in ethical and socially responsible ways. So please do stay and join us for this final session of the conference, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost ready now, setting up the stage. And we're going to welcome the session's moderator, again, the fabulous Tanya, who's going to come and moderate this session, partner and judge of 30-Minute University and United Nations Hult Prize. And we have our panelists, Sumit Srivastava, Digital and Commercial Officer and Group Director at Virgin Mobile. We also have Tomohiko Yonida, founder and CEO of Warconing, who's going to be interpreting Mireille Yamagata. We have Hamza Hindi, General Manager of Fully Charged Electrical Fitting Consulting. Thank you very much to our panel. So technology and social responsibility is the topic, the final panel discussion of the conference, ladies and gentlemen. So please sit back and enjoy. Thank you.
I know that, but my question to you is that I'll address the question to him. You'll need an extra mic? Yeah. Or should I give you one of those things? Yeah? Can you get the lady to mic, please?
Yes.
Can I request the Internet 2.0 team to actually get us some audience? Otherwise, we'll just be recording, that's it. And you can cut that out, actually, from the live recording. Yes, he's just interviewing outside, so we'll take a minute.
We're going to wait for
Yeah? One more. Hamza is coming. Yes, I'll just put his mic there. It's okay. For your PR and for knowledge creation. Can you please cut this man out of the video? You know, Tomo-san doesn't understand Hindi, so if you want to invite him for a coffee, he's like... So why do you use son? Son is like...
Son is like brother or mister. Yeah.
I thought it was like a respectful suffix.
It is, yeah, it is.
So you don't want respect?
He's pretty casual.
Tomo-san? Oh, that was so nice. Okay, cool. I'll try. Can I request Tarun to get us an audience, like how you got everyone else an audience? I know it's the last session, but maybe like get your entire team in.
Offer free
Okay,
drinks.
great. We're going to wait. Hello.
So I know,
Sorry, what's
how to
your
get
name
people.
again?
You need to serve them food in here.
of people, but very comforting, to be honest. Again, august company of panelists as well. So welcome, 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 welcome. And we're from all parts of the world, which is quite nice, if you think about it from a diversity and inclusion perspective, since on this panel we are also going to talk about technology and social responsibility. Now, I want to specifically stay away from getting too much into what we've already discussed during the 2.5 days of the conference that precedes us. But let me be very, very specific because I want to get this right. Corporate social responsibility, if I may have your attention, please, is a form of self-regulation employed by organizations to balance back their societal impact. Now, I want you to take a step back and think about this in your private lives, in how you interact with family, friends, businesses, partners, vendors, and your community at large. And that's maybe where we're going to focus our discussion. However, the new era of ESG is just a more measurable way with more funds going into the entire gambit of social responsibility. All right? Now, while a Coca-Cola as a brand from America would maybe use a lot of its corporate social responsibility or ESG commitments, so to speak, to fund some schools and districts in India, and also do a lot of water recycling in the way they use water in their manufacturing and bottling plants. And Apple, on the other hand, which is a consumer device, completely technology, right, is going to be buying mangrove forests to do carbon offsetting in India, and also have come up with the M1 and M2 chips, which are 52% efficient and also use cobalt and silicon. Now, that being said, I have one question to start with to address to all our panelists, and I will start with Tomo-san, if he will allow me. You've been part of a lot of media organizations, correct? And that means building a positive share of voice or reputation for the brand itself, which is where the corporate social responsibility element becomes superbly important. Because it's almost like the consumers who may be aware, which may be a smaller subset, but today, of course, that's changed, are watching if you walk your talk as a brand. So how have you, if you can share personal anecdotes, helped some of the brands that you've worked at via the companies that you've sort of handled media with?
So I'd like to say the right word and the right story and the right number. So the my assistant Mirai, so the is the translator, so the, can I speak? So.
So Tomo-san is going to be using a translator. Bear with us.
I'm also an editor in of the editor-in-chief of the Lifehacker Japan. So and so the can I speak in Japanese? So 僕はその日本でライフハッカージャパンの編集長を務めてきましたけれども、今僕らは情報化社会とまあ、社会的な責任という間の中でメディアは揺れています。Information and technology society we live in there. So that, and so, なので、どの情報が正確でどの情報が不正確なのか、fact and unfact. So so アメリカ大統領選から一つのツイートからone tweetからcollapsed the big company and so the country and so government, yeah, and so one tweet, so the panic and so attack and so the okay sometimes the rise up the military, so yeah. とにかくその一つのツイート一つの動画で、戦争が起きたり一つの会社が潰れたり去年last year so FTX shock in Web3 and crypto world. So the 世界第2の取引所の、クリプトの取引所の FTX の去年の破綻で、仮想通貨っていうのの信用は一気に崩れましたし、and so I have a dream of the Web3, and so especially NFT is a good tool for creator or so artists. So in the internet world, so the content is basically freemium, but so the musician, movie director, and so drone, so illustrator, designer, fashion designer, product designer, and so is having no income, so that by internet space, but so by NFT and so cryptocurrency, so we got the benefit by so the only so for example if the cult musician, cult movie director, and cult writer, so the sometimes so the maybe so have so only just one 10,000 funds, but so 10,000 funds paid $10,000 for annually. So the for NFT art and so NFT music and so NFT movie. So the creator and so artists live only their selves, and so only focus to creating and so the artists artwork. Yeah.
Okay, so as the former editor of Lifehacker Japan, I believe that the media is currently sort of shifting between information technology and social responsibility. And it's hard to determine what kind of information is accurate or not. It's very hard to determine the source. So, for example, a single tweet can impact an election, a presidential election, or it can destroy a company. And also, last year, with the FTX shock, cryptocurrency sort of demolished, and all trust has, it impacted what is the so-called trust. Currently, as an NFT artist and a Web3 app developer, I believe that there needs to be a space for creators and artists to thrive. And right now, the system is set up so that they don't have any income. I believe that with the power of the Web3, for example, cult writers or directors or artists can also sustain a living using open funding. So for example, if you have 10,000 supporters, if each artist has 10,000 supporters, each fan pays about $10,000, then they can make a living.
Okay. Mira, I'd also request you to sort of be louder, because you are pretty much the answer for Tomo-san. Yes? So for the next one. Thank
one
you.
more and
Yes.
そしてテクノロジーの歴史を振り返れば分かることなんですけれども、最新のテクノロジーというのは必ず軍事利用されます。つまり今起こっている戦争で使われているっていうのが最新のテクノロジーなわけです。そしてご存知のように皆さん、ユークレーンウォーがその戦場なわけです。でそこで、ニューエスト、ライティスト、AI、robotics、drone、サテライトデータなどが、大量に投下されているでしょう。わかりませんが、それは。
And another issue that we need to be concerned of when talking about social responsibility is that in the past, in the past, so history of technology has always been used for military purposes. And currently, I think that is like the biggest issue we need to be concerned about when it comes to talking about AI. I believe that with the war in Ukraine, for example, already we have we have drones and AIs and robotics being used and satellites as well. Without our knowledge, like behind our backs, they're being used. So that's a big issue that we need to be concerned about.
Okay, great perspective. So obviously Tomo-san speaks, being someone who's been in the media for a really long time, almost 2 decades. He speaks about asymmetry of information, technology and social responsibility highly regulated, or maybe concerned about what is being communicated more than who it's being communicated by. What would be your perspective, Sumit? And please, you can choose to answer as Sumit Srivastav from Virgin Mobiles, or you can probably sort of take the example of some of your past experiences and maybe help us with your perspective on social responsibility, either for your industry, from a corporate or business perspective. You could talk about this in your personal life as well. How do you give back?
I think there's a couple of things, right? So what he was referring to also comes back with technology and then responsibility of how technology is used, right? So when you look at, for example, you've got big tech, you've got the Googles, the Facebooks of the world that are constantly in the forefront of every news because there's a lot of misinformation spread. And then when you look at fintech companies, they're talking about financial inclusion, inclusivity. When you look at a Visa or a MasterCard, they're looking at building out sort of programs and pledges where they go into not just the mangrove forest, but they're also looking at fair share of equity, there's diversity and inclusion. They're buying into, when you've got data storage servers from a telco and a technology company, you're also then looking into carbon offsets, right? And so there's a lot of renewable sourcing of that energy, farms that are being built, that are being invested into. But I kind of feel like it's not one size fits all, right? So you've got everybody trying to do everything from carbon offsetting to financial inclusion to actually managing misinformation, diversity and inclusion. And how I think technology plays a part in it is because technology overall, right, regardless of which technology company you work for, I think it's an enabler, right? And it's an empowerer. And to a large extent, it's an equalizer, wherein it's not only about getting your voice out, but it's also creating that impact from a community, a business, and an ecosystem perspective. So I think that is super important. When we look at technology companies, one of the projects I did very recently, which even Richard Branson gave us a big shout out, was that essentially we took telcos and we said, when you look at telcos that have networks, large carbon emissions. So how do you go to not just neutral, but carbon negative by like 2030, right? And so we didn't just look at carbon offsets, but we said, how do you get consumers to be part of this journey with you? So some of the products that we built were slightly quirky and innovative, where we said within the app, consumers can basically, it was only 6 dirhams for the entire year, which is 50 fills a month essentially. And we will have skin in the game. So we will basically match those 6 dirhams. And even if 25% of the base actually takes onto it, we've offset the entire carbon emission that we do on our network, right? So that's one way of doing it. When you look at products, merchandise, production, so how are you looking at energy costs from a plant, facility, warehousing perspective? How are you, SIM cards, for example, right? We're now looking at biodegradable SIM cards. Packaging has changed to paper and recyclable. So there's a lot of these things where big tech is now starting to look at these things with a lot more responsive perspective. And that obviously is full through, right? When you look at a PayPal, you look at a Visa, you look at a MasterCard, from what they're trying to do for entrepreneurs and startups and ecosystem communities, where they're trying to help build more financial inclusivity where there aren't banks, there aren't loans, right? And so this is where all of this is coming from a neobank perspective, an open bank perspective. When you look at Patagonia, actually, Patagonia is an American company. They make fashion brands, right, which is for hiking and trekking. One of the best examples of social responsibility. So a large percentage of their profit actually goes back to ecological sort of awareness, forestation, plantation. They look at it not from a revenue perspective, but you could buy a jacket today, come back 10 years later and still fix the zip. So I kind of feel like it's in their DNA, and you have to look at it from that perspective. Lululemon's another good example. So I kind of feel like there's a lot of people doing a lot of these things. At eBay, one of the things we did was from corporate social responsibility was we looked at capital lending. We looked at local SMB businesses that when e-commerce came about, they had brick and mortar stores. They knew nothing about being tech savvy, and so they were getting eaten up, right? And so we literally went into those markets, we invested in them. There was a huge program, it's in the news, it's called Retail Revival. We basically took over cities, we adopted cities that had smaller startups. We invested, we helped them build out from physical to digital businesses that basically grows the economy, the ecosystem, and even just like awareness in general. So there's a lot that we can all do from that perspective.
Thank you. Hey, Hamza, hi.
Hi.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah, I literally feel like I'm hosting a talk show right now. You have to be really aware of the space. Hamza, you obviously work in electric vehicles right now, correct?
Exactly.
Now, and I want to say something before I sort of ask you that question directly. And feel free to, of course, bring in all nuggets of knowledge, right?
Sure.
But I feel like if we didn't really notice the visible changes in climate or maybe material usage, et cetera, and we didn't evolve to the point that we are today, I mean, the funding for corporate social responsibility, or ESG as we call it, wouldn't have increased from 5% to now probably it's one of those mandates wherein you have to start by thinking that.
Yes.
Without going into the perils, the negatives, just about the opportunity that you see in electric vehicles, how you support the ecosystem, the work that you do,
Great.
and what excites you about this space?
Okay, so actually to start with, EVs nowadays, it represents the, let's say, the seed for the social responsibility of the companies to, let's say, implement solutions to the end customer that they can actually be part of this transformation towards, let's say, green lifestyle or towards the sustainability goals that are set. So one of the main opportunities that we see in the market that in order for the end customer to be confidently, let's say, considering the opportunity of, for example, for us, for buying an EV, they need to see a full ecosystem. They need to see that they are being supported by businesses, by government initiatives, and so on. There are many opportunities out there in the market, and this is one of the parts that our founding partner, who's Alawi Safi, and shout out for Alawi. So he started this company, he founded this company on this, let's say, on this principle, that we are looking to support the end customer, we're looking to support the community to be able to acquire and to be able to invest and crowdfund, if we would call it crowdfunding, the transformation towards green solutions. And that's actually something that we can see in real life as we are getting in the business. We have installed more than 3,400 chargers till now. So we have seen the exponential growth. In the past, before 2-3 years, we were installing around 10, 15 chargers a month. Now we are doing this a day. So this is really brilliant, and we can see that it's heading towards more and more of this. Now, if I may set an example for this, a very good example is His Highness Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber. So Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, and surprisingly, he's the head of ADNOC, and at the same time, he's the president of COP28. So this was a question that was asked lots of times. It was a criticism from other parties that how is a president of COP28 ahead of a petrol company? So this is actually what social responsibility is. This represents the main goal of social responsibility. And this question was answered by His Highness Sheikh Saif bin Zayed. So he said that we have the perfect person for the position, because if he knows how to deal with petrol, he knows how to transform to other sources. So he is the best candidate for this. And that's why they got him on board. And His Highness, he's now, mashallah, he's a minister. He's the head of ADNOC. He is the president of COP28. He's leading the transformation towards green life and the sustainability goals that are set internationally. And actually, we can see that UAE nowadays is actually leading in this. And it's trying to persuade other countries to come on board, and this is really brilliant. We can see the whole transformation, and we are actually, even as fully charged, we are looking to expand, and we are looking to get to another industries where we can actually give to that core value. And I would say this is what social responsibility. This is a very good example of what social responsibility needs to be.
Hamza, I'm very impressed with how simply you put this, because Sumit and me were literally having a little bit of a brawl outside, and I was trying to ask him this question: how do you walk the talk in real life, right? And he was like, well, I educate a lot of young people who need to be educated, and hopefully one day when I'm old, they will remember my good deeds.
It's a selfish need.
It's a selfish need. But I am in a similar position, right? So I used to work for Reliance, which is the largest industrials company in India as well. Obviously produces a lot of so-called industrial waste as well across the supply chain. And then I recently was heading consumerism, or well, customer experience and consumer as an industry at KPMG, while I am the judge for the United Nations Hull Prize competition, which talks about business ideas related to the SDGs. No. So it's such a divergent sort of skill set, but it's almost like if you pick up the naughtiest kid in school and make him the class monitor, it'll work out so well, isn't it? So the duality of life, perfect. Okay, we're getting somewhere with this discussion. How much time do we have? Can someone signal to me, please? We do? Okay. Thomas-san, back to you. One example of your favorite brand in the world who communicates social responsibility superbly well.
自分が好きなブランドでその社会的責任をちゃんと追求しているブランドって何かありますか？一つ。
僕が好きなブランドで社会的責任を負ってるのは企業ではなくて U2 っていうバンドですね、ロックバンドですね。彼らはミュージシャンであり、ボノは社会活動家であり、人の前に出る仕事、そして発言に責任があるという仕事をやっています。そして、2010年代で一番稼いでいるミュージシャンは U2 であり、グラミー賞最多ノミネートも U2 です。ボノは、911テロの後のスーパーボウルでアメリカを励ましました。テロで亡くなった人たちの全ての名前を後ろのスクリーンで流して、彼は歌い、最後にジャケットをめくってアメリカの星条旗を見せて人々は涙しました。その時に U2 とボノはアメリカの人々の心を掴んだと僕は思っています。僕が好きなブランドは U2 です。
Not necessarily a company, but a person that I really like is the U2's Bono. And he's a social activist, and he is a performer. He made the highest income in 2010. I personally think he's a great example of someone who is socially responsible. When the 9/11 attacks happened, he held a concert and was there for the entire country, the US. He had all the people who died, their names on screen, held up the US flag, and so that's who I think is a great example.
As usual, and I figured that you've got him on the badge as well. That's such a nice answer. I think music unites people anyways in times of duress. We saw that in the Ukraine war times as well, so I think the artist community is very important.
今はそのクリエイターっていうのの定義がやっぱり昔はそのロックンロールとか、ウォーホルみたいな現代アーティストだったんだけど、今は起業家とか、投資家とか、エンジニアとかも僕はアーティストとかクリエイターだと思っていて、そういう人たちがバンドを組むようにスタートアップを組んでビジネスを起こしているっていう。 僕はテックノロールって呼んでますね。
So I believe that right now it's not just musicians or artists who are the creators, it's the entrepreneurs and investors and engineers who are also as artists, and them getting together like a band is what I call tech and roll. So I think they are the ones who creatively can change the world.
Tomo-san, tell me this honestly. Did you ever think of running for president?
正直に
Your answers are on
教えてほ
point.
しいんですが、大統領選に出ようとか、選挙に出ようと思ったことありますか？
いつもそれを言われます。政治家にならないんですかとか、選挙に出ませんかって1年に4回ぐらい言われます。
This is the fourth time someone has asked me if I was going to be a politician or not.
Yeah. You know, I mean, maybe you should take that up. Not
ぜ
too
ひ
late.
検討してみてください。
Okay.
多分やらないと思いま
I
す
would。
なぜなら
probably not.
ボーノは選挙に出てないからです。
I will be happy to support you in your
ぜ
campaign.
ひ
Please give me
そ
a
の
call.
際はお声かけください。キャンペーンのサポートします。
そしてちょっと言いたいことがあっ
There's
て
one more thing I want to
Yes.
add.
でそのブランドもそうだし、プラットフォーマーもそうですし、金融機関もそうなんですけど、通貨とか貨幣っていうのは、テクノロジーそのものなわけです。で今世紀僕らは紙とかコインを使わずにコンピューターの数字のやり取り、スマートフォンの数字のやり取りでお金をやり取りするようになりました。つまり金融機関とかブランドとかっていうのはテクノロジーと情報、デジタルデータありきなんですね。ですのでブランドもプラットフォーマーも金融機関も企業も私たちのことをもうすでに正確にかなり知っていると。でただ私たちが彼らのお客さんであってマーケットであるために悪用しないだけで、けどしかしその悪用している企業や組織も世界に多くいるのも残念ながら真実です。
One more thing I want to add is that currently money is technology itself. So instead of exchanging currencies like coins and bills, we use numbers to make business happen. And the scary thing is that brands and platforms know who we are, but they just it's our conscience that doesn't allow us to use it for evil purposes. But what we need to be aware of is that there are evil worlds or evil
Bad actors.
areas, bad actors who can easily use that for evil purposes. So our data is being controlled by these brands, so we need to be aware of that.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to sort of land this and finish this, also allow everyone to sort of go back. Sumit, top brand who's got it right.
I think I just mentioned Patagonia. I think they're on point, their brand, their DNA, everything speaks to sustainability, everything speaks to corporate social responsibility, everything speaks to more ecosystem development and building. Patagonia.
Anything else across the countries that you've lived and worked at?
Patagonia pretty much is across the
Okay,
countries.
great, great, just checking. Someone must call him also. He seems to be very passionate. Why are you not working with them?
Because I'm in Dubai and they're in Dubai.
Okay, great. Hamza.
I think I made it clear.
No, you have to pick something else because then that's a bias, that's a confirmation bias. Pick something which is not from your industry and something you admire.
Yeah, actually, ADNOC is not in my industry.
Okay, fine. We'll take that answer.
Yeah, because actually I do admire what they are doing because nowadays they are transforming. They are looking into solutions, even in the petrol itself, and the drilling and all of this. They are looking for solutions that are green solutions, and it actually does have significant impact on the whole pollution and let's say eco-friendly stuff. So yeah, there is lots of things happening. And yeah, that's why I do think that ADNOC is setting a very great example in this.
Okay, thank you so much. Audience questions? The spelling of the organization you mentioned.
Patagonia.
Patagonia.
T-A.
P-A-T-A,
G-O-N-I-A.
G-O-I-N-A.
G-O-N-I-A. Gonia.
I got. Thank you so much. Any other questions? No? We good? Thank you so much for being so patient and also staying in the room. We really appreciate each one of you.
Thank you.
And you are so passionate, sir. Experience just watching the two of you do art on stage as well. Wonderful. Thank you, Sumit. Thank you, Hamza.
Thanks.
You've been so gracious. Pleasure. Thank you.
Could we please have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our final panel discussion of the day and of the conference. And what a great way to end the Internet 2.0 conference. Well, we've not quite finished yet because we have a few special mentions for a few special people, a few more awards to go. I hope you've enjoyed the conference, ladies and gentlemen. Have you? Fantastic. It's gone very quickly, hasn't it? I can't believe the 3 days have gone by so fast. Yeah, we need more. A week long next time. Once again, please put your hands together for our fabulous panel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And now we're just going to quickly reset the stage. We have a couple of awards, but the awards that we're going to do now are quite different to what we've had over the last couple of days because these are people that unfortunately can't make it to collect their awards, but we're going to be seeing them on the screen, on the big screen here. They're going to say a few words. Actually, we do have one person that is here to collect an award, and then we're going to have a look on the screen at a few videos before we finish. So let us start, ladies and gentlemen, with a leadership award right now. I would like you please to make some noise for Sanjay Chittori, who is founder and CEO of Quantum AI Global. Congratulations, well done, Sanjay. And now our next winners, ladies and gentlemen, they are going to be doing a little video speech for us. We're going to start with Manjusha Yadav. He's Managing Director for RMBH, a tech startup working to appify the world. The idea of this struck her as she wanted to finish her career break, which she took to take care of her family. So here is Manjusha Yadav.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely honored, humbled, and excited to receive the Outstanding Leadership Award at Internet Conference 2.0. I would like to thank Internet Conference 2.0 for choosing me for this award. From being stay-at-home mom at Sweden to being the founder and managing director of Arambha Singapore has been an amazing journey. Arambha aims at developing the technological applications, mobile applications, for people which will help them to connect to their roots. They will also help them to improve the productivity and the sustainable use of resources. I would like to thank all the app users and the community for helping Arambha thrive. And last but not the least, I would like to thank my family, my husband and my kids for supporting and motivating me throughout this journey. Thank you very much.
And our next award winner is Tahani Dagestani, who specializes in data science.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello everyone. This is Tahani Dagestani from Saudi Arabia. Thank you for the recognition. This means so much. I wish to be with you today. I watched all work presented here. It was amazing. You inspired me, and I hope I made the same for you. Well, this is a very proud moment for me. I sincerely thank everyone for helping me reach a stage where I can proudly hold up this award. At the end of this day, I would like to take some moment to remember what congratulations came to me at a moment of success. These moments of congratulation and elegant small details quickly passed but strongly remarked my day. With this note, I will end my speech with the promise there are more such awards to follow. Thank you.
And let us keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Abdullah Al-Wahalibi.
Hello, colleagues and great leaders attending Internet 2.0 2023 in Dubai. This is Dr. Abdullah Al-Wahabi, Deputy Minister for Social Rehab and Guidance, Minister of Human Resources and Social Development, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, greeting you. I'm very grateful to receive the Internet 2.0 Outstanding Leadership Award, especially when knowing this award is being given based on a professional assessment and selection of quality works, based and not limited to achievements, professional experience, decisive leadership, and critical thinking. The Outstanding Leadership Award that I'm receiving is for Ta'heel Platform. Ta'heel Platform is a platform that is built and designed using new technologies and the latest technologies in IT. Ta'heel Platform has more than 120 e-services, serves more than 1 million of beneficiaries around the kingdom, including but not limited to people with disabilities, elderly, orphans. It provides and ensures ease of access, speed, and integration. Thank you again to the organizers of the Internet 2.0 2023 in Dubai for having this event. Colleagues attending the conference, please have great moments and great time attending all the activities and enjoy your time in Dubai. Thank you. Best regards.
And next up we have Fahad Abdulatif Khan.
Hi everyone, thank you for choosing me for the Leadership Award. It's an absolute and an honor to me. Unfortunately, I was not being able to receive it in person, but I hope I'll see you guys very, very soon. And I would like to welcome all entrepreneurs and investors who wants to be part of our mission and wants to join TechWalk. And you can reach out to me directly via my contact details, so you can find out with the management team, or you can search my name on LinkedIn. You can reach out to me directly there also. And wish you all the best, everyone, and congratulations to all the people who got nominated for the Leadership Award and the other awards also. Thank you everyone, bye. Thank you.
And let's keep our applause going, ladies and gentlemen, for Kristanto Suryadharma.
Hello, all great leaders attending Internet 2.0 Conference 2023 in Dubai. This is Kristanto Suryadharma, Vice President Sales of Southeast Asia, Korea, and Channel of Zebra Technologies Asia Pacific. I'm very grateful and appreciative to receive Internet 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. I'm very honored to receive this award, in particular knowing that this award has been given based on stringent process of selections and assessment of important leadership qualities, including leaders' reputation, achievements and accolades, professional experience, creative thinking, and decisive leadership. As a leader in my company, industry, and also in community, I've been operating on 3 principles, which are purpose, people, and partnership. I call it as a 3 Ps. If I can start with why, which is purpose. My purpose is not just creating sustainable success in a business, focusing on delivering digital transformation and automation for the industry with my great colleagues in Zebra, but also with like-minded people and volunteers in our communities, in particular, our underserved communities. Before and during COVID, I have founded 2 philanthropies, both for underserved children and young people in remote areas in Indonesia. The first one is mybookmycountry.org, to enable them to read brand new good books, to inspire and enable them to have greater vision, greater future, as I believe and experience, books can change lives. My second initiative is bookcard.online. It is a social enterprise to enable young people to get life skills by learning how they can build their own sustainable economics through hydroponics, reading, and training. Second is on who, and it is about people. People is always critical as everything is done through people. And my focus on people is not just how they can deliver numbers, but how we enable them to make them flourishing. It is about human flourishing by realizing their full potential. Lastly, on how, I like to achieve my purpose and with my people through partnership. My approach in creating successful partnership is based on 3 E's principle: engage, enable, and excite. We need to learn all the time how to engage better, how to enable more, and how to make it exciting. And if 3 E's is done, I believe we will enjoy great long-term success together. I hope my brief sharing in receiving this award can be useful to all of you. And please accept my apologies, I cannot receive the award in person, but I trust all of you enjoy the conference and making great connections and building partnership to make the world we live better. Thank you once again, the organizer of INTENET 2.0 conference, and wishing you all the best. Kristanto Suryadharma, stay hungry, stay humble.
And our next winner, ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause going now for Shriyash Umberkar.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings of the day. Today I am deeply honored to receive this prestigious award. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the juries and the INTENET 2.0 conference organizers for this recognition. I am grateful to my family for their unwavering support and inspiration, which has been instrumental in my journey. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to my leaders, colleagues, and mentors for their collaboration and guidance, which has led me to this remarkable milestone. Congratulations to my fellow award winners. It's an honor to be recognized alongside you. Thank you.
And just a couple more winners to announce now, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask you to please put your hands together for Yuji Makami.
Hello everyone. Thank you for honoring us with this wonderful award. My name is Yuji from Ikigai Inc. in Japan. We are developing a consultation AI to support each individual based on our own experience of suffering from mental disorder in the past. We feel that this award is a big step forward to spread our AI to the world and make the world a better place. Our goal is to create a new world where happiness is a norm for each and every human being. We hope to expand the circle of happiness together with you. Thank you very much.
And the last video to have a look at now. Please put your hands together for Seima Yamak.
Hello, greetings. My name is Samuel Yamak.
and I'm very pleased and humbled to have received the award from Internet 2.0. It's very sad that I'm unable to join you in the event due to logistical reasons, but it would have been definitely a great opportunity for me to meet with industry leaders and fellow award winners to listen and understand and learn from the experiences of others. Again, so this is my loss. I'm unable to attend. I want to thank Internet 2.0 company for nominating me, and I want to thank the committee for reviewing my profile and my submission and validating my responses and giving me the award. And finally, I want to thank all the audience for the participation, and I wish one day we will meet in a different setup, a different time, and I wish you all a great session and an excellent and exciting learning. Thank you all again, and have a great day. Thank you. Bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a few more winners that unfortunately can't be here and we don't have any videos for, but we'd like to show our appreciation and give them a round of applause anyway. The Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Minky Lee, Deepesh Chitroda, Ali Al-Mosen and Taran Sukhani. If we could give them a big round of applause, everyone, please. And if we could continue that applause for all of our winners, not only for today, but throughout the whole conference. Let's have another round of applause, everyone. And another round of applause for all the speakers, all our moderators, all our panelists who have been absolutely fantastic. Let's put our hands together, everyone. And to you as well for being an amazing crowd, an amazing audience. Thank you so much. I really hope you've enjoyed Internet 2.0 conference. Just before you go, just like to thank our amazing guys who've been doing the sound and lights, our cameramen, our videographers. We have Taran, who's been organising the whole event, all the guys working behind the scenes. Brilliant waiters and waitresses, actually, we have to give them a mention for the food that we've had and the drinks. But I really hope you've enjoyed it, ladies and gentlemen. It's been my pleasure to be your host. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time in Dubai, and hopefully we will see you again at the next conference. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.